Ladies and gentlemen, what is up? Oh my goodness. I don't even know what the fuck I'm doing tonight. I was just bored and I was like, fuck it, we're getting on stream. And we already have a guest. We already have a visitor hopping in here. Say hello, ladies and gentlemen, to the one, the only, the wizard of wordplay. What's up, man?
It's been a minute. Been a minute since been on here.
Yeah. You've been holding down the fort for Tony, haven't you?
Well, Tony moved to full time, and so that was stream every day. And then there's that when he was at Too Many Games, I was streaming. I was hosting, his streams for about three days. But yeah, he's sick right now, so and normally I don't stream on Sundays anyway. But I was like, I saw it was a board stream, and I'm like, those are my favorite kind of Jesker streams when we could literally talk about anything.
Yeah, bro. So originally, like tonight was gonna be the boogie. It was gonna be the boogie 2988 stream. But that didn't happen because I haven't got all the videos, all the research that I need in order to, in order to actually properly go into that rabbit hole. I would say Wonderland, but it's more like Horrorland because holy shit. The boogie story is absolutely insane, but
it's a blunderland.
I mean, there's a lot of lard you gotta weave your way through. It's like holy shit, dude. So no, I just said, you know what, fuck it. Because I wanted to stream today. I needed to stream today because Sundays are usually my day. Whoa. Yo, Wizard, hold up. What the fuck was that? Are you driving? Wizard. Whoa. Hold up. Yo, Wizard. You better now? Hello? You're unmuted. Okay, I don't know what the fuck was that. Yo, what's up, man?
Hey, well, I'm a Eric July fan. Why do you guys hate Eric so much?
So here's how it started out, man. To begin with, we hated Eric because he had a shitty ass comic book. And well, we didn't really hate Eric. We were criticizing Eric. And then Eric pulled a DC and a Marvel and decided to attack his critics. And it was like, wait a minute. You've been spending all this time on YouTube going after Marvel and DC, and now you're doing the same shit that they're doing to their fans. It's like, what the fuck is happening here? Well, then after that, it's the whole situation with the International School of Ministry and the hypocrisy there. And then it started to get into personal attacks. Like he started to go after people, started to take down channels. And then the Soska sisters was really kind of the tipping point. The doxing of Katie did. It wasn't good, man. It wasn't good. So it kind of it's devolved into this whole situation to where Eric is a morally questionable person at this point, and could he get better? Maybe, but like he's got to go on a redemption arc.
Well, Eric July, he made $9 million. Whoa. You guys are haters.
Doesn't matter. It does not matter. You can make all the money you want. That doesn't make you a good person. It doesn't make your comic quality. I mean, the Star Wars movies made a shit ton of money. The sequel trilogy made a shit ton of money. They're still shitty films.
Man, Eric July's changing the whole industry.
You think that Marvel and DC are being kept up at night? You think they're being kept up at night?
$9 million says yes.
Thinking about Eric July and the Rippaverse?
Hey, hey, Jessica, I'm surprised you fell for that, man.
No, man. When I started hearing the chuckling, I was like, wait a minute, this is fucking boxing historian. What the?
Okay. Yeah, I can't keep up that kind of act, bro.
Oh man, I tell you what. There are some people out there that are like that, though, like for real.
Yeah, I've encountered them.
I mean, we've all encountered them at this point.
Yeah, yeah, no
Yeah,
lie.
I don't get it, man. Like, what the what the fuck is wrong with Eric? I mean, like seriously, like going over like the progression, or maybe I should say the regression of this shit from where it was just him like putting out a shitty comic to then pulling a DC and Marvel and attacking his fans, and then you got the whole ISOM, the International School of Ministry stuff, and just being a total dumbass on that. This is like the Ricada stream with Eric July was like the last time Ricada actually made any fucking sense.
Yeah.
And then you got him hiring the fucking incest twins, the posting on Twitter of them in a white van, saying sexually implicated things about a kid, about a 5-year-old. It's like, hello?
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
What's happening here? And then there's no explanation as to why they did this, why Eric hired these girls despite all this crap, even though he's associated with the Blaze and supposed to be appealing to a Christian audience. A lot of hypocrisy going. And then, of course, the whole Katie Did thing where they were, talking about her and, putting out her personal information. It's like, that's not cool. You should never try and dox anybody. Even though I will say this, I am in possession of addresses when it comes to Eric. So just saying, things ever get too crazy, I got ammo in my back pocket. Not saying I'm gonna use it, but just saying it's there.
Shit, man. Hey, well, there's a certain somebody on YouTube that I love to put out his information out and never did. So, I mean, it's look, it's like this. When you have, when you have someone that does shit like that, or enables people to do these kind of things, sometimes that temptation can come upon you and say, "Look, man, I can do the same exact thing." But
hold on 1 sec, man. You good, Wizard?
Am I good? I don't know.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. What the fuck happened? Were you in a windstorm?
Yeah, I don't know. You guys were saying I was talking crazy, and I saw my audio levels, and they were in the red. I'm like, I don't know. Like, I've used this for StreamYard all the time, like just using it, never didn't change anything. And then,
dude, it sounded like you were in a hurricane. It was just like
I don't know if it was picking up my fan when it wasn't supposed to be, but like I didn't mess with any settings or anything. So
how close is your fan to the mic?
Very far away.
Oh, okay. I don't get it because I've got 2 fans going right now because it's hot as fuck down in East Tennessee. Yeah. Holy shit! But
yeah, I have an audio like sequencer thing that's supposed to block out background noise, but I don't know if it was just my cord made because my cord's kind of broken. Maybe it just was messed up or something.
Yeah. But I don't know. But it's you sound great now. You sound fine now.
Yeah, it's working now.
Yeah, better than I don't know if it was static or whatever, but
I thought you may have been in a car and like the window was rolled down or something.
No.
Or by an airport or some shit.
It's like, my brother, you can wait to hop on when you get home. Like, chill. Like, daggum.
I had Bro Sidon talking about like hopping on at random. Bro Sidon was on the Anti-Frogman Friday when I was hosting to everyone to show all their stuff. He had gotten, I think, in a bike accident like an hour or so before. He was talking about his book from the hospital, like hospital bed. Painkillers kicking in. He's getting loopy. And he's like, I gotta go. I'm talking nonsense. And I'm like, I told him, like, you don't have to come on. He's like, no, I'm fine.
getting fucking loopy on there. It's like, listen, guys, I don't know about y'all, but like, there's this nurse here. Oh my goodness, the things that I would do. Okay. I think we're good, man. I think
his girlfriend was there in the chat to support him, but she was like simping on Zombie Boy when he was shilling his thing.
Oh,
and
damn.
so I was like, we didn't know at the time. I was like, what? Like, we didn't know at the time that was Brosidon's girlfriend. But yeah, it was a wild stream.
Those are the best streams, though. But yeah, like I said earlier, tonight was supposed to be the Boogie stream, but I don't know, man. Like, I've just been out of it today. Like, I woke up still exhausted, and like I've had coffee and Mountain Dew going through my system all day, trying to be somewhat productive. But I was gonna do the Boogie stream tonight, and I was just like, I really don't want to have to sit through like 3 hours worth of Boogie videos. Like, I just don't feel like doing that shit today. So I was like, fuck it. We're just doing a random stream. Fuck it. But we'll do Boogie soon. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see how I feel tomorrow. But no, I've been wanting to talk about that fat fuck. And then, of course, like,
you guys can't hear my background, can you?
No, you good?
Okay.
No, yeah.
But no, I did post on the community tab that the Ricada body footage is supposed to come out sometime this week, so we'll be going live for that. Apparently, they are in the process of putting it on a thumb drive and sending that out because. You would think, okay, like they could send it through email. Well, apparently, like, there's legal issues with putting it through an email. I don't understand a lot of bureaucracy, that type of stuff, but it's coming. It's coming. It's supposed to be coming this week. But no, I just got on here. I was bored as fuck. I was like, let's do something. Let's just have some fun tonight. And I did put up this poll earlier. I guess we can talk about this for a bit. I was asking people like which genre of novels that appeals to them most, and the results are a little bit surprising. Like, I wasn't surprised that fantasy is like leading the pack, because I think, as far as like the written word, I think fantasy is probably like the most prevalent, at least. But and then sci-fi coming up in second, like that's not much of a surprise either. But nothing for romance. You know what that means, right? That means none of my audience has ever been laid.
It's the women. I would say none of them are women. Like, that's like the romance novels are like a woman thing.
That's true.
Shit, I want to see me some bitches, man, with some big titties.
My man.
I mean, who doesn't?
I mean,
it depends on if it's novels like novel or novel as in manga comic, like,
or graphic novels or some shit. Like.
Oh, I just meant novels, like in general, like like novels, graphic novels, any kind of
written literature in general.
Yeah, any kind of big, girthy book. You thought I was going to say penis for a second, didn't you?
Well, I mean, I don't know why you would. It was unrelated to the conversation.
Well, I mean, we are talking about romance, and usually in romance, that particular part of the male anatomy.
Now, hold on, Jesker. You're forgetting who you're talking to now. Like, I do not know the mechanics of how such a thing is supposed to go down. So.
Oh, that's right. You poor baby. I forgot.
All I know is what I've heard.
So I'm assuming you didn't. That's why you didn't vote for romance.
No, I didn't. I forget community tabs exist half the time. I don't like.
They're. It's kind of good to gauge like your audience, and at the same time, it's like if you're really busy, you can put something up. It's requires literally like 10 minutes worth of work. Like all of this shit right here, all these images are AI generated. So it was just it was nothing. So it was like, okay, I'm gonna put this up, get a little bit of engagement going. see what happens. Plus, I was just
I wish that
curious.
YouTube would like tell people better when community stuff is posted. Like they just don't sometimes. Like unless you're
Well,
on like home, then it'll show you. But otherwise, it's like I always go through subscriptions. I don't even do home. So
Well, if we're being honest, YouTube really could use they really could use like an update on everything, to be honest with you. Because
yeah,
like the last major overhaul of YouTube was a long time ago. I mean, it's been a
they
while.
add shorts. Like I would say they add shorts.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. And that's been how long ago? 2 years or something?
Probably yeah.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
So yeah, I'm actually, you know what? Now that you bring up the whole female reading romance novels, I'm actually looking at my analytics.
Female romance novel.
Yeah, because like
On,
I'm trying to see like how many
Don't-
female to male.
Tony looked at his analytics, and it was when I was streaming, it was 100% guys, and then when he streams, it's 99% guys and like 1% women or something like that. So he's like an average Tony stream versus an average Wizard stream.
Now I've got a little
watch.
bit more balance. So I've got 61.2% male, 38.8% female.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
That's a lot of females to be watching. You know, a geek comment. You know, a geek channel. You know what I'm
Yo, man, they want the JJ dick. You know what I'm saying?
saying?
Which I am single, ladies. I'm just putting that out there.
Whoa.
Let's see here.
Jesker disrespect over here.
I thought, hey, actually, I was about to bring up. I'm looking at the age range that watches my video. 13 to 17-year-olds, 0%.
Good.
Yeah, really. I don't.
We all know Kingdom Hearts is a grown man's game. So.
That's right, man. That's some serious shit. When you have a 15-year-old boy, his talking duck, his talking dog, that ain't some kid shit. That's some grown man shit.
Meeting Disney characters.
That's right. That's some grown man shit.
Power
Real
of friendship. For real, on God.
You think kids need to be watching them sharing Palpoo fruits? We all know what that's a metaphor. I mean, it's a metaphor. We know what it's for. Yeah.
We know what the light in the dark is really about.
That's right. What? Sealing keyholes with the keyblade? Uh-huh. I see you, Japan. I see what you're doing.
Yeah, you'd be surprised, though.
So 18 to 24 is 1.7% of my audience. That's a tad bit surprising. But then like the next two makes sense because this is kind of where I figured most of my audience would be. 25 to 34-year-olds, 23.8%. 35 to 44-year-olds, 34.8%. 45 to 54, 20.8. 55 to 64, 15%. I got some old people in this community. I mean, welcome to the channel. I'm not ageist or anything. Except if you're running for president, I have issues with that. Yeah. 65 plus 3.8%. So I've got an interesting mix. Some of it's a bit surprising, but I'm happy with that. It's diverse. See, I got the DEI. I'm diverse.
That's getting those extra money.
That's right. Let's see. Chat. What's up, Baki? Summer Swan says, I don't read romance, watch chick flicks, or listen to country love songs. I can't stand country. I'm just gonna be real.
Country.
I live in the South.
You haven't been listening to the right country. That's the problem.
I live in the South, and I swear to God, if I hear another country song going about I'm out here drinking beer, and
that's the thing. That's 2000s country, right? Like there was a shift within like 2010 to 2015 where a lot of country songs became party songs.
So they're
when
not.
Nashville became like a big like party, like basically when like country people started going to like country nightclubs and country nightclubs became a thing, it started getting to like partying, drinking, going out with the boys, all that stuff, and it was like they stopped being ballads and stories and all this stuff.
So they're not out here singing all of Texas has been in my exes, or whatever, however the song goes.
All my exes live in Texas.
Yeah, and all of Texas has been in my exes.
Yeah, there was like, especially like Nashville started signing random people, so there's like rappers that will sing just drinking songs about beer now, and that's considered country music, and it's like not right.
Beer drinking country song.
No, I don't know.
There's nothing country about it, like nothing
well,
cool.
Okay,
cool.
I guess old school country I've never really been a fan of, because it's just the same shit over and over and over.
Well, then if you go too far back, then you get into the sad the blues songs that are country songs, but they're about about the girl leaving you, like the stereotype girl leaving you, dog dying, that stuff, But
girl leaving
you get into, like, Red points out, like outlaw country, where there's like when you have like Big Iron, right? Like you've heard Big Iron by Marty Robbins, the theme of Fallout New Vegas, basically.
Oh yeah. I didn't know that's what it was called,
like
but yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Like that's a country song. Some people call that a Western song, but Western songs don't really exist, because a Western song is just what's not Eastern, which is like K-pop and J-pop and stuff, right? Like,
and see, that's more of my alley. Like, honest to God, I listen more to like J-pop and K-pop than I ever have country. But that's because I grew up on anime and I'm a fucking weeaboo. So
yeah, you get the weeb music.
Don't judge me. I was ahead of the game. For the love of God, manga is beating comic books now. I was ahead of the game. All right.
No, that makes you even worse. If you're a weeb,
hey, how is Demon Slayer?
I haven't seen Demon Slayer.
I was weebing out back when there was just unofficial translation dubs.
Dude, the old school translations of the Japanese shit was fucking wild back in the day. Oh, let's not forget like all the changes in the editing and stuff. Like, I mean, there's shit like that is censored in the old dubs that, like, you never would have suspected. Like, it was actually something else in the Japanese. It's kind of wild. I mean, like there's like the most famous example is probably the One Piece dub. Obviously, the 4Kids did. They changed a lot in that. Like switching out guns for water guns, calling the devil fruits the cursed fruits, like Sanji having a lollipop instead of a cigarette, all that stuff.
The 4Kids stuff.
Yeah. And then there's stuff like the Shadow Realm in Yu-Gi-Oh! And then you grow up and you find out, oh, the Shadow Realm doesn't even exist in the Japanese version.
Yeah.
Ain't that a bitch, though?
I've talked about that. I've only seen, 2 animes, and I've only watched the second one about halfway through, right? The main one is Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Like original Duel Monsters Yu-Gi-Oh. And, and so it's like, yeah, when people talk about like dubs and subs, it's like, yeah, like I'm a fan of one of the second most like notorious dubs, right? And is the Duel Monsters dub, especially for 4Kids and stuff, my Pokemon I'd probably say is the number one, just because of how known it is and how
yeah. Well, I wouldn't say. Well, see, to me, the Pokemon and the Yu-Gi-Oh dubs aren't necessarily bad.
No, not bad, just known. Like they're consumed a lot,
Yeah. Because
Dragon Ball was watched by a lot of people because it was on kids networks and stuff.
Because the Shadow Realm, given like all the use of dark magic in Yu-Gi-Oh, like the Shadow Realm seems like it would be a thing. You know what I mean? Like that yeah. Like the way that's written,
it fits better than just dying.
Yeah. Or in the case of like Bakura during Battle City, when he went like dueled against Bones and Bandit Keith's henchmen, like he straight up just sent them to hell, like just straight up.
Yeah.
And you never see
like
them
I said,
again.
even in the dub, like they're still just in the shadow realm. Like it's this equivalent. Like you never see them again, you know.
Yeah.
And then there's like moments like dark energy disc is stupid, you know,
Yeah.
because it's
yeah.
like one touch from the dark energy disc will send you to the shadow realm. It's like, how does that make any sense? Like,
Or the
why not
fact
get a
that
gun
or the
or
fact that
something?
the Millennium Rod has a hidden blade inside of it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
Oh,
then in the dub, it's just like he just touches it, like, and because it makes it like a cylinder, you know, and they cover over the cylinder,
Yeah.
and it just like barely
yeah.
changes it.
Yeah, they fucking. Yeah, one thing I noticed about that shit, man, they fucking. They did a lot of fucking editing and censoring and all their shit, man.
Yeah, like I said, I think the Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh dubs are fine, even though it does change them. And they're like there's a couple of issues with them. Like Merrick's motivation is a little different in the Japanese version than it is in the English dub. You know, in the English dub, you know, it makes it seem like he's resentful towards the Pharaoh for, you know, like the Pharaoh's existence of being a tomb keeper basically like dictated his whole life, and he was resentful because of it. In the Japanese version, like he actually believes that the Pharaoh is responsible for his dad being killed because he doesn't remember turning into Yami Merrick as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a little bit more. I guess you could say when it comes to the good Merrick, he's a little bit more redeemable in the Japanese version because it's kind of a misunderstanding as compared to the English version, where it's like, no, he just straight up hates the Pharaoh because being born as a tomb keeper, as a servant to the Pharaoh, basically just, you know, took away his freedom pretty much. Oh, and
Yeah, like yeah, watching when I was rewatching Yu-Gi-Oh a few years back, I was like looking at stuff that was different in the dub and the sub, you know, and
yeah,
how scenes, especially in the first arc, were like cut out, like Aya and Bakura and Tristan climbing up like the castle wall, and how like she makes them all blindfold themselves so they can't look up her skirt, and like, you
yeah,
know, like all that stuff, and like Mai and Taya taking a shower or something, or like something like that, or like they burst in on Mai taking a shower, stuff like that, like
yeah,
a lot of that in that duelist kingdom arc.
yeah. It's, you know, it's there's a few things there that just it does change the context a little bit, but overall, like I don't think the 4Kids dub of Yu-Gi-Oh was a bad dub by any stretch.
No, you know, and then
Especially,
like Pokemon had its moments of like the jelly donuts and all that stuff, but I don't think anyone's too
yeah.
like. I don't think there's any like Pokemon sub purists out there.
My
No.
grandpa's anime has no bad dubs.
Oh God.
What's up?
You know, speaking of Pokemon, what's your opinion on the Pokemon dub?
Um. So as long as you look at it as a comedy, because it's clearly supposed to be a comedy, it's fine. But I grew up with Digimon, and Digimon was much less of a comedy, although it was still funny a lot. So it kind of made me sick of the Pokemon dub.
Hmm.
So yeah, I after Johto, I just completely fell off the dub. I didn't stop
Oh
loving
yeah.
Pokemon. I just didn't care for the dub. I
Well,
started finding Ash annoying, and
I
you know.
think they should have, and like I mean, this isn't a dub thing, but I think Ash's story should have came to an end with Johto because that's when he had the match with Gary, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I
Okay,
thought he had
yeah.
the match with Gary in the first one.
Gary, because didn't Gary lose to Giovanni?
Oh,
Well,
that's what it
yeah.
was.
If you can count that,
Okay, wait, wait, wait,
Giovanni was
wait,
kind of cheating
He
using
had
OP
wait, because
Pokemon.
who was the
he had
didn't
fucking
he have
Mewtwo.
Dragonite?
No, he had
Yeah,
Mewtwo.
wait,
Yeah,
didn't he have Dragonite? Because I remember the arc where before he gets to Joe or gets to the other city, he goes to the island
The
And he
Orange
goes and
Islands.
yeah, I forget. Yeah, wasn't it that island? And one of the last person he duels with is the person with the Dragonite.
I think so. I think that was a guy who sort of looks like Gary, a guy named Drake.
Oh my
Oh,
god,
was
dude!
okay.
Like I just remembered. I don't remember much of the Orange Islands, to be honest with you. I know that Tracy was a thing.
Yeah, the Orange Islands was cool because it showcased a different type of gym that we wouldn't see until like the seventh generation of the Pokemon games.
Yeah,
Um, and plus, it had it had cool characters, but they never showed up anywhere else.
yeah. Hey, hold up,
Like
Extra.
Professor Ivy showed up in one of the movies,
Who's
but
talking on
that's
the
it.
keyboard?
I don't think that's keyboard. That's like.
Oh no, that was me unwrapping a box, doing an
Sound
unboxing,
like popcorn.
if you will.
Oh, okay.
You're just like. And I'm like,
That shit
like
sound
you're
like
popping
popcorn,
bubble wrap.
dog.
But no, yeah, like the Orange Islands. Let's see. I remember Tracy, and I remember what's Pokemon's name? Latios or not Latios? The
Lugia.
the Loch Ness monster one that they rode around on.
Oh, Lapras.
Lapras, yes, Lapras. And I know
some things.
I know that Pokemon 2000 takes place during the time period of the Orange Islands.
Yes.
Wait, are those movies canon?
They're can well,
Kinda?
yeah, they're canon to the anime. Yeah.
Oh,
But then
The later movies, the later Pokemon movies seem less canon because they run into like Arceus and Giratina and shit like that, and obviously they'll never mention them again in the show. So yeah, but the first movies, yeah, they're canon for sure.
Arceus, who is in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven.
Are kids still pledging the allegiance to the flag?
Shit, I don't know.
It
Probably
depends
not.
on as the resident youngster.
Mm-hmm.
It depends on the state. I know. I went to school in Illinois. They, or the federal government made it where it wasn't mandated. Then it was up to the states. And Illinois made it where they were going to do it, and then I think they changed it. I know it just came back into trending on Twitter where a lot of boomers were like, "You got to pledge allegiance to the flag," and it was just more like, "Yeah, you kind of don't." Like in my mind, it's like, "Yeah, you don't." You really because it's like the thing about pledging allegiance to the flag is what like when you actually hear the words you're saying, you know, you're like, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, you know. And
We just did it because we didn't want to get in trouble.
Well, to
Yeah.
me, it's because given everything I know about our government and like how corrupt everything is now, to me, it just would be really hard these days. You know what? I guess.
yeah,
That's why they don't make you do it as an adult.
Yeah, because
Like you don't have to do it before you. Not like before you start work. Although you gotta do the pledge of allegiance. Then you gotta. Even calling it the pledge of allegiance is so dark.
Can you imagine going into work every morning and it's like, all right, before you all go into being wage slaves, we have to pledge allegiance to the flag. It's like, yes, sir. If you don't do it, you don't get paid.
If it was on the clock or not, right? Like if you pledge allegiance and then clock in, then it's
Yeah,
like,
I feel like big companies
Clock in
like
and-
Google and Apple probably have like the employees say like mantras before they start their day or something like that.
yeah. It's
I mean,
something
I
weird.
wake up every morning with my morning prayers to Arceus. I don't know about you heathens, but
I wake up every day and thank the white man for the sunrise.
oh God. I wake up every day and thank the white man for the sunrise.
For the sunrise. Make the sunrise in the morning.
White people just a joy to be around, Robert.
Yeah. White woman's body is a temple. Black woman's body like the temple of doom.
Oh,
When's the last time you seen a black woman jog?
So
Exactly.
on this note, I decided to go back and watch Black Dynamite. Have y'all ever seen that? It's like the precursor to Boondocks.
I watched.
I don't think I have.
It's not nearly as clever. It's a lot more crude.
Yeah,
not as funny.
I was like way too young to have watched it, but I watched it a few times. The
Yeah,
ads were really cool back then. It was like, wow, look at this cool show.
Yeah, I mean, animation pretty good. Had a black cast, so that was something. They had celebrity cameos, but half the time they were real. Well, not half the time. About 10% of the time they were real. Because they were never shown in the good light. And even if they were real, they weren't playing themselves. They were playing someone else. Like, yeah, Snoop Dogg playing generic pimp number 5,000 from his career. Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
You know, we need to bring the Boondocks back. I mean, we need it now more than ever.
They're gonna.
I literally just watched the video like a few weeks ago that said we don't need to bring this back because it's big. But they say it's because it's still relevant.
Yeah, like it still works.
Right.
With what they're wanting to do with it, and you can watch it at any point. It's still besides.
You know me, I'm always pro. I don't want to say reboot, but pro continuing something.
Oh yeah, I would.
And if it takes form, if it takes place as a reboot, that's not as good for me. But I'm still happy about it because I still have the old thing.
Yeah, if they bring it back, I want it to be in the same continuity as the old.
Yeah.
Show. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, there's a lot you could do with like a lot of the modern pop culture references, or like it basically make a parody of like Louder and Prouder in a way, like this being
that would be genius.
How you're gonna kind of make fun of the fact that shows will come back to modern times and be like hyper modern.
Oh yeah.
And be like, well, like this isn't gonna age well as the original show did, kind of thing.
Speaking of aging well, would we want the characters to have aged or just stay the same?
Well, if you age them up, like, because the voice of the grandpa is dead, so if you age him up, you wouldn't have to have him on.
That voice is also like well known by every black person in the world, so they can find a replacement.
Let me throw this out. What if they bring it back and Grandpa is dead?
Yeah, they could.
Like that.
But the problem is
that could be like part of the plot of season 1. It's like there's some kind of drama or plot line that's from Grandpa dying. The
problem is he's not like a generic grandpa. He actually had a life of his own and like a very specific type of life.
Oh yeah, well
that you can't just replace.
He's kind of like the Joker. His past was kind of multiple choice.
Yeah.
No one knows how old Robert Freeman is.
And who else is gonna? Because I'm assuming we're still gonna have Uncle Ruckus. Who else is gonna be like his chess partner? Like Huey's not gonna put up with that shit. Riley's definitely not gonna put up with it. There's no one. And not even what's the guy with the white wife? Tom. Tom wouldn't even put up with that.
Yeah, Mr. Dubois.
Oh God.
Mr. Dubois. Yeah.
And the daughter wouldn't either. I forget her name.
Oh, if they did have Grandpa die, they could have some kind of episode where the ghost of Grandpa and the ghost of Stinkmean are.
Oh.
They could use like archive audio or something. Do that.
But here's the thing. I think one of the reasons you bring a show back is because you like the characters. So I don't think we should kill him off just because the actor died.
I do want to see Riley and Huey aged up though, because I kind of want. I mean, we all assume the show like was taking place at the time it was coming out.
Yeah.
Which would be around the Obama era. So I would hope.
Do we want an aged up Huey?
Yeah, I do.
We definitely don't want an aged up Riley.
I mean, aged up Riley's. I mean, Hey, let's be real. H.F. Riley's probably in jail.
True.
And
Unless we're gonna give him a rap career.
H.F. Huey is probably in jail too, but not for the same reason.
Right.
He was just too smart for the government. And they went after him.
H.W. Huey. They tried to George Floyd him.
Pretty much.
So yeah.
Extra hero, you're making me hungry. Even though I don't think you're
my bad. You know what? I didn't realize that all this shit was covered in plastic for some reason.
It's like my fat guy brain is just like it's like Chips Ahoy.
Let me mute for a little bit while I unwrap this.
Yeah,
do it really fast and loud while you're muted.
Yeah, you can open up your flashlight later. But no, for me, like I would like to see them to bring it back, and I guess you would have to age up the characters so that they can make commentary on the shit going on today. Because, bro, can you imagine how that show would handle Donald Trump?
Huey never needed to be aged up. He's cynical enough at that age.
But then what's the explanation?
He was talking about R. Kelly.
But what's the
if you can talk about R. Kelly, then you don't need to grow anymore. You're there.
You could do a lot if you still root it back in like 2008 or not. Like you could do like a swine flu outbreak, right?
I
and
just
have
wanna...
it be like a pandemic, or do a pandemic episode it's something else. It's something stupid, right? Like I
just want to see them tackle Trump. Like
I want Trump
and I don't mean
ran for president back in 2012. Trump wanted to run for president back in 2012. So it's like you can just have him run for president.
I mean, literally though, I want them to tackle Donald Trump. Like I want Huey to tackle Donald Trump, like he did that
physically tackle.
Yeah, like in that Fox News episode.
Well, the thing is, so the original show takes place in the Obama era, and Trump sort of rose to more prominence like during that time. So
where's his
we wouldn't help. We would have to talk about him because he's too big of a pop culture figure.
The birther thing, right? Like the
show me your birth certificate. He was
one of the big spearheads of that, and he had basically teased running since 08 and 012 or 012 in 2012. So
let's be honest here. The reason that Donald Trump ran for president is because Obama pissed him off. I mean, let's just be
yeah.
So he didn't really try to hide that much.
We could really thank Obama for Trump. Thanks, Obama.
or don't thank Obama, depending on your opinion on Trump.
Michelle.
But you can also thank Obama for Joe Biden too.
Yeah.
So.
So you can, when you say thanks Obama, you can say it genuinely, or you can say it sarcastically, like it's supposed to be said.
Yeah. Trump ran for president because of Obama, and then he won, and then Obama was like, Michelle, I created a monster.
I love the meme. It's a thanks Obama meme. It's a guy trying to dip a big cookie into a small glass of milk, and he can't get the cookie in. And it's like, thanks Obama.
Speaking of which, what do y'all think about what's going on with the election? Like this shit.
This is not the channel for that, sir. You're confusing it with your other channel.
Get that out of here.
This shit is ridiculous, dog.
Get that out of here. The only election we want to hear about is what's a pop culture related joke?
I'll give you a minute.
Well, do we want Huey Freeman to have a romance plot?
You want Huey Freeman to run for president?
Do you think Huey and Jasmine would be the couple? I guess that's what we want, right?
I mean, that's what I want, but I don't want them to make it cliche. You know what I mean?
Well, neither of those characters are cliche, so I don't know how you could.
I'm just trying to think, like, what Huey and Jasmine being older, like, how to play out with them.
Now I'm starting to wonder, could it be Riley and Jasmine? Because Riley ruined her Christmas.
Now you're getting into shipping. You're shipping now.
Now I'm trying to think. Was there any hint of chemistry between Riley and Jasmine?
See,
Like,
without really watching Boondocks, because I haven't actually seen any of the episodes really. My brain is too fried. I hear Riley and I think of Clippa, and I hear Jasmine and I think of trying to find Jasmine.
Oh wow,
It's
that's a fun
Rippaverse
connection
is
you
fried
made.
brain.
yo, that's fucking crazy.
Is there any Tom involved in the Rippaverse nonsense?
I mean,
Well, his
okay.
Isom's gay lover is Bramford. It's Samford, not Bramford. It's Samford.
So Ricada,
I know there's no Ruckus.
Ricada did that stream with Eric July.
Eric is the rush.
I guess Eric is Ruckus.
And then
Well-
later on, Turkey Tom did a video about Ricada.
Oh, there we go.
6 degrees of Boondocks.
Now some people may say that's stretching it a bit, and they're right.
What's Jasmine's mom's name?
Mrs. Newman.
Shut up.
First name.
Shit, what is Tom's wife? What is her name?
You're asking.
It's pretty racist. You don't know the name of the white woman.
I just think of her as generic white bitch.
I think she started off as generic, then she got less and less so.
Who I'm pretty sure canonically has slept with Obama.
Obama, and did she sleep with Usher? No, Usher. Usher was just playing around.
Yeah, that was just Tom being paranoid. But no, I think she probably did canonically sleep with Obama.
Yeah, and almost slept with Chris Brown.
Whoa. Who?
Tom's wife.
Tom who?
On the Boondocks.
Tom from the Boondocks.
In a fictional universe.
Hey, you know what? Do you know whose fault that is? That's Tom. You know why? Tom was a bitch.
So that episode where he got possessed by not Ruckus, Stinkmeaner was fucking crazy. Tom, what's gotten into you? The same thing that's about to get into you.
He was like Majin Tom.
No, the episode. My favorite episode with him is the one where his ass was about to go to prison for something he didn't do.
I knew you were gonna say that. I mean, that was obviously a Huey focused episode, but you couldn't have got there without the Tom shit.
Remember the two wiggers that was played by fucking
Charlie Murphy and someone else. Samuel Jackson. Wow! What a
post up on the motherfucking arrow.
Wow! I don't. What would the takes be if those characters came out today?
Oh Lord!
Everyone would be insufferable about it.
Oh man, people be bitching about that.
Damn.
That's one reason why I appreciate the Boondocks. That show just did not give a fuck, and I love it for it.
It sort of like made me understand what Adult Swim was trying to go for.
Yeah,
in a good way.
That era of Adult Swim was like the last great era of Adult Swim before it kind of went down.
I honestly forgot that they kept going after that.
Dude, Adult Swim is
still around now.
Yeah, it's still around now. But you notice, and I'll say this: the one episode where what's his name, fucking Uncle Ruckus sat up here and told them dudes from New Orleans, and this was around that time. He said, I hope they blow up more levees.
Damn.
Dude, the best thing on Adult Swim now, honest to God, is Toonami. And that's it. Because Toonami's technically considered part of Adult Swim now.
Didn't Toonami like
that
just...
go ahead.
If you have like Crunchyroll or anything like, isn't that just it's null and void? Like it's just.
I said it was the best thing on Adult Swim. I didn't say it was great.
So I think Riley would have to be with Jasmine because he's like the ultimate bad boy, right? And she's like the ultimate good girl. It's a tale as old as time.
Like a yin and yang
Grease.
type of thing.
I
Yeah.
was just watching a video on that about Avatar ships. Funny enough, and that's one of the things for Zutara that people people wanted was the bad boy and the good girl kind of thing, kind of dynamic.
I mean, let's be real here. Girls love that type of thing. Like they love the bad boy.
Yeah, they eat that up. They love Zuko, man. Like they were all over that back then.
I will never fucking forget that panel though with the what the hell is her name? Holy shit, Zuko's sister. Azula. Yeah, how the fuck did I forget that crazy bitch?
Was that the fire lady?
Yeah, Zuko's sister.
Yeah.
Like her voice actress straight up said if they went on like if Zuko and Azula went on an adventure, she'd come back pregnant. I'm like, whoa.
Wait, which show is this?
Avatar.
Last Airbender.
I'm like,
oh, yeah.
Whoa. Okay. Which, given some of the stuff that came out by the voice actress later on, that doesn't surprise me. But
yeah, she said some messed up stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but at the same time,
I don't ever want to hear anything any voice actor has to say.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna tell you that must be real hard to consume any cartoons or animation there extra.
I'm gonna tell you something. Tara Strong and the bitch that played Boma back in the day. Those are two bitches I don't want to hear from ever.
Wait, what did she do?
Tara's been. Tara can be real lefty. I know that much. It's Hollywood. You take it when you get it, kind of like it. What are you gonna do, right?
So here's my thing though. Like, even though that Azula comment is crazy, honest to God, I could see her doing some shit like that. Like, because Azula's fucking nuts.
We must keep the bloodline pure, Zuzu.
That and she can use that baby as leverage.
It's the true Fire Lord, Zuzu.
She could be like, "Oh, little Zuzu, I think you'll do whatever I say if you want to keep this kid safe." It's like, oh shit.
It's like, why does the kid have 3 eyes? Don't worry. Whose kid is that?
And if they do a Boondocks reboot, they wouldn't have to turn anyone gay because they already had gay characters in the universe.
When you go to prison, booty's the most important thing in your life.
Yo, I know they were making fun of everybody in that show.
Yeah,
that's why
anybody could get it.
I loved it. I was like, this show's rated E for everyone, man. That was so fucking fantastic. I mean, dude, I remember when I rewatched all of it, I was like, this shit's fucking genius.
Yeah, it is.
Honestly, if you think about it, right now, of course, Simpsons came before and whatnot, but the last original funny TV series of that caliber was Boondocks. Let's just be honest, because there was no other kind of one that blurred that line where people wasn't getting emotional and shit.
Yeah,
because a lot of the ones that came after it, it's like the humor's not there. I'm not sure about Rick and Morty or.
I couldn't do Rick and Morty. For some reason, it just doesn't work for me. Oh, I'd say a show like sort of in a similar vein that's really funny is BoJack Horseman on Netflix. If you've ever seen it,
I have never seen BoJack Horseman.
Heard of it?
It holds up so much that I thought that I would try to get into like adult animation, and no other shows even come close. So it was a failed experiment.
BoJack for me is one of those shows I probably shouldn't watch because of the stuff that it covers. But
it covers everything. As the seasons go on, it covers everything.
Yeah.
So Rick and Morty, like, I found it funny, but it was never a show I could just stick to. Like, I wasn't tuning in every week to watch a new episode. You know what I mean?
I wonder if you have to be like a big fan of like Back to the Future to like really
not even to like it. It's Back to the Future in the sense that it was built upon a short. It was like Doc and Marty, and it was like a random like thing, and it kind of became its own thing. But otherwise, like Back to the Future, they do time travel one time, and it was like in the whatever like season before last or 2 seasons ago, And the whole joke is that time travel is like contrived and stupid, and so they have to
Oh,
do
it
it to
is.
like because they go up in space, right? And Rick has to change the space tire, and then Morty wants to like go outside, and he's like, no, you got to stay in the car, and it's dangerous out in space, and he's like, there's nothing out here, and he takes like one step outside and gets bit by a space snake,
Oh, damn.
and then they're like, he got bit by a space snake, and then they kill the snake, and then they get all worried about like, oh, we just killed this snake, and Morty's all like concerned about it. So he buys a snake from the pet store and like throws it into space so that it would make its way back to the home planet. And then so his Earth snake lands on this sentient snake planet, and it like causes like it's a chain of events that causes chaos in that on that planet. So they have to invent a like snake Terminator to go back and kill like it was a whole thing. Like to solve the problem, they basically give time travel to the snakes, and that causes them to have to make like a snake Terminator from the future. Someone makes a snake Terminator, and there's basically like the joke is that there's endless Terminators coming back to stop the person that started the time travel. So then they're like, it just ruins the whole society, all because Morty wanted to care for this snake, space snake's feelings or something like that. But there's these scenes that are all told in hissing. All the snake stuff is they don't talk. They just hiss, and they're like animate this whole like love story and like this whole like the government's trying to figure stuff out and like it's all just like the whole time, stuff like that is what makes Rick and Morty like oh, we're doing this right. Then there's other times where they had this storyline they were kind of pushing towards, and they were doing that, and then randomly the storyline just gets resolved, and then they like kind of point at the camera and laugh like you were a fool for getting invested kind of thing. And that like a lot of people didn't like that. They're like, what the heck is that about? And then in the recent season they actually went back to following the storyline that it's like, oh, okay, like we're in there. And then so it like there's those times where the episodic nature and the serial nature kind of ebbs and flows, but then otherwise it's like callbacks and stuff like that kind of keeps together. But Rick and Morty can be funny a lot of the times, depending on who's writing it, when they try to make Rick, because Rick is like an asshole. But if they make Rick right, then he's annoying because he's an asshole that's right. But when Rick is wrong, and he's proven wrong, then you kind of have those moments where they're like, Rick is wrong and he's an asshole, and we kind of like that, right? That happens. Or when Morty, who's supposed to be like the juvenile, optimist, has to get like brought down to earth really hard, and then he's like called stupid, and it's like, okay, like you don't like that, but then there's other times where he's rewarded for that, kind of thing. So it's just, it can be frustrating to watch sometimes. It just depends on how fourth wall breaky they try to get, and all this stuff. But then other times it's like, this is like Keith David's the president, and he fights with Rick by using a bunch of like stuff that the government had made, like inventions and stuff like that. And it's like they fight in the White House, and they go through all the secret tunnels. Like, here's where we faked the moon landing and the Kennedy assassination. And then they fight like the secret like Harry Truman murder children, stuff like that, like random stuff like that, where they're just like, here's this,
Sounds like you're describing a Family Guy episode.
Well, it's that, but it fits in like Family Guy will just do it for the sake of doing it. Rick and Morty will do it for like joke world building, basically. It's just like, yeah, because we're the U.S. government, so we have all this random stuff. Like, they have to go to another dimension or something like that, and they watch Rick and Morty and how to like do it, and they're just playing Minecraft the whole time. So when the government makes the portal, they build like a black rectangle, and they light it with a lighter like an ender portal, and then they because that's how they learn how to do it from watching them play Minecraft, stuff like that. It was just funny.
Yeah. So earlier when I said I don't care about what voice actors say, I don't even care about what real actors say. So I'm definitely not going to care about what voice actors say.
But there are gods, Extra Hero. You're supposed to put so much stock into what they say.
I don't even want to know their names. Just do your job.
Extra Hero, one chick that's a voice actor that I do want to hear from because she looks so goddamn good is her first name starts with L, her last name starts with B. Laura Bailey.
Laura Bailey?
Yeah.
Yeah, Laura Bailey, not bad.
I never want to know what they look like because it ruins my immersion. But
I agree.
I know what she looks like now because of the Last of Us show.
I agree with Dexter Hero though, because like, just shut up and do your job. Like, just act, entertain.
Yeah.
Me.
Well, I mean, if they're here's okay,
Dance.
I got you guys. Now, here's what I would say, right? If they're being interviewed in there, because like back in the day, like what's his name, Wayne Grayson, if the dude that played who was the blonde haired motherfucker that was Yu-Gi-Oh's friend?
Oh, Joey.
Joey
Wheeler.
He also played
or whatever the weebs say.
Or as they say in Japanese, Janosuke.
Okay, that's Janosuke, which I like it better. Janosuke, that's the I forget which
he's
character.
Got to be from Brooklyn for some reason, otherwise he's not really.
You can see a Janosuke getting with Mai, but you couldn't really see a Joey.
But he he also played Brock, if I'm not mistaken, or something like that. But regardless,
Brock was played by the actor that played Seto Kaiba.
Okay, that was the other guy, but he plays somebody else.
Screw the rules. I'm in love with Nurse Joy.
Screw the rules. I'm horny.
Now I see when certain voice actors, when they're interviewed and they have certain things to say when they're interviewed, I get that. But I do agree when they start, because some of these guys, I ain't gonna lie, be sounding like SJWs when they be talking, with some of the stuff that they spew out, and I'm like, man.
But that's Hollywood.
Yeah.
Though.
When it's someone with like the platform saying the dumb thing, you're like, oh come on, right? Like it's like what is this? And yeah, the voice actors have that bad because I think it's just such an artsy fartsy kind of world there.
Well, let me ask you this though: how much of that is really the actors' fault that they can't shut the hell up about anything besides acting, and how much of that is our fault as a culture because we have idolized? I mean, in a lot of ways, like for our culture, like we look at these actors and actresses, we've kind of turned them into like Greek gods almost, and we put so much stock in their opinion.
Well, if you're watching the Percy Jackson movie, they are Greek gods.
That is also true.
I mean,
Gal Gadot is a demigod.
Yeah.
But like at the end of the day, they are people, right? And if we
allegedly
the wizard people,
I question that when it comes to Kanye West.
If we so easily give our opinions out, right? Like we give our opinions out on things all the time, and then we get mad at the celebrity when they do it. It's just because we disagree with it, kind of thing. Unless you're like really strong moral conviction, and then you're like, I don't like it, even if I agree with it.
The difference between that though is that, like for example, my channel is literally a pop culture channel. Like that's the premise. I'm not an actor.
Yeah.
Like I'm not.
If it's a tweet, right? Like if it's literally like because I'm talking about like tweet wise, like we respond to tweets, and something happens, we'll talk crap about Eric July, whatever, right? And besides Extra Hero, who doesn't do it? If we want to, it's the same. Like usually the 99% of brain dead celebrity takes are on Twitter because they're sitting there and they see the article and they retweet it, they quote tweet it, whatever. And they're like, yeah, Trump's dumb or the Republicans are racist and whatever the heck, right? You see it the 99% of the time there. When it comes out into the work, you're like, oh, now you're going too far, buddy, right? Like it's in the work now. You're letting it taint it, right?
But this is why I have my stance on the actors. They're not even writers, so it can't come out into the work. So
unless they do if there's acceptance speeches where they ad lib or live shows where they can.
Well, yeah, if they're getting awarded, let them speak their mind.
Or, if a character's written a certain way, then it's the director. If the voice actor was like, well, I'm reading this billionaire like I'm Trump, right? And I'm going to do a Trump voice, or I'm going to say Trump words or something like that. The writers didn't write it, but I'm going to do it. Then the director signs off on it, right? That happens, too. It's, and that's just the Hollywood, the kind of like past 8 to 10 years kind of stranglehold of like, yeah, we don't like these guys, so we'll just stick it to them because we need to stick it to them, right?
Well, to a certain extent, though, you have to be able to separate the art from the artist.
Yeah, like I said, once if it ever gets into the work, then you're like, okay, it's interfering in the work, right? Yeah. But when Tara and Mark Hamill used to read Trump tweets and the what's her face's tweets in Joker and Harley's voice, right? They used to do videos like that, and it was like har har har. Right?
Okay.
And
I'm gonna be honest with you though. Like
That sounds funny.
fuck the political context. That just sounds fucking hilarious.
yeah, but it's just like
More
and
Joker,
when
please.
You do that,
More Harley.
and it's like they depending on what Harley voice did, because Harley kind of went downhill. No one wants to talk about, but Tara Strong Harley voice went downhill after a while.
Oh, I mean,
you listen to her and like Batman Arkham City and listen to her in Batman Arkham Knight.
Is she still doing the Harley voice?
Off and on, yeah. She does
She
it.
can't
She did
do
in
it?
Suicide Squad.
She can't do it, man.
Oh, so she did Harley in Suicide Squad?
Yeah, because she's the Rocksteady Harley after Arlene Sorkin retired. She did.
Didn't the other one die?
She retired.
Oh, she
died now, but yeah, she retired. That's why she did. Then she died. That's why she died a few years ago. But no, so she did it in Arkham City, and she's completely different because she's doing like an impersonation of Arlene Sorkin. Then they're just like for Arkham Knight, they're like, do your own thing, and I think it really started with Injustice. Like, do your own thing, and then she just turned up to like Timmy Turner, Harley Quinn. Now is kind of what she does, and I'm like, it grates my ear holes, nails on a chalkboard, especially in Arkham Knight. But you want to talk about the second best Harley that should do it now and who has done it a few times is actually the second Harley, which is Hynden Starfire from Teen Titans and Princess Bubblegum. She voiced her in the Batman show.
Really?
She actually is a nice soft Harley that kind of has that like cutesy kind of voice, but it's like it's not grating on the ear holes like Tara Strong is now.
She got more of a so she has the cutesy little voice, but some of her other work, she had a very sexy type voice for like the older characters she played.
Hey, Mr. J, don't you want to rev up your Harley?
What is the Batman show? Is it based off the movie?
The Batman was back in 2004 or 5. It's kind of like an anime sort of Batman, but not really. It's done. The character design was done.
It came on Kids WB Saturday.
It was on Kids WB, yeah. It's Kids WB Saturday morning. It's really good. Like if you want, like it's the first season is like darker and kind of like gritty, kind of like animated series, but like actual visually darker. Characters are completely different. Joker is like has like green dreadlocks, and he's like kind of like black coated, but then they changed that later to where he's not.
He's almost like his body and his mannerisms is almost
are animalistic.
Like orangutan.
Like
Blanca.
He'll hang
very Blanca.
He'll hang off of his feet.
Yeah,
he'll hang by his feet. He'll perch. He has like bare feet, right? He has bare feet.
And he's in a straight jacket and shit.
Yeah, then they changed that to a suit later. But yeah, the Batman was a really good show. It retained its quality. They changed it a few times because they're like, well, let's add Batgirl because he needs a sidekick, but we're on a bad embargo, right? So we can't use Scarecrow, can't use Robin, can't use Commissioner Gordon.
Oh no, they did have a Robin.
Yeah, they eventually introduced it, right? So we can't have Robin because Teen Titans was on at the same time, right?
Remember,
they brought in Robin.
Hey, which Robin was it? Was it Dick or?
It was Dick, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But remember,
now Wizard was on at the same time. They couldn't.
Now, Wizard, my bad. I just want to point this out. If you notice, the Justice League Unlimited series came out around that same time, right? And they couldn't use the Joker. Now they referenced Joker because I rewatched the Justice League series, Justice League and Justice League Unlimited.
Mm-hmm.
So when I watched through the Justice League Unlimited series, Joker was referenced like once or twice, and Nightwing was used one. He was in one of the episodes of I believe Huntress, and he has the cameo.
I can tell you exactly that. So it's Huntress and Black Canary going to Roulette's underground fighting ring when she's like mind controlling the other super women, right? They go to Bloodhaven for that. As they're passing through Bloodhaven, it's a shot of gargoyles, and for a split second, it's Nightwing is replacing one of the gargoyles. They don't call attention to it in any way, but they did that without permission because DC would not let them do that. Like you cannot have these characters in the show. They were like, "Fuck you, Nightwing's in the shot." Right?
Yeah, he was. He was real quick.
They basically said DC eat a dick.
Yeah, it was basically that. Like There was a lot of like you're talking about Justice League Unlimited. They had Devil Ray in like in one of the early episodes who like is basically Black Manta in all but name, and he's called Devil Ray because they couldn't use Black Manta for like because they were doing a movie or something. They're working on a movie. Like DC was so bad about like if someone got the rights to it, they had it wholesale. Or it was like you're gonna confuse people. That was the big thing with the bad embargo, was especially with the Batman had it. Where you can't have Robin on.
AKA they thought the fans were stupid.
They thought the fans were stupid. You can't have Robin on the Batman the same time the Teen Titans is on, because then people are gonna think that's the same Robin and they're gonna get confused. You can't have you can't use Ra's al Ghul, you can't use Scarecrow, and you can't use Commissioner Gordon because Batman Begins is coming out. We don't want people to get confused.
Well, now
once that movie was done, then they brought him on.
To be fair, for the longest time, I thought that Teen Titans, the animated series, was in the Bruce Timm universe, and I thought that the Robin there was the Tim Drake Robin.
Well, he is dressed in his. He looks like Tim Drake is supposed to look.
Right.
Teen Titans Robin does, and he's Dick Grayson. Well, he's never specifically mentioned as Dick Grayson. He just hinted at it twice and basically spelled out. With the Fifth Dimension imp character, but yeah, like and he has like that kind of like Jason Todd grittiness. So like they kind of just amalgamized the Robins.
Well,
pretty much.
Okay, now let me say something about that because I kind of find that little shit all interesting, right? Because it makes sense now. Now I remember in one of the episodes of Static Shock, right? I believe it must have been, was it the third season? I think it was it had to have been the third season. It was the third season where Static meets Batman again, because Batman guest starred in the first. He guest starred in the first episode of the second, third, and fourth season of Static. And the second one, the second season, Robin was in the first episode, but in the third season, the first episode of the third season, Robin wasn't in the episode. And he asked, "Hey, where's Robin?" He said,
Where's Robin?" He said, "He's with the Teen Titans."
Yeah.
And then he's like, "You'll find that out soon enough," or something like that. Or
so why wasn't it in the Tim Bruce universe? Why did they change what?
So this is the way I understand it. Apparently, it was originally going to be in the Bruce Timm universe, and some of the concepts, like it was going to be the Tim Drake Robin, but the Bruce Timm universe was kind of headed towards its end, and so they didn't make any kind of direct connection between Teen Titans and the Bruce Timm universe.
Yeah, because even like Static, besides its crossover episodes, isn't so tied to the Bruce Timmiverse, right? Because it's like it had Dwayne McDuffie and all that producing, but it wasn't like a Bruce Timm show,
Yeah,
it wasn't.
He did. Okay, I will say this because did Zeta ever appear in Static at all? No, he only appeared in Batman, I think.
Batman Beyond appeared in Static.
Yeah. Okay, then Zeta never.
And then Batman Beyond appeared on Zeta, but I don't think Zeta never really. Besides in Justice League Unlimited, where they referenced the original model of the robots, that he's never really tied Zeta in with anything else.
Okay. Now remember the crossover episode where they met the Justice League of the Future and Batman Beyond's timeline.
And Static's there for that, yeah.
Right, there's a six, and then of course Terry McGinnis is like in his late 20s, 30s or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So
because I think even Static meets, where they talk about his old self in that episode where Static goes to the Batman Beyond future. They talk about, because they mention his son, like, oh, you're with your son or something like that. Like they do mention like you're a great hero in the future, Static, and then so you either see him then in that episode, or that in Justice League Unlimited was the first time you saw future Static, but he was hinted at of being around at that point.
Oh, okay.
There was also like Batman Beyond had the embargo affected where in the Justice League of the Future, Big Barda is on the team, whereas originally it was supposed to be Wonder Woman, and they couldn't get the rights to use Wonder Woman in Batman Beyond.
That was strange because you had Big Barda, and then you have Aqua Girl, and then Warhawk.
Warhawk, yeah.
Warhawk,
and then the Green Lantern kid there too.
Which when he first appeared in Batman Beyond, there was no reference. Oh, he's Hawk Girl and Green Lantern's son. But it's
Yeah.
kind of interesting.
Yeah, growing up, I always assumed Teen Titans was in the Bruce Timm universe, and I thought that the Robin was Tim Drake because again he has the costume, he has the staff, and it's like okay, that's like Tim Drake's thing. And then like it was actually the Bruce Timm universe that got me into reading the comics. So later on, like when I got into the comics, I was like, whoa, wait a minute. So in the comics, Dick Grayson is the one that has the romance with Starfire, not Tim Drake. So I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
So hold up. Is that Robin? Is that supposed to be Tim Drake or
Like
Dick Grayson in the Titan show?
original Robin on Batman animated series has that same costume, right? Like with the green, he has the Tim Drake costume.
Yeah.
They're not supposed to. And then Tim Drake has like his older Tim Drake costume with the all red and the black, right? You know, so they kind of fudged it with that too.
Hey,
Yeah.
you know one thing I noticed about all the Robins up to now? How come all the Robins have the bow staff when in the comics the only Robin that ever wielded a bow staff was Tim Drake's Robin? Why did they change that?
Well, I think it's like Wizard said. At least when it comes to Teen Titans, that Robin is meant to be an amalgamation of Robins to a certain extent. Even though I think it is canonically, it is Dick Grayson.
It is Dick Grayson, 100%.
It is.
Like they say it when the imp visits, the fan of Robin visits, his name is Dick Grayson spelled backwards, and they literally like when they write it out, and then it spins around behind him, it says Dick Grayson. That was them like basically telling us there's a point where Raven goes into Robin's mind, and you see him in the Batcave for one, and then you see his parents falling from the trapeze. And then there's the episode of Starfire goes into the future where he literally is just Nightwing.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm Nightwing now.
So, yeah, it's like Dick Grayson, but he's got some of the aesthetics of Jason Todd and Tim Drake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like him becoming Red X is basically like a Red Hood, even though Red Hood was a thing to get.
But
I do know later on, like they came out with some comic books that are supposed to be in the Bruce Timm
I have
universe.
A few
that
the adventures continues, and they bring in Red Hood. From that.
Yeah, they actually reveal there is a Jason Todd in that universe. We just never saw him on screen.
Yeah, because he didn't exist back then. Like the idea of bringing Jason Todd back to life wasn't a thing.
Wait, when was Red Hood? I thought that was the 90s.
2003. Okay, so I remember that era. So 2003, there was a group of guys called Red Hoods, and they had the masks on. Then I think saw a couple story arcs later, in going into 2004, Tim Drake. I'll go ahead.
What I was saying is when Superboy Prime punched reality because he got mad enough, he punched reality.
I still hate that fucking plot point.
That was when Jason Todd came back. So like anything before then, like the idea of bringing Jason Todd back wasn't a thing.
I hate that fucking plot point.
That's Infinite Crisis.
Now, my question is right because that Justice League and Avengers crossover they did in between 2002 to 2004, right? So did that retcon anything? Because there was a character that was so that was canon in the DC Comics universe, but not in the 616 Marvel universe. So did that retcon anything? Because there was a character created in that series that lingered on in the DC Comics. Now, did that whole situation with Superboy Prime punching reality, did that retcon anything like that?
Superboy Prime retconned, and that happened in 2005 or 6. So that was when they killed people, they brought people back, they changed stuff, whatever. It was like their Crisis always changes like stuff with DC. You know how DC is.
Man.
Yeah,
so anything
DC
before
always
then,
reboots.
the idea of a Red Hood didn't exist. So I don't even think the Red X story line lines up with that. It's probably just coincidence. The idea of Red X being like a Red Hood stand-in.
Because I remember I had a few of those comics where Red Hood was operating Gotham City for the first time, and I know one of the last issues he ends up shooting Joker in the head, right? And Joker, of course, survived, but there were some other guys that was dressing up as a Red Hood type of character prior to him being introduced.
Yeah, well, like because Joker was the Red Hood, right? Like that was always the story. So like
Oh,
Red
okay.
Hood as a character existed. It was Jason Todd coming back to life after being killed by the Joker that he takes the mantle of Red Hood
Okay.
as
It was
his
him
new
giving
thing.
the
But like,
middle finger to the Joker, basically.
yeah, because Joker, if you believe the Killing Joke origin, was a comedian with a pregnant wife that needed money, and so he takes this crime job because he's like a security guard at the factory or whatever, the chemical factory. They need him to like pretend to be the boss because basically the Red Hood's this criminal boss or whatever. They always dress up a fall guy to be the Red Hood, and
This
so
is
they dress up
why-
the Joker in the Red Hood costume, and then
this is-
Batman thinks it's the real crime boss Red Hood. He knocks him into the vat of acid, and then Red Hood becomes the Joker.
This is why employers need to pay their employees a living wage, because if you don't, you force people to take desperate measures and they end
I
up
think
like
he
the
even got
Joker.
He got fired that day too, or something like that.
Yeah. So, worker exploitation creates jokers, basically.
Well, wait. So, if I'm not mistaken, right, wasn't the Killing Joke a how do you say it? A compilation of different stories that Joker told about its possible origins?
He
No,
said at the end of the
that's he mentions the line about multiple choice. There is a specific comic that is years later. Like this was like a few years ago. It's stories from these like insane asylum people talking about the origin of the Joker, and it's completely like different things. But the Killing Joke is the story is happening, like Batman's tracking the Joker after he captured Commissioner Gordon, and it just cuts back to the flashback. And it's like it's implied to be the true origin of the Joker, and in most media it is the true origin of the Joker. So but it's not. There was an issue a few years ago where he changed it. If you're talking about someone who actively, the origin book gives different origins each time, that's the Phantom Stranger. Phantom Stranger is like fucking cool. I love the Phantom Stranger. And his idea of like his origin book is literally like 4 stories. And it's like they're all true or none of them are. Like, who gives a shit? And it's like Phantom Stranger's an enigma. And it's like so cool. I love Phantom Stranger.
But guys, you're forgetting about the fucking New 52 and the 3 Jokers. Remember that?
Well, then the 3 Jokers. And the 3 Joke. Okay, so 3 Jokers, right? Boxing historian.
Wait, before you go, right? Because I thought
No,
the New
it's-
52 in 2011 when it released. Because mind you, I stopped reading comics around in 2014 is when I stopped all entirely, right? Now, 2011, when I saw the New 52, I thought it was the best idea that they had going. The only thing I didn't like was that they did it around the time where there was a concept art being done to have the Transformers and the Justice League crossover. And there's real concept art that's still up on the internet for that. That would be the only thing I didn't like, that it happened around that time, but they canceled all that shit. But regardless, though, I thought the New 52 was good for those first 2 or 3 years. I never heard about no fucking 3 fucking Jokers.
It's dumb.
Okay,
What the fuck?
well, hold on, because they canonized 3 Jokers, right?
Oh no, is
Wait.
that shit? That shit's
Hold
like
on,
been
I'll
retconned?
give you the whole thing. I got to know the whole story. You can show my screen. I have Killing Joke. But no, so 3 Jokers. So during like what I understand, like the Dark Side War, where all the Justice League are like fighting Dark Side, and they basically like replace. Yeah, so there's just Killing Joke. That I have the copy of it, but they replace all like the Dark Side Pantheon, and Batman sits in the Mobius chair, which if you remember from Justice League Unlimited, boxing historian, it's Metron who shows up in the finale to talk to Luthor, and he's like, "You're messing with bullshit, Luthor," and Luthor's like, "I don't give a shit," right? That's that chair that guy's sitting in. So like it basically knows every single answer to every question. So Batman's sitting in it, and he asks him like, who killed Thomas and Martha Wayne? He's like, it's Joe Chill, right? He's like, there he is putting on the red hood. He's like, it's Joe Chill, and I knew that, Then when he says, who's the Joker? And all we got was, that's impossible. And they didn't tell us the answer. They like saved it for like the whole run.
Wow.
What do we think that's impossible means?
Oh,
because then it's revealed at the end, and you can take me off down, Jesker. It's revealed at the end. He goes, he's telling Hal Jordan, like, what did it say? Like, he tells me it's impossible because there's 3 Jokers, and then like they put this picture up, and like weird modern Joker with like the cut off face, and like classic like Joker, like that's like the clown basically. So then that was like 3 Jokers. Then they left us with that for like years at that point, or whatever it was, months, years, whatever. Like I'm not really following it like religiously. It was just more like when that happened, I'm like, 3 Jokers, what? So then they announced the book, Batman, The 3 Jokers. We're gonna give you the answer. So the story of the 3 Jokers was that there's just 3 Jokers. There's the clown from like the 70s who was like, I'm the guy who's stealing the laughing fish, and I'm gonna trademark it, and ho ho ho, I'm not killing anyone, right? I'm out this to have fun and steal money. Then there's like the
AKA Caesar Romero,
like,
pretty much.
Yeah, like the comedian who's like, I'm the guy that beat Jason Todd to death with a crowbar because pain is funny, kind of thing, you know. And then there's like whatever the third one who's like, I'm the guy that shot Barbara Gordon, and I'm the guy that is out there now. So basically, the plot is that they're trying to make a 4th Joker. And it was like this weird story about how like it was, so they put it out as a black label, so it wasn't canon unless they specifically wanted it to be canon. So the whole time it was like, well, this isn't canon. But the Dark Side War thing with the 3 Jokers was canon, so they needed to explain that again. So that comes just a few months ago or whatever. They finally explained that. So basically, the 3 Joker story, they're like, oh, they stopped this plot from the 3 Jokers, and it was this weird thing that didn't make any sense. Then Jason Todd is there, and then I will say, best relationship that shouldn't have existed but makes perfect sense, where Red Hood, Jason Todd, kisses Batgirl because they both have been harmed by the Joker, right? Because she was paralyzed and he was beaten. I'm like, I don't hate that. I remember seeing that. I'm like, I don't hate that. I don't hate that idea, but it was, it's not canon, so it doesn't matter. So then, in the modern comics, they reveal at the end of that Batman, that the woman who was carrying Joker's child that was murdered that started the Killing Joke, the whole reason he took that thing and his whole one bad day, still alive this whole time. Batman not only knows the Joker's true identity, but has been keeping the fact that his wife and child are alive from him this entire time. That's how
What
the
the
Jokers
fuck?
ends.
What the fuck?
It was basically like a Killing Joke sequel, basically.
Hey man.
And so, yeah, it was like a weird thing.
So I hate the 3 Joker plot line, but like the revelation about the wife still being alive, that I did like, because
Pretty
I
good.
mean, let's be real here. The way the Joker is, like, I wouldn't trust him going back around them.
You know what? I have a thought that no one's ever had before. There's something not quite right about the Joker. He's a little weird. He's a little bit off.
You don't say.
What are you saying? He's a fruitcake?
No, I'm saying he's not quite trustworthy.
Well,
I'm starting to think he's not a good guy.
I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something. That's not my words. That's not my words, right? That's Terry McGinnis's words in Batman Beyond: The Return of the Joker. He said, "I don't care about." But he's like, "Man, I ain't worried about this fruitcake."
I could rant about that final battle too with Terry McGinnis and Joker. But anyway, going back to 3 Jokers.
Shit.
So just a little bit ago, they did this storyline about how there was this like Hugo Strange like psychiatric doctor, right, in Arkham, and he's been secretly running like mental experiments on Batman and the Joker, and to make like the perfect like fight between some weird thing. I didn't really follow the story, but they basically used it as a way to explain that inside of the Joker's head he has 3 personalities. There's like the
Who is
clown.
he, Sora?
So the clown that wants to like have fun, and then there's the like murderous like killer guy, and then there's like they call it just like the devil, or like which he literally is just like the one that does not talk or do anything. He's just literally like Like the panel is literally like Joker smiling, and then it's like him like smiling with like murderous intent, and then the last one is him just not doing anything. And that's like the killer one. So the idea that there's 3 Jokers is because there's 3 personality parts of the Joker, and that's the canon explanation that the Mobius chair gave Batman, which doesn't make any sense. like it's not how it works. Like you should be able to ask who the Joker is and get the actual name of the Joker, right?
Exactly.
And that's what the Mobius chair should have done. But not like there's actually 3 personalities, but they all have the same name. Like they're just called different things by the psychologist guy. Like, yeah, it was just. There was also a point where it was almost going to be that there was 3 Jokers from different realities. All like they basically retell
Enter the Jokerverse.
So they basically retell the origin from Killing Joke, right? Where he falls into the thing and he comes out of the pipe, and after like he takes the helmet off and he's all white skinned, he goes crazy.
Shit.
They put that panel in there, and they have him walk away from the puddle. But the way they draw it, there's no like it's a single panel of him walking. He gets up and walks away. But when you draw someone getting up and walking away, you indicate that it's movement. You do lines. The one is like kind of faded more than the other one. Like it's white, it's paler, like it's not exist. They don't do that. They have 3 Jokers walking away. So it's almost like they were like being like, did somehow the chemicals make 3 Jokers, or was there like they tried to like kind of run with that for a little bit, and then they fixed it with like that. It's actually the 3 personality. It was basically like it was a gimmick. It was a gimmick 100%. They were trying to like make it cool. Like there's 3 Jokers, but it doesn't work, especially with like Rebirth and the idea that Batman had like 20 years of crime fighting in 5 years in order to make like DC Rebirth work. It doesn't work. Like, it's just,
okay.
Joker was Bakura.
Joker was Bakura. Yes, exactly.
See, there was the Joker.
Oh no!
And then there was his Heartless, and then there was his Nobody.
Okay, here's my question, right? Because there were a lot of great Batman stories or Batman character stories within that series, right? The Court of Owls was an excellent idea. That was a great saga.
I even loved it in Gotham, the show.
Oh yeah, that was great.
Yeah, Court of Owls.
Court of Owls was excellent, and it went across different books like Batgirl, Nightwing, so on and so forth. Even DC Outlaw, I think. What's his name? The dude from the 1800s. I forget it. I don't know if it's Jonah Hex. Is it Jonah Hex?
Jonah Hex.
I think. Yeah. And then the Batwing. Them first 8 issues, some of the best artwork I ever seen. Right. The Batman from Africa. That character. That was 8 great pieces of artwork.
There's a Batman from Africa?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
Batman Incorporated.
There's Batman from all over, and the idea is that like some of them are like Batman related things, other people are just vigilantes that are Batman like from other countries.
Nice.
I know there's also the one that's in Static Shock that's like the spider guy.
Oh yeah, Anansi,
yeah. That was a big thing when they did that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Hey,
they even joke. Hey, how about a web blast? Oh, I think you're confusing me with that with another spider.
Spider
guy.
That would have been a great crossover if they ever did that one. But the very very similar characters, very similar personality.
Like Miles and Static Shock, even like hanging out.
Okay, I can see that to a degree because Miles does have a little bit of scientific mentality, but I think Peter Parker.
He's got the black for one. He's got.
Don't they live in the same place? Where does Static Shock live?
Got the electric powers for 3.
They
made for 4.
Wait a minute. What city is Static located in?
It's a fake city called Dakota.
It's fictional.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's right.
But the only reason why I said Peter Parker and Virgil is because they both have the same little witty comebacks in the little wisecracking.
Depending on who's writing Miles,
yeah.
Miles does do that. Depending on who's writing him.
Now,
Miles is in a lot of ways a ripoff of Peter.
Oh, he is.
Mostly.
I mean, it's a given.
Depending on who's writing him. Like
Spider-Verse
differentiated.
Now, I will say this though. How did we go from that part of the New 52 of the first, and once again, the storyline with them fighting Apocalypse in the Justice League, storyline, the Flash storyline, the Flashpoint. How the fuck do we get from that shit to 3 Jokers, and then now everything's so bad we have to retcon the shit by creating DC Rebirth.
Because the fucking New 52 went off the fucking rails. That's what happened.
Yeah.
Can someone explain
something called the Doomsday Clock, where
oh Christ,
Superman's dad is actually alive and has kidnapped Dr. Manhattan from the Watchmen universe.
What the fuck? Okay, explain that shit, because I noticed that apparently the dude, because remember, we all know about what happens to Rorschach, right? Rorschach, right, when he gets killed by Dr. Manhattan in the graphic novel.
Yeah.
So I remember look, because I wasn't reading comics up to that point, from like, because it was from 2001 to 2013, right? But I was still keeping up with it just because it's always a medium near dear to my heart, because I as a young kid. So my question is, when I saw that, I'm like, okay, how the fuck does Watchmen characters come into the DC Comics universe when they're not even in the same cosmology because of some fucking event? Like, what the fuck? How the fuck does this make any kind of sense? And what the fuck?
I didn't read it, and
okay.
I can't, from what I was following of it, but basically it was not even Jor-El. It's like Pa Kent, like an alternate universe, right? Like Pa Kent is like crazy or something. I don't even remember what happened with Doom.
Before we get too far from it, y'all just said that Miles Morales is a ripoff of Peter Parker. Which one are you talking about?
No,
I said like usually when they write him, it depends on who's writing him, But like, and I said Spider-Verse differentiated him, like they gave him what he needed. Basically.
Yeah, but in the video game, he's nothing like Peter either.
Yeah, in the video game, because the video game exists in a post Spider-Verse world, right? Like,
yeah. We're talking about like old school Miles, like original Miles.
Hey, before we veer off a little too far, so remember the old remember the old storyline with Ben Reilly, the Scarlet Spider, and remember they tried to do something, and that back in the 90s, right? In comic books where they had the clones, and then they had the different universes of Spider-Man, like Iron Spider-Man, Doctor, Octopus.
Like the Spider-Verse started in the 90s cartoon, right?
So that was all exclusive in the 90s, because I know the Scarlet Spider's from the comics, but so Doc Spider Ock and Iron Spider and the Man Spider, those guys were that was all exclusive to the animated series, right?
Yeah, well, not really exclusive. They were referencing the other comic, like Scarlet Spider is in that, but he's like an actor, right? Like, or no, the Scarlet Spider is in it.
Yeah,
the other one's an actor, but like the Spider Armor one is like an Iron Man, Spider-Man, but they're referencing the suits that already exist. But the concept of the different Spider-Man interacting was from the cartoon, and even like the cartoon like guy said, like, when Spider-Verse was making $1 billion, he's like, man, wish you could have got paid for that. Like, it was my idea,
Okay.
Spider-Verse, but
we
can kind of tie the two thoughts together with Spider-Verse and Batman Beyond, because did you guys see the potential like Batman Beyond Spider-Verse style movie that we're not going to get? Like,
no, I was just going to ask, when are we going to get this for Batman? Because
so yeah, you can look it up, Jessica. There's concept art for a Spider-Verse style Batman Beyond movie that the creators of Spider-Verse pitched to DC that DC turned down, and it will make you cry. Man. It will make you cry. It's just like why? According to him, there's a chance now. They basically I think after Spider-Verse 2, they've looked at it and said there's a chance. So after probably Spider-Verse is done, they'll be like,
with the same guys.
Yeah, it's like the same like.
Oh my god!
It was like, I don't know if it's the director's the art director, but someone basically pitched this to DC.
Why the fuck did they not go through with this?
It's fucking retarded. You know what? Okay, that's what they were talking about a month ago about. Why? First off, why haven't we got a live action Batman Beyond movie?
Because he looks like he's doing blackface, boxing historian. He looks like he's doing blackface.
Dude,
it's hard to translate the suit in real life.
Fuck that. Listen, you could have had Michael Keaton be old man Bruce Wayne. You could have even had it take place in the Tim Burton universe, for God's sakes, if you wanted to.
Like a a future like Art Deco, new like cyberpunk, Tim
Yes.
Burton cyberpunk, like
Yes.
Batman Beyond.
Was Batman Beyond just
fuck
not
yeah.
popular enough?
No, it was fucking popular back
It
in the
was
day.
It's just
huge.
Yeah.
I'm with Batman Beyond. Like they've hit him in the comics hard. Like Terry always exists in the comics since his show
Yes, he
came
did.
out. He's been a presence.
Oh,
in the
cool.
comics. He's just never been like a big. He was a cartoon guy. I think at the end of the day, maybe at the end of the day, they see it as just a kid's cartoon guy. He's not
Well,
something
Man,
Also-
that fucking
also,
show was
let-
beyond anything. Of I rewatching that series, that show was as adult as any show that I've
yeah,
seen.
it was
back
dark.
Yeah, I never saw it as a kid.
That
so.
shit was dark.
I mean,
as fuck.
it might have been on Kids WB, but
It was no,
that's
it was on
I-
Kids WB and Cartoon Network.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna say this: rewatching that series because back in the day they rated for Y7, right? Now if you go watch it on Max, right? That they rated a PG and they put language violence. Now there's no actual cussing, but it's like okay, the way the dialogue and the way they're in some of the stuff, like they'd be showing motherfuckers die on camera.
Yeah, like Batman Beyond Return of the Joker got censored, right?
Yep.
The version you watch on Max is the uncensored version.
Yeah.
The original censored version is kind of sort of lost media because it only exists on like VHSs and stuff. But the censored version actually has fixes to the animation that don't exist in the uncensored version. So there's actually a way you can kind of cut together the two versions to like make a proper version. Like at the end when Harley shows up as an old woman, in the uncensored version, it's in a blue old lady suit. But when they censored it, they were like, well, we'll just change this to a black and red suit so people kind of understand. But that, you watch the uncensored version, you don't have that anymore. And there's a couple of other things like they fixed. There's like a few animation errors they tweaked, but like I said, like if you watch it on Max now, it's uncensored.
Well, oh yeah. Well, he basically called Joker a FAG, man. Pretty
Well,
much.
Well, like we're talking about why Terry McGinnis doesn't get as much love now as he ought to. We're forgetting about the 300-pound Robin in the room, guys. Damian Wayne. Because remember,
Yeah.
it was originally revealed that Terry McGinnis is Bruce's son.
Right.
And now we have, canonically, Damian is Bruce's son. So in some ways, Damian has kind of stolen the spotlight from Terry.
Yeah, and they've made that work with Terry's comics where because I think in the comics they're not related, like they ignore that because that's basically been ignored on everything outside of that episode, right? Like everyone's
ultimate, yeah. But I'm gonna say this though, I'm gonna be honest, that was the best Batman Beyond episode, and it appeared in the Justice League Unlimited series.
Yeah,
you know,
it was good. It just didn't have Batman Beyond action. Like
it didn't.
It still was a Justice League episode at the end of the day. It was Terry talking to Waller, but otherwise, like the storyline with Ace and all that is great. But I wouldn't count that as Batman Beyond story because it's Justice.
And they also show the Phantom Menace because she was gonna have.
Yeah, they basically.
She was about to have that woman go up and kill him, but she didn't. She was like, "No, I don't want to do it because
not Phantom Menace, the Phantasm."
Phantasm. I
always keep this motherfucker said the Phantom Menace.
You got me doing it.
Hey, I always be fucking up with that, but yeah, Phantom Menace or
Phantasm,
Mask of the Phantasm. Great, that's.
I just realized Batman Beyond has the Miles Morales color scheme.
Well,
yeah,
so
the black and red.
That's why some people make the comparison. Like
had the Spider-Man 2099 color scheme. The Spider-Man 2099 suit is red and black. It's just colored weird to make it blue, because in most comic books you can't color without using to all black without using blue. They just didn't use enough all black to get that across. So Spider-Man 2099's costume is black and red. And he's mentioned that many times. Like if you read 2099, they'd mention like, "Oh, it's the guy in black."
Jessica, could you look up that so I can see it? 2099.
Yeah,
Spider-Man 2099 like costume. Because like nowadays
because I distinctly remember him being blue from the movie, but I understand what you're saying though.
Yeah, like it's basically now he's blue, right? Like even in the video game, in Spider-Man 2, the PS4 version, you can actually give it the red and black suit. But like that's like look up like the original art, right? Like look up his like first appearance or whatever.
It's like Spawn.
Because in the story he grabs see like there's the second picture right there, second one. That's like the first appearance.
Is that black to
anyway,
you?
that it's meant to be black.
Oh,
Like
okay.
Yeah,
that in the book.
So
He
comics
talks about how this is a Day of the Dead costume that he had already, and he puts it on. And they mention like this is he's the guy in the black and red suit, and he like it in the script it's black and red, it's black and red, right? But when they colored it, they didn't put enough black onto his suit because like if you look at Venom is black, but he has blue on his suit because that way you're not doing all black, right? Because
right, it wouldn't be as interesting.
It was didn't hit black.
Well, it's fun that 2099 is basically Miles Morales' villain in the movies. So
yeah, they have the black and red suit
when they were supposed to look alike, I guess.
And in some iterations,
Spider-Man.
In some iterations of Venom, like I know in like Ultimate Spider-Man, Venom almost has like a purple tint to him.
Yeah, kind of give him that kind of look. But yeah, so it's like basically like nowadays it's blue and red, right? So whenever you see Spider-Man 2099 it's just because you look at this, you look at that first appearance there, and you think, oh, blue and red suit, right? Like a dark blue, kind of like something like that, which is what he usually is in. And like I said, in Spider-Man 1, the costume is blue and red. And 2099 fans are like, that's not right. It's black and red. And then in Spider-Man 2, because you can change the palettes for the suits, you can have it be black and red if you want to. If you want to be like, okay, here you go, you 2099 fans. Here's your black and red.
Here you go, nerds.
You complained.
We'll make it comic accurate, nerds.
If you complain about American comics too much, you then become a weeb. you break into that part of the world.
I have transcended being a nerd, and I have become a weeb.
I have ascended American criticism.
So the more you know. Now, whenever you see 2099, or when you go to Spider-Verse 3, you can just turn to the person next to you and go, hey, no, his suit's supposed to be black and red.
No, I'm just going to say, he's supposed to be black, right?
Black.
And they're gonna be like,
and it'll be true.
No, not him, the other.
They're gonna be like, if you bring up one more thing from the comics, I'm gonna make you
right.
I swear to God.
The black person in the movie, not Spider-Woman, not Spider-Punk, not Miles. I'm talking about that one, the black suit guy right there.
But when y'all were saying that the Miles Morales, y'all know of a Miles Morales that's like almost like Peter Parker?
So Miles Morales now, I would say, is a much better character and a much different character than what he started out as.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this. Those first, because it was interesting because it came out the same exact year Obama was elected. Was that 2008, right? So of course they tried to. Yeah,
I'm
they
Dick riding Obama. Sorry,
we're so hyped from Obama. We wanted to put Obama into the book.
I guess
they wanted to churn their Obama hype into the. But speaking to,
I guess you could say thanks Obama.
Thanks Obama for Miles Morales. But I can't personally speak for the comics because I will be always the first to tell you I'm not really good at the comic knowledge. Even like when I rant about the stuff I do, I've picked up from like YouTube videos and gathering online stuff and all that stuff.
I just want to know what similarities y'all saw.
So I can only speak to the cartoons when Miles was starting to get pushed.
Miles was in the cartoons.
They had some cartoons.
Every cartoon since Miles' appearance, Miles is in, right? So in Ultimate Spider-Man, the Drake Bell show, Miles shows up as an alternate.
What year is this?
08,
2000, maybe 13 or 12.
No, we're talking about the cartoon, not the comics. Yeah, it's like 2013.
The cartoon.
Yeah.
I literally did not know there was more Miles Morales. Cartoons or animation.
Let me explain. Let me give you the Miles Morales history then. The history of cartoon appearances
for Black History Month.
Ultimate Spider-Man, right?
And Latino History Month.
So he's in Ultimate Spider-Man. He shows up in that show. So 2017 is a different one. That is Marvel Spider-Man.
What? Right? I've never seen this before.
So Ultimate Spider-Man is before this one. So Ultimate Spider-Man, he shows up in an alternate universe because they're doing a Spider-Verse thing. Then Miles comes over to the mainline universe and stays and becomes one of the Web Warriors because they wanted to sell toys to kids, and so they had a bunch of like games all the time.
You got it.
They did that. He was voiced by, I believe, the guy that played the Prowler in the in the MCU, the Childish Gambino guy.
Oh, cool.
Pretty sure he voiced him in Ultimate Spider-Man. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, really?
I remember the fact.
I remember him saying that he wanted to be Spider-Man. So he eventually was, but also Prowler.
Also Prowler, yep.
And
so then
sort of overdoing it.
So then 2017. So in the Ultimate Spider-Man, he's basically like the comic one, right? 2017 Spider-Man, I can attest to this because it starts with Miles. Miles is in the same universe as Peter, much like he is in the video game. Peter in this show goes to like a super smart kids school. That's like the plot of the show. He goes to a super smart high school and he has to figure out a way to manage paying tuition on that.
Hold up. Let me say this. I think they took that from Big Hero 6.
Well, there was also from the comics. It was from the Big Time story. That's basically what they had was the Big Time sort of plot. They dropped the ball in many ways with the show, and I can rant about this show too. But so Miles is a student at this school, right? Super smart kid inventor. They didn't do a good enough job kind of being like, why does Peter... It happened... It wasn't Miles' fault either. Gwen goes to this school. She's super smart. Anya, Corazon or whatever, goes to the school. She's really smart. They basically are like... Spider-Man teams up with these kids, right? Because they all get their spider powers and they all become Spider-Woman, Spider-Gwen, and Miles Spider-Man, right? And so they do this to be like... They're all smart, right? But then Peter's not special anymore. Right, because he's like, well, yeah, I'm smart too, and then Miles is smart, and Miles is making all these inventions, he's doing all this stuff. So there wasn't a good way to like separate Miles from Peter in that way. He had no hip hop. He didn't have Spider-Verse stuff. There was no hip hop. There was no. I think Prowler appeared maybe once, but there was no. My dad's a cop. There was no. It was literally just like I'm super smart and I'm kind of awkward, and Peter's like, hi, Miles, I'm kind of awkward, right?
Gotcha.
Like and then like. Anya's like, I'm super smart too, but I'm not awkward because I'm a girl. And then Gwen's like, I'm super smart too, and same thing, right? And so that happened, which you'll see if you look at the bottom left hand of the screen. This was the time they tried to give, it happened in Ultimate Spider-Man, trying to give Miles a different name, and they failed every single time.
Spidey is terrible.
So it is. In Ultimate Spider-Man, he was Kid Arachnid. That they tried to call him that for like a couple episodes to try to push the toys, right? Didn't work. They stopped doing it. Then they tried to go with Spidey. They say it literally one time, and that's it. Like Anya literally points to him and does a finger gun and goes Spidey. Like that's your name, Spidey or something like that. It's a finger gun, and that's the only time they ever bring it up, and it's terrible.
Miles should have murdered that person.
The third appearance of Miles is in the modern show. That's the Spidey and His Amazing Friends. It was like a kid show. That one. It's the same thing that they all kind of are, where Gwen is there too, because we got to put if in modern shows you got to have Gwen in the same universe to become Spider-Gwen, right? Inevitability has to happen. And
hey, did Spider-Gwen come before Miles Morales or after?
I think after. Spider-Gwen was like 2013, maybe, like when they did that alternate universe story.
Yeah, she's.
I was about to say because I don't remember people talking about Spider-Gwen growing up.
No, I think she is like a more modern creation.
That was definitely a more modern thing.
Oh,
like that was like alternate universe. Peter Parker becomes the Lizard. Donald Trump is MODOK. It's a whole thing. That's another rant. But yeah, so basically then Spidey and His Amazing Friends, Spidey and His Amazing Friends, Miles, Spidey and His Amazing Friends. They have Miles called Finn. The kids will grow up calling him Finn. We will watch Spider-Verse calling him Finn. He also has red webs too, which is actually kind of cool. But
red webs?
So because it's a kids show, right? You need to distinguish who's who. So Gwen has pink webs, Miles has red webs, and Spider-Man has white webs.
Fuck! I think I like that.
It's kind of cool. Like it's like I can kind of go with
that.
Yeah. It's different, right? Like it's a good way to.
It's like a signature.
Yeah. Any way you can kind of.
You know what else it is? You know what else it is?
To kind of space them out.
It's marketable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because when you have the toy, right, you have the little rubber attachment to the web.
Yep.
The red one with Miles, but the pink one with Gwen, right? Easy for them to do that.
Definitely.
And that one has that kid show is not even immune to the woke because they gender swapped Doc Ock, not in the way that she is in like Spider-Verse. Like it's not like the Spider-Verse Doc Ock with like the rubber tentacles. It's literally just Doc Ock with
Is
the
she
metal arms, but
still big?
She has a cool bolt. No, she's not fat either. She's just like she's kid shows, but she's not like sexy, but it's like she's not fat either. But she also has.
Is her name Octavia?
Let's make this.
I don't think they never say her name.
Okay.
It's like
let's make this octopus lady sexy as fuck in this kids show. It's like Disney. Stop, please.
No, they did make her sexy. Is what I'm saying. It's like it's a kid. Like look up Spidey and His Amazing Friends. Like you'll see the art style. If you've ever seen PJ Masks.
Oh yeah, it's like a chibi art style.
Jesker, don't pretend as if these companies were averse to making sexy characters for kids.
Look, man, I'm not.
We need to go back.
As an 8-year-old child, I'm not saying that Ariel stirred up feelings for me.
Yeah.
I will be first
but I'm not
to
saying
admit,
she didn't either.
I can tell you the exact episode and frame that Raven start liking legs on girls. I can tell you the episode when that happens. I can point to it. Yeah, see, like this is the art style for Spidey, where they're it's a kid show at the end of the day. Right?
Oh,
yeah,
wow!
It was like on Disney Junior or whatever.
It's Disney Junior show. So there's like Doc Ock. You can see
they immediately capitalized on Miles and Spider Gwen.
Yeah, because black kid likes Miles, girl like Gwen, make toy, make money, right? Like that's always been the push for adding Gwen and Miles. Yeah, just black kid do this, black girl like this, make money, right? Like that's all they think about.
Make toy now. It's like yes,
like
sir.
put black together with girl, make money. Like they do that with every single Spider-Man.
What the fuck is this Spider Gwen shit, man? Like,
hey, Spider Gwen can get it, all right.
No, Gwen can get it, not
this version. Also, we need. These are children in this show.
Well, hold up.
Children.
Let me clarify.
Pretty sure.
Wait, Kamala Khan was there too?
Not this version. All right.
Because every kid show, every Marvel kid show, right? I don't know if I'm yelling too loud. Every Marvel kid show has you got to put the Iron Man, you got to put the Hulk, right? Because kids love that. So you got to put Ms. Marvel, and then Black Panther is right.
What? You got a baby Black Panther? I gotta watch this show.
Not sure if they're meant to be actual kids or not.
Oh,
they kind of act that way.
That's adorable. A cub.
Exactly, it's Panther cub.
So then you see there's that little robot there on the right. That's Tracy, because it's a spider tracer. Her name is Tracy.
Oh,
right. To hide spider people hide their identity by having a giant Spider-Man shaped building that they all hang out in, because you got to sell that as a toy, and then continuing the MCU-ifying of the show, which also, like I said, makes their age go a little wonky. Aunt May is not old and gray. Aunt May is Marissa Tomei Aunt May, basically, in like this kid show.
You mean MILF Aunt May?
MILF Aunt May, which.
But you thought that of Aunt May from the video game too, right, Jesker?
I mean,
video game. Well, so then, if you go back to the 2017 show, right? 2017 cartoon had kind of getting to GILF Aunt May territory. Like they were kind of we want to have want to have some MILF Aunt May, but we want to have her to have the gray hair, right? So it's let's GILF Aunt May. She's always gone. Like they basically explain it. They're like, oh, Aunt May's always gone, adventuring, rock climbing, and doing all this crazy stuff. Like that's what she does.
Oh, so you don't have to kill her or anything like that.
Don't have to kill her. Don't have to worry about how do I hide my identity from Aunt May, because he's at superhero school all the time, right?
Nice.
He's at smart kid school. So they do that, And then towards the end of the 2017 show, they introduced Mary Jane as his next door neighbor. And they played basketball 2 times, and then tried to. It was actually a really nice relationship because they
if he was playing basketball, then he was ripping off Miles Morales. That was his thing.
But they tried to introduce her, and it was it was not a bad thing. They also did so they brought her in later, and it was a nice story. So there's GILF Gilfant may a little bit. Maybe I'm thinking of Ultimate Spider-Man. That Gilfant may, but
Now I'm realizing we've truly been robbed of a basketball game full of superheroes.
I'm gonna be real with you.
like Space Jam.
That shit would be amazing.
Wait, is that Mary Jane Watson?
Yes.
Yeah.
This Spider-Man cartoon has its issues, but this Mary Jane is fucking cute.
I wish I just knew it existed.
I thought
Look,
I was going to have to cut you off because they are underage on the
No,
show. So
no, I don't.
No, Spider-Man animated series.
I don't mean hot.
Has the best
I don't
looking
mean
Mary
hot.
Jane Watson.
I don't want to bang her.
So-
I'm saying I love the character design. She's fucking adorable.
And when they do their basketball like scenes and talk about that, it was really good. Like it was really like they were trying. The 2017 show tried in a few ways. Like I'll talk like the Superior Spider-Man, right? They did Superior Spider-Man for an arc. Doc Ock stole Peter's body for an extended period of time. Doc Ock was the star of the Spider-Man cartoon, and they just expected kids to live with it. They're like, nah. Peter Parker
Hey, you little shits, deal with it.
I can't literally we're doing it, right? They got to the point where they actually showed Doc Ock's dad abusing him. Like on this Disney, and I'm like, dude, good on you guys. You're doing it. And it was like, and then there you go. Want to talk about designs that could get it? 2017 Spider-Man, Black Widow. Look at that. she appeared once.
Did any of the X-Men characters appear? Probably not.
No, this was before they were allowed to do that.
This is back when Disney and Marvel were like, X-Men who? X what? What are you talking
Push
about?
the Inhumans. They had Ironheart show up. I think Kamala was in there because Kamala's in every of the kid shows.
Wait, what show had Ironheart in it?
This one, 2017 Spider-Man.
Now I gotta watch this shit.
It's not bad. It's honestly not bad. Like if you're watching it as a whole package, if you love animation, if you're like, I love 2D animation, you'll hate this show. This show has awful animation.
Oh yeah, people.
I don't care about that. It's
people.
I'm more here for the characters.
Yeah, there's a couple of that's good, but sometimes it's also like
so Kamala Khan is in this too.
I want to say so.
So
okay.
On the animation front, like one of the things that listen, this show does have its issues, no doubt, but one of the things that like really irks me about people when they criticize the animation on this show is that there's no shadowing on the characters.
Yeah.
And I'm like, go back and watch old Disney films. There was no shadowing on a lot of the characters in those movies as well. So
I think the problem is not that there's no shadowing, it's that there's just not a lot of shading in general. Like there's no, like even look at Mary Jane's collar, right? The inside of her collar should be a darker yellow than the outside of her collar, but it's not. It's the same color, right?
That's true.
The part below her hair, below her head, in between the collar and her neck, should be a dark yellow. Like that's basic color.
That's true.
There's that with the whole show, like everything. There's never any like shading, and like you don't have to do like a hard black shadow, but any sort of shading anywhere. Aunt May's arm, the shawl behind.
Where's TJ Laser when you need him?
Same thing. He'd tell you. He literally could open this up and do it, basically for him. But
oh yeah, TJ Laser would hate this style. I guarantee you, he would hate it.
And it was.
I don't know. I can never predict what he'll like or hate.
Yeah. It was made so cheap and so fast that it was like there was cool moments. There was like little bits of cool moments. Like the very first episode, they do a bit where Peter's like falling and he like slows down time because he's thinking, right? Because Spider-Man has to think really fast, so we get to see it. And he's literally does the math equation of like, if I put this here, the momentum will push it here. So I can't do that because then there's a person there because they'll get hit. But if I do it here, then adjusting to this and that, like he'll do that, and then like the equation pops on screen and you see him thinking it, and he does it, and it's really cool. They never do it again. It was only in the pilot. It was like what? Like that was like cool. Like that's different. Like he doesn't do that in the other shows. Like stops time and like kind of you get to see his thinking in his head. They don't do that.
Yeah, this is honestly one of the, because again, like I do like the character designs, but it feels like this needed to cook a little bit longer. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There was a point where in the first season 2 where they wanted every villain attached to the school, which is a problem that Ultimate Spider-Man had, where it's like every villain has to come from the school. So like Rhino is a kid in the school, and he's going to get hit with this Rhino thing. He becomes the Rhino. So they do that, even to the point where they introduce something. They never call attention to it, to where I watched a retrospective of this show who didn't point it out, right? Watching it live, I'm like, it's so obvious, right? The Black Cat episode. Black Cat is introduced. She has her bad luck powers, something she did have in the comics, right? Peter keeps coming to school with injuries. He goes to the school nurse, right? The school nurse is Black Cat. They never call attention to that. But it's the same voice actress. She has the same hair. She has the same voice.
So this is a theory of yours, or you think they just forgot to write?
I think it's an abandoned concept.
Oh,
it's an abandoned concept. Like, I think they wanted every villain to be attached to the school.
Wizard, you ever thought about making long video essays like that?
I thought about it. I have announced my departure from Tony's channel.
Whoa!
At least like an extended vacay. That's been announced for November.
Okay. I thought y'all had a falling out.
So I'm not like I didn't leave it already. Like, it's more like I'm gonna.
Now I gotta go watch.
I have
this,
a channel.
A fuck you, Wizard. A fuck you, Tony.
Yeah.
Like, piece of
No, he
shit. It's
knows
like,
about
holy fuck.
No, but I've announced it just because, like, I've been clipping for him for so long that it takes my whole day, where I don't have time to draw or anything like that, or work on my own stuff. So I've thought about doing Rippaverse. I want to be the guy that does the Rippaverse lore video. I want to battle tackle the untackleable monsters, like kill the white whale. I want to be the guy that's like, we're gonna make it make sense. Coming.
I have Spider-Man knowledge that y'all don't have. Eminem just came out with a song called Toby, and it's great.
Bullshit.
The chorus goes. The chorus goes. Toby Maguire was bit by a spider, but see me, it was a goat. It's a great song.
Rap genre, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
That dude's one of the worst rappers I ever heard in my life.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
That means you've heard a lot of great rappers then.
the views expressed on JeskerJames live streams are not the views of the host necessarily. I just want everybody to keep that in mind.
I put one of those inside of Tony's. You were there for that. You were there for when I did that on Tony's show. Like, I did it in the clip, Jesker, but you were part of that clip. When he kept doing the voice for Fatal J, when I clipped that out, I put up a disclaimer: the views and words of Frog Tony do not reflect the views of the panel and chat members. And I kept doing it throughout the video. Tony's haters are watching it, right? Tony's haters are watching it. They think it's legit a warning. They're like, legit, like, Tony's putting up this warning because they didn't know I was editing for him. This was before we were really public about it. Like, Tony's putting up this warning and it's stupid because, like, his warning's dumb. And they're like, they think he's like legit being like apologetic about his own words. So he's putting up a warning that people might be offended by it. But the joke is the repetition because it keeps coming up because he keeps doing it. And then eventually when he drops the F slur, I cut it out and then I just do like, I make it like static and the feed goes all crazy. And it's like the views and words of Tony do not reflect, it's a great bit. That bit.
It's like, you should have just said, listen, guys, Tony's crazy.
Like, I don't speak for.
By the way, Tom's wife's name was Sarah. So, is there any Sarah related to the Rippaverse nonsense?
Sarah, like,
I don't think so.
Say something.
I mean, Sarah's a very, very common name, but I guess there's just not many women related to this Rippaverse thing.
Like, without Jen and Sylvia, right? You got Jen and Sylvia. You got Caro, you got Kara. You got
Kara's close to Sarah.
Yeah. Besides, like, Mrs. Neurotic, I don't know her name.
Well, you got Anna, Star Wars girl. That's
and she's left now. She's kind of.
She does her own shit though.
Wait,
nowadays.
what happened to her?
Well, Anna got like kicked out by somebody. I think Yellow Flash or somebody.
What?
Someone more hip to the genre.
Wait,
kicked out? I thought she left, so she kicked out all the way.
Or either kicked out or like basically like probably mutual leaving, because I think it was something to do with the Rekieta thing. She either supported or didn't support him, or
Yellow Flash cares about Rekieta.
It was
No,
some. It was
no,
something.
no.
about it.
So no. Yellow Flash is actually anti-Rekieta. So I'm assuming Star Wars Girl is pro Rekieta.
I don't know if it was.
I thought she
Rekieta or
played
if
both
it was-
sides all the time.
Yeah,
That no,
I don't
sir.
know. There
That's
was
Tim.
something
you're
happened with
think-
Star Wars Girl.
You're thinking of another woman. Her name is Tim Pool.
her name is Tim.
No, but but no, I do remember reading something about Anna, like as left Friday Night Tights. There's a lot of stuff happening. It's hard to keep it track. You gotta hard to keep it all straight.
Az is a fucking weirdo, man.
Have you guys got fired in quotes? Depending on he either left or got fired, depending on who you ask. But
have you seen that shit with his fucking neurotic post that picture of this dude and a guy looking like Ahsoka and shit?
Oh, what the fuck,
bro?
So I mean, here's the thing. Like me and Tony agree vehemently on the Rekieta situation.
yeah, he 100%.
You mean disagree?
Disagree. I'm sorry.
Gotcha.
Disagree.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I thought you were going sarcastic.
No. We disagree vehemently on the Rekieta situation. I would never say like Tony's kicked out of my streams or anything. Like that's fucking crazy.
Only if they pay money, but that's just the rules of engagement.
I mean, yeah, but that's it. That's anybody. Like if somebody pays me,
Anybody can get it.
If y'all,
Swan said that Star Wars Girl was pro Rekieta. That was the schism.
Okay. See, now that makes sense.
But I think it was like I don't want to go for that, and then it was well, because you're not going, you're this, you're this. Like it was like I'm stepping out or I'm stepping back, and then they pushed her out, kind of thing. Like it was more like we're gonna insult you, we're gonna do whatever. Like we're pushing you out. Because,
although
I will say you sat with the other kids at lunch. You can't sit with us, right? Like that's a lot of like what the right wing space is and left wing space. But like what the YouTube space is like you can't sit with us because you're friends with this person. You can't sit.
This sounds like cancel culture.
It is.
Whoa there, extra hero. I don't want to go too far.
Well, I mean,
aren't they canceling each other?
Let's
get mad at you for saying stuff.
let's.
You know what?
Let's keep it 100.
This sounds like cancel culture, and I'm also starting to think there's something up with this Joker guy. He doesn't seem to be on the straight and narrow.
What bothers me is the hypocrisy.
He's not straight. He's not straight at all.
Whoa. Don't believe Frank Miller.
Frank Miller.
So here's my thing.
Frank Miller is the reason why you have dark comic books to this very day, man.
Yeah.
So here's my thing. There definitely is, and it's becoming more apparent. There is like a strain of cancel culture on the right.
100%.
Yeah.
And there's also like like the right wants to complain about the left, like their worship of Hollywood and stuff, and actors and creating idols. The right does that shit too. And it's hypocrisy on both sides, and I'm just like, what the fuck is wrong with people on both sides? Like, what?
Wait,
like,
does the left worship Hollywood?
I would say
or are people from Hollywood just mostly leftists?
Yeah, both of them worship Hollywood, honestly.
Yeah, they both worship Hollywood. They're stars. That's what we built them to be.
It's not a worshiping of Hollywood. It's a connection to the mainstream or validation through the mainstream, right? So left-wing things when something with left, like a movie does left-wing message, right? Whether they do or they don't, whatever, right? But if it validates their belief, it's the mainstream. It is almighty. The right-wing people, like not like your Comicsgate people, but you're like Gary Nerdrotics. They don't want to be separate from the mainstream. They want to be the mainstream, either in control of the franchises or usurping the franchises, right?
But they're not talented at all.
That's just the thing. Like they just see themselves as like, we need to be the mainstream. Like that was Ripperverse's thing, is being the mainstream. He doesn't want to say he's independent. He did a video about talking about how he's not independent, or he's still independent because he makes a lot of money, but because now he wants to be independent, right? But then if he got to the point where he was like he was big three, right? Like up next to Marvel, right? He would start talking about how he's mainstream, right? And we're gonna take over.
I read half of Yara, by the way.
I'm a very simple.
I was so disappointed. Like,
yeah,
I was disappointed by Alpha Core, but I was more but I still got to finish it. But I keep putting it off.
Yeah.
But
if you saw her flashback part,
No, I don't think I saw it.
like her,
I think that's.
origin.
I will see it eventually, but you know,
Okay.
So
and then I'll understand what you're getting
I
at.
basically put my thoughts on it in the review because I haven't actually read it, but I kind of skimmed it. But that was basically like I basically fantasy booked it as like the book should have ended in the flashback. All of Yaira #1 should have been in the past, and
So,
I'm starting to
the
think
book
that there's
ends-
something. There's something about the Rippaverse that makes it almost impossible to have a good product.
No, it's the quality control. It's Eric. Being
So we
like,
think Gooding's gonna be good. Ding.
Yeah.
good
I-
ding.
Yaira,
I guess now we have a canonical pronunciation of his name now,
It's always been
thanks to the trailer.
Well, because we remember when he first announced it, it was Gooding the Polymath.
Oh yeah.
Now, is it
Eric first
polymath
announced it,
or
remember, it's
polymath?
It's Polymath, but he called it the Polymath, and then he was corrected. It's like, hey, idiot, Polymath.
Fuck,
So now he
Eric,
says
come
Gooding the
on,
Polymath.
dog.
But when he was there's the audio bite of him going like, we got Gooding the Polymath.
Oh,
It's very unfortunate when it's your product and you don't know how to.
The name you came up with. You did that.
Oh yeah,
We
I
still-
forgot. He
we still
created
joke
Gooding.
Yeah, he created Gooding. He thought
Oh.
that name up. He created Samford Williamson, the gay lover of ice.
Well now,
You know, we
now I'm wondering if it's as simple as these characters keep failing because they were created by Eric July.
yes.
yeah, like they're created. So that's the other thing. He's talked about the Saskas, right? The Saskas did create things for Yaira.
Yeah.
He's talked about like they added stuff in the book that he didn't come up with, right? And so they was like, oh, they know these characters. So like, he can have the writers change it. That's like Marvel method, basically, right? Like Stan Lee creates the characters, the writers of the book make everything else, right?
But here's the reason why I should have known that it wouldn't be good, because Eric July thought it was good.
Yeah, exactly. That's
Like-
the big problem. Is he'll look at it and go.
I brushed it off because I was like, well, there's lots of people who thinks that Eric July has good comic book opinions, so maybe they're right. Even all this while knowing that the rest of the Rippaverse was bad.
No, see the.
I kept holding out hope.
We watched it on my first stream, the Saskas interview with Eric. That the Saskas, because you would have seen this. So the Saskas say that on page 4, if you don't love the Rippaverse by page 4 of Yaira, you need to touch grass and you need to go to church. Do you remember
sorry,
what
the-
page 4?
I do remember
What?
page
But-
4 because they
wait,
made
wait,
such a big
wait.
deal out of it whenever they showed up.
Wait, are you lying? Are you pulling-
The fucking incest twins is telling me to go to church.
Go to church. If you don't like page 4, the page 4 of Yaira, where Yaira sexually assaults Brian Solari and sucks the air out of his lungs, that is their
They
big.
they
like,
talked
if
it up
you
so
don't-
much that I thought it was gonna be something really cool. She
Yeah,
just kissed the dude.
she kisses the dude that she sexually assaults him to suck the air out of his lungs.
And I guess they
swear
kind
to
of spoiled
God,
that by releasing that Yaira trailer where he's just standing back and looking at her instead of stopping
That's the
her.
other thing.
Well, no,
That
him
Yaira
falling on the
animated
goddamn
trailer-
floor.
What in that Yaira animated trailer, Extra Hero, happens in Yaira?
I swear to God, this fucking company.
She
man.
fights aliens, right? She fights snake aliens in the book because the trailer says so, right? She has to, right? She doesn't.
Fuck.
What?
Doesn't
Why
fight
does he
aliens
keep
in the trailer.
doing that with the trailers? He keeps.
Because that was just recycled footage from like other.
Yeah, it got really
I said it.
bad with the Gooding trailer. The recycling,
said
I
it.
was like, don't even call
Yeah.
this an animated trailer, dude.
Yeah, I said it about that. All that Alpha Core and Isum and Yaira footage that was like all from those other things. They were talking about like you could probably cut it together to form a thing. I think he animated a pilot to sell to the Blaze first.
Whoa.
I think while the rip maybe like during Isum 2, right? Because remember, Isum 1 to Isum 2 took a year. I think he animated a pilot episode.
So here's why that
Sold
can't be
Blaze.
true. Because one of
Yeah.
his main things is always talking about how he's never going to sell to anyone.
He doesn't
Well,
have
selling is different. Like selling a pilot, that's the goal, right? Like
You think that's one
the
of his
goal, is
goals?
He's talked about, like, he knows he's made it when he has a video game. Unless he himself is going to have a Rippaverse Games,
I think he
pay
thinks
someone
he
else to make it.
can.
I mean,
But
We've given him way too much money.
to be fair,
But
he's not
also-
wrong. He's not wrong on that because, I mean, I'll use Harry Potter as an example. It started as a novel, became a movie, and then it had games. So it kind of started to cover all forms of entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're about to get a fucking series. So now it's on streaming.
It just needs it got audiobooks, but it needs radio dramas.
I'm just waiting for the
Radio drama.
I'm waiting for the Harry Potter anime. I know it's coming.
Ooh, that'd be good. Even though I hate anime.
It would be good actually.
Wait. Oh, okay.
Said Harry
I was like, wait, he hates anime?
I do hate anime, but that's a different discussion.
Is that
No,
true?
But,
Blasphemy.
it's
You're always talking about anime.
I'm not always talking about it. What animes have I talked about, Extra Hero?
Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yu-Gi-Oh!
That's literally the one. I've seen two, and the second one I've only saw half of. I've seen.
Wait,
Yu-Gi-Oh!
have you ever? You've seen Sailor Moon, though.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventures 1 to 3. Otherwise, I haven't seen Dragon Ball. Haven't seen. Last time I was on, I listed them off. Like, if you list an anime, I can tell you I haven't seen it.
Sailor
I just
Moon.
named you.
Yo, dog. I
you
told a
haven't
girl
seen Sailor
once.
Moon?
I was trying to trying to get good with her. I was like, baby, I fight evil by moonlight. I win love by daylight. She slapped me and I never saw her again.
No shit.
Was that the theme song to
Yes. Fighting
like,
evil
you guys-
by moonlight.
You guys have been talking
winning
about Dragon
love
Ball
by
times,
daylight.
and you
Yeah,
guys talk
we're
about Dragon Ball, and it's like I know enough about things, but I couldn't tell you what happens in a plot of an episode. I've never seen
Honestly,
Dragon Ball.
gun to my head, if you would have asked me before this very moment if you liked Dragon Ball, I would have said yes, for sure.
Yeah, like I've never been on when you've talked about it. But,
I just would have assumed. I would have just filled in the blanks.
like just because I'm nerd and I have all the nerd stuff, but otherwise, like, you know, like you ask me about I know the name Kakarot. I don't know what a Kakarot is.
Okay. Kakarot is Goku's Saiyan name. That's what his mama and daddy named him. All Saiyan names have a pun on vegetables, so Kakarot is a pun on carrot. And when Goku came to
What about
Earth,
Trunks? Aha.
No. But see, Trunks follows his mom's naming convention, which is that everybody in her side of the family is named after underwear.
I literally did not know there was a naming convention for Bulma's side.
Bulma, bloomers. Trunks,
Really?
Swimming trunks. Yep. Her daughter in the Japanese version is named Bra.
Look at this.
Whoa.
Great,
the last
great
name,
franchise you two enjoy.
The last name.
That's who Bra is.
The last name of Bulma's family is Briefs.
Oh.
Yo, what the fuck?
Her whole family.
I learn something new every time.
Listen, most of the time, every character in Dragon Ball, their name is a pun on something.
Yeah. I knew there was a lot of food puns. I didn't know undergarments and
You know, I haven't seen many anime. Like I saw I've also I barely talk about it, but I saw the Beyblade medal, you know, from the Cartoon Network Beyblade, you know.
I wish Beyblade had gotten better because Beyblade was fun to play and build.
Not the original,
it was like BattleBots, but
original.
Hold up.
The original George Gatsis.
Before we continue, fuck it.
Wait, you won't get copyright, will you?
No.
Probably very painfully violent.
Wait a minute, hold up. This is not going to get copyrighted. This shit's old as fuck.
That's the stuff that gets copyrighted, unless it's public domain.
Does Dick? I mean, Dick. Does Dink even exist anymore as a company?
Does Dink exist?
Dick exists.
Tell me this about the Sailor Moon fandom. Do Sailor Moon fans have like a favorite sailor?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on who you're talking to.
Okay, so as of 2023, most of Deke library is currently owned by Wild Brain, formerly DHX Media, after the company acquired Cookie Jar on October 22nd, 2012.
Who
Someone
the
will
fuck
copy-
are any of these people?
Japanese companies.
Who the
Japanese
fuck are
people.
any of these people?
You don't know Cookie Jar?
No. Who the
Who
fuck are
bought
these
you
people?
from the cookie jar? Who, me? Yes, you
Couldn't be.
Then
And who? See, we know that like the Pledge of Allegiance.
Wait, so
shout
they
out
did,
to We Sing.
yeah, because I remember they did a lot of cartoons, dubbed a lot
Grandpa's
of
Magical
cartoons.
Toys. If anyone gets that reference.
But see, here's the funny thing about this intro, right? So I'm watching the 2014 dub. I'm like on the 82nd episode, Jesker. Where is all this stuff in the original? This is all new. This stuff
No,
when they
because-
dubbed it, they must have recreated the whole thing.
Dude, the Sailor Moon, the original English version, is altered and censored to high hell. It is ridiculous.
It is.
They wanted to make it a kid's show, right?
Do they show blood in the show?
In the uncut version, yeah. The Japanese version, hell yeah.
Wow.
That's why they had to do, because see what happened was with Sailor Moon is that Deke did the first 2 seasons of dubbing, and I think the 3rd, 4th season and 5th season they someone else did the dubbing. So you had 3 different women play Sailor Moon.
Oh wow.
Now,
That's almost as bad as Pokemon.
10 years ago they did.
Yeah, Jesker, all
Yo,
you have to do is sing the opening instead of playing it, because then they won't get copyright strike.
I'll just play the first line because the first line's like the most.
Jesker claims he's an expert at copyright.
I'm not. But thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Fighting evil by moonlight, winning love by daylight.
All right, yeah, I'll pause there. But daggum, that opening is like that is nostalgic as fuck.
I have no nostalgia for it, but I could tell that was about.
Dude, back in the
there's a
day,
way that the audio sounds that can give you nostalgia.
Yeah.
back in the day,
Yeah.
man, when this shit would pop up, it'd be like, let's go.
Now let me say this right now. Remember, this came out before Toonami started airing that shit.
Yes.
It came out on another syndication, and it was on the same block that Street Fighter Victory came out.
I saw a Taylor Moon. I saw.
Oh.
That's a whole different series. I saw Sailor Moon.
That's Taylor Swift.
That
Sailor
movie
Moon.
would make
Oh.
$1 billion at the box
live
office.
action Sailor Moon
Well-
starring Taylor Swift.
Well, luckily,
no.
we're going to get the version of that when Taylor Swift is in Deadpool 3, coming into theaters this month.
Dude, listen. So, yeah, I think Sailor Moon. Like, I saw Sailor Moon in Dragon Ball Z. It was like an early morning block on like TBS or something.
That's where it was.
Yeah, like right before I went to school. So I remember this shit, dude. I remember Sailor Moon. It was like at 7 a.m, Sailor Moon, and then 7:30 was Dragon Ball. And I remember the first episode of Dragon Ball I saw was Gohan training in the wilderness, and it was the fucking dinosaur episode.
Now, was this? No, you're talking about the Toonami era then.
Yeah, but this was not on Toonami. It was on TBS.
CBS. Okay.
Yeah, and then late, sometime after that, very shortly after that, I discovered Toonami, and they were already at the Super Saiyan Goku versus Frieza fight.
Oh shit.
Yeah, they were like in a different.
Because you were watching. Okay, then that other one was playing the Ocean dub.
Yes, yeah, it was the Ocean dub.
Right. Because I
Goku
remember.
versus
All right,
Frieza
guys.
is Funimation.
I'm going to interrupt because I'm going to get off because you're weeb talking. Not be sullied by such generosity. No,
You will be converted to the weeb.
Hey, listen.
Please don't get
Many
off
have
while we're
tried.
on stream.
Hey, listen. I saw the Sailor Moon thing. And
Oh my
like
god.
that robot chicken, the robot chicken bit where like the villain has the Sailor Moon transformation and he's got like a massive boner. She's like, "Oh my god!" He's like, "Oh, I'm
Guys,
sorry."
let's try and
He's
keep
very-
in
he's
mind
very hot.
these are high school students.
Well, and then like,
I mean, we were high school students.
Yeah, but
the
we
girl
ain't no
villain
more.
is all like, I'm gonna get Sailor Moon and I'm gonna blah blah blah, and then she has like the girl villain has the erection, and then she's like, anime is weird.
Hey, no, I ain't gonna lie. Back in the day, I like the dark haired chick. What's her name?
Sailor
Ray.
Mars.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was my
back in
bitch
the
back
day.
in the day. Oh my goodness.
Hey, I'm rewatching that series right now, bro. I can't believe how
All right,
much
I'm
of a
going.
fucking retard and a moron Sailor Moon is, man. She's very similar, like Goku. Like she's very fucking retarded, bro.
Yeah, Sailor Mars, man. Oh, Wizard. Oh, fuck, Wizard. You should have let us done the proper goodbye. All right, fuck it. You know what? Fuck you, Wizard.
No.
Dude. Oh my god, man.
I'm a fan of
Mars.
Sailor Mercury, but not because of this show.
Don't you?
Because she's similar to a character in Pokemon that I was working on,
Oh,
and
yeah.
I went down a rabbit hole. I was like, well, who is this person? Because they're kind of similar.
Dude, I don't care if she was in high school and I was a kid back in the day. My god.
If anything, she's too old for you.
Well, no one needed to know what would have happened, so fuck it.
Age ain't nothing but a number.
No, look, back in the day,
Look,
yeah.
Like I said, there's always been double standards. All right, when it comes, let's just keep it. Let's keep it 100.
For sure.
Yeah, for sure. But no, I would say she's probably my favorite character of that series because she's always talking shit to Sailor Moon.
So what's her element?
Fire.
Fire.
Fire soul.
Yeah, let's see. Mercury was water.
Flaming swordsman.
God, that was a good Joey. Mars was fire. Jupiter was thunder.
Mm-hmm.
What was Venus?
Some energy beam. Solar energy, I think.
Mercury was water or ice, right?
Yeah.
Yep. That's mine.
Here, I'm gonna help you out.
Did one of them have like the power of heart, like Captain Planet?
Hey, you know what's so funny about that? Since you mentioned it, there were a lot. Have you guys noticed, like back between the 80s and 90s and early 2000s, there was a lot of these teenager type superhero type shows where all of them had a color coding.
It's
Like you
marketable.
You mean like Power Rangers?
Like yeah, of course you had the Super Sentai Power Ranger shit. Then you had Voltron even. Of course the Sailor Moon character.
I think it's just the simplest way to
Side note,
differentiate
Ninja
characters.
Turtles.
Side note on that, I recently was watching the Super Sentai that Mighty Morphin's based off of. I cannot get that I cannot get that theme song out of my head now.
Dark as hey, that series dark as shit, ain't it?
It is, but dadgum, that theme song. Jurenja, Jurenja, Ekitoko Monasentikais, Jurenja, Jurenja.
Well, now I think I know how K-pop blew up so much.
Jurenja.
I blame anime. It sort of ripped off the Band-Aid of like jamming out to Asian
Well, I'm gonna be
language.
honest, man. Look. Listen. When it comes to like Western music, I don't even really listen to Western music anymore like that. I mean, I might pop in an old jazz or R&B shit from back in that fucking day, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I am popping up some either some old school or some new school Japanese shit. A lot of it has to do with some anime shit. You know,
Can we just be honest? Can we just be honest about this? The Japanese are better at everything. They have better music. They have better cars. They have better consoles. They have better food. They have better women. All right.
I used to think that about the British
Why?
because they kept taking all the Hollywood roles.
No, the British women have sexy voices with their little accent. But I gotta admit, like
You can even go up a level, Irish.
The British are an automatic no just because as exists there.
Oh
Hey, don't
yeah,
bring that fat ass up, man. Don't
I
bring that
forgot.
fat, dirty piece of shit.
But he LARPs as an American.
That's
He's
true.
calling himself a silverback too, like motherfucker. You know what?
Silverback.
I'm gonna be honest, man. A fucking gorilla has more fucking brains than his stupid ass, man. Like,
Also, if you're comparing yourself to a gorilla, don't you need to have muscles? Is he known for having muscles?
No, he's fat.
fat bald bitch.
I mean, shit. He's fat.
Shit, man. Them
I didn't want to
gorillas-
say it, but yeah.
I'll say
Hey,
it.
nah. Them
I don't
gorillas
give-
are like
I
taking
don't
bench
give-
press, like,
I'm like the Boondocks. I don't give a flying fuck.
And you'd think if Eric July was being consistent, he would say it.
oh man.
He
I
would
mean,
call him
Eric-
that.
Eric's fat too.
Hey, Eric is fat, and he's man. That shit that I saw Father Hodges post the other day. I think Katie posted that shit too, man. Like this mother, bro. I know, and he's looking at the motherfucker that he's talking to. He ain't even paying attention. He's just looking at the damn hair all over this motherfucker.
I saw it. This guy was like, Eric should have been like, hey, my eyes are over here.
Bro, I mean, but you know what his response was? Because somebody said this dude Harry. He said, it's just manhood.
Wait. Who said that? Was it just some random person that made that?
It was a random motherfucker,
Oh,
and he said that it's just a sign of manhood. So you have overgrown hair all over your back and all over your shoulders like a fucking yeti. Like motherfucker. You can't, and I'm gonna say this: you can't. Hey, look. If he was comparing him to an animal, you can't call him a gorilla. Gorillas actually look beautiful, man. Ain't nothing beautiful about a man with fucking hair all over his back and all over his shoulders and shit. And you proudly present. I mean, you got a Vince Carter jersey too, man. Like you making Vince Carter look stupid, man.
wow. I mean, listen, the dude supposedly has a wife, so called. So I mean, why the fuck is he not getting her to shave his fucking back? I mean, come on, dude.
It's just a sign of manhood, apparently.
Fuck.
There's no way.
He's not gonna let her take away his manhood.
I mean, I get having a little bit of hair, but daggum, there's a little bit of hair, and then there's a fucking forest growing on your back. I mean, damn.
Man, wait, let me look at that shit because that shit's embarrassing, bro. Like,
I
don't
mean,
get it twisted. I'm not like, look, man. I got this on my fucking ear and whatnot, but it's like shit, man. There's no, I don't
What
have.
if he starts doing Manscaped ads?
Exactly. Like it's called manscaping, bitch. Try it.
It's
We're not
even
saying
no.
we're not saying you have to be hairless, but daggum, manage your shit.
Oh my god, this bitch looks so fucking good, man. And she responded.
What the fuck are you talking?
Nah, my bad, my bad. I got sidetracked.
I
Yeah,
thought
she-
You been making any more bets boxing historian?
I thought you
yeah,
were
and
talking about
I've been
Sarah
striking out on all of them,
Mm.
and it was always that one last parlay where somebody gets their ass whooped in a fight that's supposed to win,
Damn.
or fucking baseball team losing to a bum ass baseball team.
Damn.
Yeah,
Wait,
They-
what the hell is this? Asking Eric, my sister-in-law left my husband up the. That's I can't. Whatever. That's not related.
wait, why the fuck is Melanie Mack on one of my recommend like?
Oh.
I like to imagine that that's who you were just talking about.
Oh.
Fuck no.
You brought up Extra Heroes arch enemy.
Well, Extra Hero. Did you know that this bitch gave me my third strike on my channel?
I thought.
No.
I swear to God, I
Yes.
thought you were gonna say she gave you an STD.
How does she have time to be this
So
stupid?
basically, there was this dude saying there was one dude named Kaida, her little friends.
Yeah.
Sitting up here, he was like, "Oh yeah, I give her the N pass, right? The ER
What?
and the TGA." And I saw this because there was certain black people that called him out on it, like, bro, you have no shame. So I went up on the comment board and said some nasty things to him and to her, right? And I did a video.
As you should.
And the funny thing is, right?
This is a fucking picture.
Oh my god! Oh,
That is
there
so-
you go.
That's Stop.
Yo,
That's
look
he said stop.
It's painful to me.
Oh God, Eric's just. Man,
You know what?
shit.
You know what? Maybe trigger warnings are a good thing.
Oh my God, dude! It's like, I mean, and you can like see like on his neck, like the back of his head, like the hair from his head just continues down to the shoulders.
Do we need to create a special type of brush for your shoulder hair?
Oh,
oh, what the fuck, man?
no, seriously, look at the back of his head. Like the head on his hair just trails down the neck into the shoulder hair.
Boxing
Like,
historian,
it's
he
one
almost has
continuous
enough hair on
line
his
of hair.
shoulders to have waves.
Oh shit. Oh man, hell no.
Dude, sit the fuck down. You hand your wife the razor, and she shaves it off. Do it at least once a week, and you're golden. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
Oh, it's gonna be braided one day.
Oh,
Yo, hey, bro. Hey, no, but he's looking at his shoulder here, though. You're looking at him.
There could be nothing else that he could be looking at.
Eric's like, hey, my eyes are up here, dude. Oh
mean,
my God.
Hey, wait, where's the full? Because it shows his back. Oh man, where is this motherfucker?
Oh, and wearing jerseys like that.
Damn,
Good God.
Cat Dennis got some big ass titties. God damn, dog.
She does. She's
That's my kind of bitch.
I watched Two Broke Girls just because of her.
Dude, it's
Bro.
like if you got something going on, like cover it up, man. It's like,
I want to know if there's actually women who are attracted to this.
oh,
Wait, and his woman's pretty good looking too, man.
Yeah, I got nothing bad to say about his wife, but I'm thinking he's so stubborn that he wouldn't even change for her.
Oh man, that's fucking hot as a bitch in here, man.
oh, tell me about it. I've got 2 fans going.
Fuck.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
Oh my god, man.
I swear, you know what? It's like that scene from King of the Hill where Dell was talking about how there wasn't any such thing as global warming, and Hank is like, Dell, if it gets any hotter, I'm gonna kick your ass.
Oh yeah. I was like, wait, how did they were kind of ahead of their time?
Dude, I
I
swear
want that's another show I want to come back.
no, that one was a product of its time.
Well, I wanted to come back because I kind of liked it, but I think I could love it. So I want to give it another chance
Dude,
to be good.
I was just watching rewatching some episodes the other day on the 4th of July, and like Boomhauer's fucking incredible.
Boomhauer is incredible. Hank, honestly, Hank is the best character on the show besides Khan.
Dude, Hank was trying to fix the TV, and Bobby was asking why they didn't go get a new one, and Hank was like, well, you see, Bobby, unfortunately, the United States, the greatest country in the history of the world, doesn't make TVs anymore. So we just have to fix this one up. Instead, all the Japanese are making, or all the televisions are made by the Japanese. Bobby was like, why don't we buy a Japanese TV? Hank was like, go to your room, Bobby.
Well, the Japanese, of course, took his father's shins. You see,
Was that the Japanese? I thought it was the Vietnamese.
His father definitely had a lot of bad things to say about the Japanese. I'm pretty sure it's the Japanese.
Yeah, it was the Japanese because Hank had like that half brother in Japan.
Oh yeah, that was stupid. That's when your show has jumped the shark.
Yeah, that was like in the later seasons.
When you start doing secret half brothers and shit.
See, that's one reason why I don't think the show should come back, is like the last couple of seasons were, you could tell that the quality was starting to go down.
Oh, which one?
King of the Hill.
Oh yeah, King of yeah.
I'd say it started off its strongest, and then it got worse and worse with time. Although, yeah, it definitely did because I went through the whole series, and each time there was a good episode, I like marked it on my computer. And with the later seasons, I'd be lucky to have one good episode out of a whole season. So,
So are you Japanese or Chinese? I'm Liao.
oh yeah, oh see,
Are you Japanese or Chinese?
now it's possible that they could make that hilarious joke in the beginning, but over time things got more and more progressive, and so it also meant that the comedy sort of took a hit.
Yeah.
But also, I never loved Bobby Hill, and so
That boy ain't right.
I wouldn't mind them aging him up because I want to see what that type of thing would turn into.
Wait, which series are you?
King of the Hill?
Still? Oh, well, what's the Asian do?
Khan, the neighbor,
Oh, okay, yeah.
the neighbor who
Wait, so
was very rude.
King of the Hill, Simpsons, Family Guy. Did they? I know they did Simpsons and Family Guy. Did they?
They
ever
never
do-
crossed.
They didn't. Oh, they did. They didn't.
They never crossed, but I seem to remember. I want to say it was in Family Guy. There was like a cameo of Hank.
I wouldn't put it past them, but
But it was like really brief. It was just like him standing at the door or something.
was it a Family Guy version of Hank or just
No, it was like Hank Hill.
okay?
Hank
Hold on, let me see. Family Guy,
Joe Biden using.
King of the Hill. Was this it?
That's when they were just mocking the intro.
They were mocking it.
Oh, look at the American Dad.
Like Hank was on the Cleveland show?
We don't belong here. I mean,
Oh,
look at
no,
all
no,
these
no, pause
weirdos.
that.
It's what my
Pause
boss
that,
is
yeah. Yeah. You don't want it.
I huff propane. Well, we've made
What?
Goofy goes to hell. Oh, shit.
Goofy goes to hell. Oh,
be careful you don't fall off that.
Yo, Stewie's a demon, man.
So, says here you're involved in the plotting of September 11th? Well, that's what they get for supporting Israel.
wow! Wow!
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there goes my channel.
I did not see that coming. Wow. Of course, that was 13 years ago, Family Guy, when they couldn't miss.
Yup, that's what they get for support Israel.
And look how many views that has. Jesus.
I know Goofy's laughing at Oh, man.
Yeah,
Let me chill out, man, before
Yeah.
I fucking die.
yeah, my channel's gone now. Like, it's over. It's done.
Talk about an extreme Goofy.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
Good God.
Yo.
I did not expect that to come out of his mouth. That was
Ain't nobody expected that shit.
that's insane. What? I would expect any character to say that, let alone Goofy. What?
have y'all ever seen that parody where like Goofy's on trial because he like massacred a school?
Jesus.
Yeah, he's like Like he's fucking out of his mind, and Judge is like, the voices inside my head told me to. I'll fucking do it again.
What would Max think?
Hold up. Let me see if I can find that. Let's see. Goofy on trial.
Y'all gotta stop fucking with Goofy, man.
Yeah, there's like the animated version. Like this shit's hilarious. Wait a minute, this bitch has got 23 million. Holy shit!
Jesus.
Will the suspect please take the stand? Mr. Goofy, is it?
Yeah.
Mr. Goofy, you are here today being charged with mass homicide.
Yeah.
And your lawyer is here, present. Am I correct?
Yes, I'm his lawyer, Joe Rosenberg. I'll be representing Goofy today in court.
Oh, shit.
Now, from what I see here, there is strong evidence supporting the mass shooting. It looks like here you were caught in broad daylight on CCTV holding an AR-7.
Yep.
So you're admitting that the man in this footage is you, correct?
Yep.
So you do admit that this very same footage right here, from the very same CCTV of you massacring a public elementary school, is you as well? Is that a yes? Can I get a yes, Mr. Goofy?
I object. My client has done nothing wrong.
He killed 27 children and crippled 5.
He's clinically insane, Your Honor. He's crazy.
Mr. Goofy, this is not a laughing matter.
He's insane. His wife miscarried.
Mr. Goofy, what do you have to say for yourself?
Guilty.
Your Honor, my client would like to prove insanity.
No.
Wait, hold on. Mr. Goofy, you're saying that you were conscious?
Yeah.
You were conscious and aware of your actions. Is that correct?
Yep.
Goofy, what the fuck are you doing?
Gosh, I did it.
Mr. Rosenberg, looks like your client has decided to come clean.
Holy fucking shit. Your Honor, I'd like to call for a recess. I would like to talk to my client in private.
Fine. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Goofy, get the fuck over here.
I did it.
Goofy, come here. Goofy, come here. Listen to me. Okay. All right, Goofy, you're on thin ice right now. You're on thin ice, buddy. Come on, shape up.
I did it.
Yeah, I know you did it. Yeah, we all know you fucking did it. Okay, but we can get you off.
I'm a murderer.
We all know you're guilty. Look,
Guilty.
look, Goofy, I'm Mickey's best lawyer. Okay, he wanted me on this case because he cares about you.
I'll fucking do it again.
Okay, Goofy, do you want to go to jail?
No.
Do you want to go to a psychiatric ward?
No.
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 Then you say that you're not guilty. You didn't do it.
But
okay?
I did.
Yeah, I know you fucking did it, but just say you did it. Okay, Goofy, you gotta take this seriously. You killed 27 children, okay? And we all know that. But I can get you out of this. Do you know how much money Mickey put on the line for this? Do you know how much money he's paying? He's doing this just for you because he cares about you. Okay? If not for me, do this for Mickey.
Okay.
I don't care about losing the case. Just do it for Mickey. Okay.
Goofy. Murder.
Goofy.
Hell no.
Goofy. The demons told me to.
Fuck up, Goofy.
Guilty.
Fuck children.
Wow. That was amazing.
Dude, that shit is fucking fantastic.
Wow.
23 million views. Holy shit.
Think about all the animators that video inspired to become YouTube animators.
Have you seen the one where Goofy's like the Joker?
No.
It's like the late night scene from the Joker movie. Like Goofy's the Joker, Winnie the Pooh's like the talk show host.
We shouldn't. We can't ruin Pooh.
Nah. This
You
Pooh's
mean Pooh
pink.
from Yu Yu Hakusho?
Knock.
No, Winnie the Pooh.
Knock.
Who's there?
It's the police, ma'am. Your son's been hit by a drunk driver. He's dead. Yeah.
Oh, no. You can't joke about that.
Yeah, that's not funny, Goofy. That's not the kind of humor we do on this show.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's just, it's been a rough few weeks, Winnie. Yeah. Ever since I killed those 3 Wall Street guys.
Okay, I'm waiting for the punchline.
There is no punchline. It's not a joke.
You're serious, aren't you? You telling us you killed those 3 men on the subway?
Mm-hmm.
And why should we believe you?
Got nothing left to lose. Nothing can hurt me anymore. Yeah. My life is nothing but a comedy.
Let me get this straight. You think killing those guys is funny?
I do. And I'm tired of pretending it's not. Comedy is subjective, Winnie. Isn't that what they say? All of you, the system that knows so much, you decide what's right or wrong. The same way you decide what's funny or not.
Get him off!
Oh, okay, I think I might understand that you did this to start a movement, to become a symbol.
Come on, Winnie. Do I look like the kind of goof that could start a movement? I killed those guys because they were awful. Everybody is awful these days. It's enough to make anyone crazy.
Okay, so that's it. You're crazy. That's your defense for killing 3 young men?
No. They couldn't carry a tune to save their lives.
Get off the stage!
Gosh, why is everybody so upset about these guys? If it was me dying on the sidewalk, you'd walk right over me. I pass you every day and you don't notice me. But these guys, what, because Thomas Wayne went and cried about them on TV?
You have a problem with Thomas Wayne, too.
Yes, I do. Have you seen what it's like out there, Winnie? Do you ever actually leave the studio? Everybody just yells and screams at each other. Nobody's civil anymore. Nobody thinks what it's like to be the other guy. You think men like Thomas Wayne ever think what it's like to be someone like me? To be somebody but themselves? They don't. They think that we'll just sit there and take it like good little boys. That we won't werewolf and go wild.
You finished? I mean, there's so much self-pity, Goofy. You sound like you're making excuses for killing those young men. Not everybody, and I'll tell you this, not everyone is awful.
You're awful, Winnie.
Me? I'm awful? How am I awful?
Playing my video. Inviting me on the show. You just wanted to make fun of me. You're just like the rest of them.
You don't know the first thing about me, pal. Look at what happened because of what you did, what it led to. There were riots out there. 2 policemen are in critical condition and you're laughing. You're laughing. Someone was killed today because of what you did.
I know. How about another joke, Winnie?
I think we've had enough of your jokes.
What do you get
I don't think
when
so.
you cross a mentally ill loner with a society that abandons him and treats him like
Call the
trash?
police, Gene.
I'll tell you what you get.
the police.
You get what you fucking deserve.
Well, it wasn't funny, but I guess
Oh,
the original
come-
scene wasn't funny either.
Oh hell no! The original scene's dark as fuck. Well, you didn't think yucking deserved because originally you said fucking deserved, but in this one he's like, you get what you yucking deserve.
I don't know that they got anything from casting these 2 characters as those characters.
Y'all boxing historian looks like he's having a mental breakdown. You all right?
Man, I'm sorry that shit, man, was too fucking funny, bro. Sorry, I'm sorry I had to listen to that shit with myself muted, man.
Wait, Extra, have you seen the Joker movie?
Yeah, I did. I saw it in theaters.
I only saw a segment.
I hated it.
The movie.
Of course, I have to watch the next one though.
Yeah, with Lady Gaga. Oh, that's,
Why? Because it's a musical?
Because it has Lady Gaga.
It's trash. It's gonna be trash, man.
She might do a good job as Harley Quinn.
I don't think the movie will be bad because of her. I think the movie will be bad because it's a Joker sequel.
I just want to see Harley and Joker. I want to see them doing the song from American Tell 50 Goes West, where it's just like somewhere out there. Now, am I the only one that thinks that it's weird that's become a romance song, but it was a brother and sister that was singing it in the movie?
I knew it as a romance song, and that's it. I never saw the movie, so.
Wait, you've never seen American Tell?
This is news to me.
Hold on, you've never seen American Tell?
I love the song. That's it. End of story.
It's okay. Did you see Land Before Time?
Yeah.
Okay, the same guy that made Land Before Time made American Tell.
Oh, cool.
Really?
Yeah, Don Bluth. Yeah.
Mm.
They haven't made a Land Before Time in a long time, huh?
Who?
No, they constantly make Land Before Times.
Let me remind y'all. Don Bluth is actually like
There's like over 20 now.
He's like the third or fourth cousin of Mitt Romney.
Fuck no.
Yeah. Look, it's. I would say look it up, but I'm the one with all the power tonight. So you know what?
I guess I don't care.
Don Bluth, Mitt Romney. Romney and let's see. Wait a minute. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Mitt Romney's his second cousin.
What does that mean?
It means they have heritage. But no, I didn't know that until the JonTron video came out. Well, wait a minute, what was? Oh yeah. He was reviewing that. What's that one video game, Dragon Slayer?
Dragon Slayer.
It's let's see, hold up. It's like it was like an animated arcade game to where you made like choices, but it was like animated in the Don Bluth style. I think it was called Dragon Slayer. Yeah, this is it. So like you'd have to make choices and it would determine like if you progress through the game or not.
Like a choose your own adventure?
Kinda, yeah.
I'm surprised choose your own adventures aren't more popular these days. It was a great format.
Well, Telltale Games kind of did that with like The Walking Dead and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Like your choices would determine like what would happen.
Oh, one of those games where it's like, oh, this we will remember you chose this and shit like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Life is Strange burnt me on that, where they remembered it, but it still didn't matter. They found a way to make it still not matter.
Walking Dead was kind of the same way. I mean, it did matter to an extent, but they always found a way to kind of.
I'm sure Telltale did it better.
They did, but it still had the problem of, well, the story still has to go in a certain direction, you know, to get to the end point we wanted to get to. Except for the last game, which had multiple endings because it was the last game.
Is Miles Morales the same age as Peter Parker? He's younger, right?
Oh, Dragon Lair. That I remember this series.
I want to say he's a little bit younger.
What about Gwen? Gwen Stacy?
No, Gwen I think is the same age as Peter.
Oh yeah, Gwen is older than Miles. Okay.
Gwen Stacy age.
Oh yeah, Gwen is older.
Yeah, she's 19 years old. While Miles was a month from being 17. Dang, she's a cradle robber. She's a cradle robber. What are you on your phone now?
Yeah.
Okay, that explains why the picture looks a little weird. All right, but no, she's a cradle robber.
I guess if over time we get more and more strict with those with these definitions.
Cradle robbing is like an older woman dating a younger guy.
Yeah, I know, but you know, they're basically a year apart.
Which, by the way, I'm being sarcastic.
Yeah.
We go by the Romeo and Juliet laws around here.
What's that?
Oh, you don't know what that is?
If you love someone, you poison yourself for them?
Yes. You are required by law to do that. Yeah, America doesn't make much
America's
sense.
gotten weird.
America is always weird. No, so the Romeo and Juliet. So, all right, let's say like you're 17 in high school, and wait, what's the youngest you can be in high school? How old are freshmen?
The
14?
youngest you can be in high school?
What is it, like 14,
I don't remember.
15? Okay, well let's just say like you're 17 in high school and your girlfriend or boyfriend's 15, and then you turn 18 and it's like, oh well, I guess we can't date for a couple of years until you age up. It's like, no, that's stupid.
That's nonsense.
So Romeo and Juliet laws are basically there to cover scenarios like that. So like even if the one person's like underage, as long as the age gap doesn't exceed 5 years, then it's not considered illegal.
I want to fuck me a 35. I want to fuck me a 45-year-old bitch, man.
That's good for you.
Well said.
But yeah, it's one of those gray areas that they had to come up with a law to basically, solve it pretty much. Why it's called Romeo and Juliet laws, I have no idea.
I don't know. It sounds romantic.
I have no fucking idea. I mean, was there an age gap between Romeo and Juliet? Like, I don't think.
It's also weird calling something a Romeo and Juliet law when they were basically defying authority.
Yeah, like if anything, like I would call it like the high school sweetheart law or something. But,
that's
like,
pretty good.
I mean, that's usually like the scenarios they would cover would be like you dated in high school. There's a slight age gap. This basically covers your bases.
Yeah.
So, because I remember there was like a controversy like a couple of years ago with this guy called Seth the Programmer, and I was like trying to explain to people, like it was involving a girl, and like I was trying to explain to people like, guys, this is not illegal because of the Romeo and Juliet laws, and people were like, what the fuck is that? And I was like, it's laws that cover this particular scenario. It's like, hello. But anyway, that whole thing got overblown, and it turns out that the girl wasn't actually as young as she was when the stuff was going on. She was saying that she was like 15. Turns out she was 17, and then it turned out she was actually 19 later on, and then it was a whole mess.
Ain't that a bitch?
So everyone just wasted everyone else's time.
Yeah. I mean, the dude still did some shitty stuff, but my whole point was like he didn't do anything illegal. Uncapped Turtle says in most states it's 2 years. It varies by state, but the maximum I think is 5 years in certain states. To me, this is one of those things. So, I mean, this gets to a larger issue. Like, I understand back in the day, like states having their own laws for stuff because it was very unlikely you were going to travel much outside of your own state. But this is 2024, and interstate travel is quite common. I mean, I I live in Tennessee. I traveled to North Carolina like a month ago, so it's very quite common. Like there's some laws I think should just be applied across the country.
Yeah, they're called federal.
Yeah, just to simplify things. But like shit like this is what I'm talking about because it's like, oh well, we'll let each state decide this shit. It's like no. Just pick like with the Romeo and Juliet laws, like just pick an age, roll with it across the country so we don't have any confusion or any doubts or I don't want to have to research the laws. You know what I mean? I don't want to have to research laws. No one wants to research laws. So let's just make it a standard. But, I guess that would make too much sense. Yeah, Uncapped Turtle said Dragon's Lair is a reflex game. It flashes lights you have to react to with the joystick or the fire. But yeah. So like you'll be like trying to jump over like a moat or something and you have to react at the right time for it to work.
Have y'all seen that Miyamoto picture where it's him apparently holding the new version of the Switch? But the picture is actually of him holding a Wii U.
What? Oh wait.
But people have just forgotten about the Wii U. Some people think it's a new thing. There it is. Mysterious console.
Guys, that's a fucking Wii U gamepad.
We've been so thirsty for new Switch news. You're like barely a generation away.
Like, did people really think that was a new console for a second?
Definitely.
Oh my god, you people are fucking
because you look at it and you think, oh, well, if anyone could have access to it, it'd be him.
Somebody's got the robot voice going on.
The humans are dead.
Yeah, X-Hero, you got a robot voice going on.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, sound like a lot of static.
Might need to reset your mic. It's a Quarter Muncher. Was the first game that took multiple quarters. It was animated by Don Bluth Studios. Yeah, who is the second cousin of Mitt Romney. It's a sequel. Its sequel is Space Ace. Oh yeah, Space Ace. Yeah.
Space Ace. Yeah.
Damn. Yo. Hey, I have a question. Extra Hero, do you have like some special kind of headsets? Because that's probably what's happening.
I just unplugged it and plugged it back in.
Okay,
how does it sound now?
Now you sound normal.
Okay.
Wait, why am I looking at some shit where someone's saying Vito is a pedo?
Wait, what?
It's just
because Vito made a sarcastic joke about cuties back in the day, and internet humor was different back then, and sarcasm is lost in translation on the internet.
I'm surprised that you're just now hearing this.
No. Well, I'm just looking at somebody. No. This shit just popped up on my on a new page I have, like the recommendations, and you got somebody sitting up here calling him a pedo and shit. Like, what the fuck?
No, it's been a long-standing gag. On his Patreon, he calls his followers the Veto Files.
Uncapped Turtle says Katie Doo wants you to set your permissions to allow rage. She tried to send her audience up. Oh, did she? Well, okay. First of all, thank you, Katie. Second, I got to figure out how to do that. I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know. I know you can do it on Twitch. I didn't know that was a thing on YouTube. I'll have to look into that.
Gen Zers desperate to become video game content creators. Really?
Oh yeah. You can't blame them though. Working a regular job is ass.
I mean, that's what millennials did.
Yeah, that is what we did. I ain't gonna lie.
They just do everything we did, just to the extreme. We said no labels. They were like, hold our beers, hold our O'Douls.
Yeah. I mean,
Now
no,
you don't know
I
what to
feel it.
call us.
No, I feel it. I mean, although I don't, I just call our generation '90s babies.
Yeah.
I don't like the millennial thing because in that they associate millennialism with not being with being lazy and all this other shit, which is not true.
Yeah.
But
Okay, that looks a bit complicated. I'll set that up later. Um, I'll have to read into exactly how to do that because it's like getting to like the brand for the channel and everything. So
oh, is she talking about the StreamYard thing where you can
no,
so
it's
that
it's it's a thing on YouTube. I have to like give it permission. Um, yeah, you can set your channel up to allow redirects from anyone who subscribes to you. So with that in theory, it opens it. Yeah, I didn't even know that was a thing.
that's you know what makes sense how certain people
Yeah,
who are grouped up are able to do all that shit.
I'll get that set up before the next stream because I'm looking at it. It's a little bit of a. I mean, it's probably not that bad, but I don't feel like going into it right now. But I'll do that before the next stream for sure. I didn't even know. I knew you can do it on Twitch. I didn't know that was a thing on YouTube though. That's cool though. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, yeah, I'll look into that for sure. I'm fucking shocked that there's not more concept art out there for the next Nintendo console.
Especially with AI.
Yeah, like I mean, don't get me wrong, like I do think the next system will be a successor to the Switch as far as like it's
You
going
know
to
what? You hit on a good point, which is that most of their systems usually look drastically different than the last.
Well, also too, like I remember there was this YouTuber I used to watch back in the day, like when I first got on YouTube and stuff, and he was talking about like Nintendo has a cycle, it like revolution, evolution. So the Nintendo Entertainment System was a revolutionary system, and then the Super Nintendo evolved the concept of the Nintendo Entertainment System. Then you had the N64, which was a revolution because of the 3D graphics, and then GameCube evolved that. It was like a extension of it. Then you go into the Wii with the motion controls.
No, I think the analogy breaks down at GameCube. It wasn't enough of an evolution to.
Well, it was still 3D graphics, but prettier.
Yeah, but it would be 3D to infinity and beyond. Like it would just always be 3D. That's just technology.
Well,
but go ahead with the rest of it. I want to see if it starts making more sense with the Wii.
So like Wii U is an evolution of Wii, and then the Switch comes out, and it's like a revolution because now it's combining the home system and the handheld into one system.
Yeah.
So,
but it's not a revolution because it's more like the Wii U. It's like an evolution of that.
It is, but it's kind of. But I ain't gonna lie, I see my little brother because he got a little.
Mm-hmm.
He be having this shit, man. I'm thinking, man, like, bro, why didn't they think of this shit back in the day when they came out with the Game Boy Advance?
What do you mean they didn't think of what? Oh, hooking it up to the TV?
Yeah.
Well, they did around the time of the 64. If you had Pokemon Stadium, you could buy a special accessory.
So my whole thing about it is that I think going forward, I think all Nintendo systems have to be a handheld home console hybrid because how do you go back from that? Like how in the world would you take a step back from that and do like a separate handheld and a separate home console? I don't think you can. Which I'm not complaining about it because I think this was the natural evolution for Nintendo to combine
the problem is this means that there's limited innovation that can happen beyond this point. If you're not going to go VR, it's kind of like the same problem that like iPhones have, and I guess cell phones as a whole, but mostly iPhones. That like they were known for definitely doing the innovation and then iteration, because they usually split up the models of the phones into like the numbered one and then the S version.
Yeah.
So,
well, I think that's true with especially entertainment technology in general, because you get to a point where it's like, what else can you really do that's not going to feel tacky? You know what I mean?
Yeah. But the thing we loved about Nintendo is that they didn't care about feeling tacky. They did it anyway.
No, but I just don't.
PlayStation and Xbox, they're afraid of being tacky.
I think, like, I honestly feel like the next system is just going to be like a super powered Switch. It's going to be literally like they could call it the Super Switch, and it'd be like, yeah, that's pretty much what I expect.
Oh, remember the PlayStation Portable?
I fucking love PlayStation Portable.
I ain't gonna lie, I like the Nintendo DS more back in the
day. At the well, Nintendo has always had the games. PSP, they didn't really have the games.
It was a portable PlayStation 2.
Yeah, I mean, they had ports of games, but they didn't really have the games like Nintendo had.
They had games on there that I like they had Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep. They had Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII. They had Dissidia Final Fantasy. They had Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi Tag Team and Another Road, and like
they had NBA Live, which I love playing.
They had movies. They had fucking movies on the
UMD
PSP.
disc.
That's right. I love the PSP.
PSP was amazing. God
of War games on the PSP.
I guess they didn't think it was that amazing because they kept trying to improve it.
I think the PSP is one of the most underrated systems in video game history.
Was it underrated? People liked it.
They don't give enough credit now. And then
I think underrated is reserved for things like, I guess, like, I want to say Dreamcast, but now everyone's acting like they showed love to the Dreamcast when it was out.
Oh, bullshit!
I don't think they did.
Bullshit. That's absolute horse shit. The Dreamcast was ahead of its time, and these fuckers killed Sega, and I will never forgive them for that. I'll never forgive them for that shit. Yes.
Shout out to Soul Calibur.
We could have still had Sega consoles to this day if you motherfuckers would have seen what they were trying to do.
Well, that was the first one with online play too, though.
Exactly.
They had online play?
Yeah. Dreamcast had online play. It was the first video game console, first home console to have online play. And people didn't understand it. They didn't get it. And I'll never forgive you all for this.
So how could Sega have survived as a video game maker? Because obviously they wouldn't have had the resources to compete with when Microsoft hopped their happy asses into the game. No one has Microsoft money.
I've got Microsoft money. I'll bring you back, Sega.
I guess Bill Gates has Microsoft money. Hey, they're showing that show that you were talking about the other day, Reboot.
Yeah, I've been binging.
Oh, Reboot is old. That is a classic.
I'm pretty sure Reboot is like the first fully 3D animated show.
Yes, it is.
That shit was fucking awesome back in the day. And oh my god, they broke the fourth wall so many times. All the references.
Did they ever, bro? And
like
that, I'm gonna say this: that in Beast Wars, man, that was some shit we never seen.
And these were Canadian shows too.
Oh yeah. And they both were dubbed by Ocean Dub, man.
Yeah, Canada had some good shit back in the day.
Oh, I think by far their dubbing was they probably had the most talented voice actors of anybody, honestly.
Oh, that fucking Game Gear that took all the fucking batteries.
Okay.
Sega, like you
Yeah, I remember
motherfuckers
that shit.
killed it. I'll never forgive you. I'll never forgive you.
I guess I never hear anyone saying the Game Gear was underrated.
Oh well, it took like 4 batteries to
Yeah,
charge
it
that
took
shit
way
up.
too many batteries.
It was absurd. I
Sega
mean, it was
is.
nice playing Sonic on
Hold on.
a sort of big screen, but
There's no fucking way. Sega is launching the Neptune in Brazil. The
Neptune's
Neptune was a
beer.
combined Genesis and 32X, and that's not a new console. That's just combining old shit into new shit. Like, fuck, that ain't a new. I want a new. I want a Sega Dreamcast too, motherfuckers.
I wonder if anyone big ever tried to buy Sega.
I think Microsoft was trying to at one point.
Microsoft tried to buy literally everything and everyone.
Honestly,
Nintendo had to laugh them out of the room.
Yeah, really, like Nintendo. Nintendo was like,
The
bitch,
ego on these motherfuckers.
bitch, go back to America. No, if anybody was going to get Sega, I'll be real with you. Sega might sell to Nintendo because of their history.
Mm.
They were rivals back in the day, but they
Like
have
Jay-Z and Nas.
Yeah, they have that history, so they have a respect for each other. I want my Dreamcast too, damn it. How could y'all do this to me? How could y'all kill my first video game console was a Sega Genesis, and y'all do this to me? Go eat a dick. Fucking lame ass, pussy ass, bitch ass gamers. Not understanding what Nintendo was trying to do, the greatness.
Oh,
I guess
speaking of
it's
which,
cool
man.
that Sonic is still around though.
Oh yeah, no,
It's
the
still around
Sonic stuff
heavy.
that they've done is pretty cool. I ain't gonna lie.
Sonic Heroes, Sonic Heroes.
Hey, I'm gonna say this the best Sonic game I played outside of the ones that were 3D was the Sonic the Hedgehog 2?
No, hold up. No, I understand that. Like the Neptune was a system that was being developed back in the day, but it never came out. They ended up going to the Saturn.
Like a Saturn.
Yeah, but like if it's just a rehash of an old concept, I mean, I guess there's some I guess there's some cool factor there, but at the same time, like I want Sega to come back and compete with Microsoft, with Nintendo.
Sega over here using Sailor Moon naming conventions.
Yeah, we need some more competition, I ain't gonna lie.
Sega Moon?
Sega Moon.
Sega Moon.
Playing games by moonlight. During the competition by daylight. Let's go, dog. Sega is still the #1 selling system in Brazil? Motherfuckers, the last console they made came out in 1999. What are you doing?
I think there's a lot of countries that like don't get modern games for some weird reasons.
What are these countries? Hell?
I mean, for a while they were China.
Sega's canceled Neptune console comes to life thanks to. So they really are doing a fucking Neptune. Fuck it. Fuck it.
We see Nintendo stop with producing the mini consoles now. Because they knew that their online service, one of the big draws was being able to play 64 games. And they didn't want to give that up.
Look, chat, I know Sega's not going to come out with a new system, obviously. I mean, I don't think they even have the people in the company that could do modern hardware. But you know, a man can hope, can he not?
You know who should buy Sega? Unity.
Ooh. I don't know, man. Like Unity,
Mm.
I mean, Unity is like an easier programming software to.
Yeah. Well, maybe Unreal. What if Unreal Engine bought Sega? They could be.
Maybe.
I don't know. They got a lot of power.
So here's my problem with Unity. So Unity is easier to code and program compared to Unreal Engine.
Yeah.
But the problem is Unity is on some bullshit when it comes to the royalties.
Yeah.
Unreal is a lot more generous because you don't have to pay them a damn thing until you hit $1 million.
Well, here's the thing: if you're gonna compete with Sega, with Sony and Nintendo, you got to be on some sort of bullshit to have the war chest.
I don't know, man. I like that idea that Unreal Engine's got. Like, I don't have to, like, I only start paying you 5% once I hit $1 million. So that means I get $950,000. You guys get $50,000. I like that deal. I can roll with it. That's cool.
Your accountant likes that.
Yes, he does. Unity was better because of their licensing. Unreal fixed that. Yeah, but there was like some kind of controversy earlier this year that Unity was like getting stupid when it came to the royalty payments, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But,
yeah, they did that.
Yeah, that's why for my game development I use RPG Maker.
A fantastic tool to make legitimate games.
Yeah. No, RPG Maker. Let me just pull it up real quick. RPG Maker is.
I mean, I'm sure it inspired some people who went on to make real games, kind of like how Guitar Hero inspired people to play guitar for real.
Yeah,
it's
not as much as Nashville does.
It's one thing. It's one thing to play around with it, but if you're going to develop a game on this and then sell it, you should be slapped in the face.
That's a good question.
You should really be slapped in the face because don't make people spend money on this shit. It's like people spending money on ISOM. What's wrong with you?
I don't know.
Unreal also fixed the licensing deal for using it for film. Unity's licensing for using it in motion graphics. So here's my thing. And this is why I hate business in general. I hate fucking corporate culture. Just make the shit simple. Make it streamlined. And I know, well, if we make it complicated, we can make more money. It's like, dude, you can do without an extra 5 cents on every fucking thing, all right? Like Unreal's licensing is very fucking simple. You hit $1 million, you pay 5%. That's simple. It's straightforward. Everything in business should be that way. And that makes sense. It's like, yeah, I developed the game, but I developed it using your tools. So, yeah, I think you should get some money off of my success. But I don't complain about it because, number one, it's fair. But number two, it's also simple and straightforward, as everything in life should be.
Wouldn't that make life boring?
I can find excitement in life outside of my financial situation. I would like that to be that to be as stable and boring as humanly possible.
Yeah, everything doesn't need to be everything.
Exactly. But no, like you can make movies with Unreal Engine, you can make games, like you can do a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Ooh, what's this? Godot is completely open source and has become even easier to use than Unity. What the fuck is that? I've never even heard of that. Are you talking about Gal Gadot?
No, she's not open source. She's very proprietary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm. Keep telling yourself that.
I mean, I guess Wonder Woman did show up in all sorts of movies.
What's like the highest level of game you can make with this? Let's see. Wait, is that fucking Earthworm Jim?
The one and only.
Welcome back, buddy. We missed you. Come on, show me something really impressive. Okay, here we go. This is kind of interesting. All right,
Boxing Historian fell asleep again.
No, he did not.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, Boxing Historian. This motherfucker right here, man. All right, fine. I'm muting his ass just in case somebody starts talking. I mean, I don't want somebody to come into his room and be like, "Hey, did you put your fucking did you put the cream on your ass? I know you got a rash. You need to put your cream on your ass right now." And it's like,
we didn't need to know these details.
I'm gonna have to take the stream down. I can't. I don't want this shit getting out there. But then again, somebody's probably already got it capped. So it's like internet is forever. Sorry, Boxing Historian. I mean, fuck. Sorry. That's old. Wait, the image I've got pulled up is like an old. Wait a minute. Like when is this from? Okay, well, I mean, regardless, like if that's a few years old or whatever, that's still pretty impressive.
You got any new Kingdom Hearts news since the last time we spoke?
No. These fucking bitches made it sound like they were gonna have something at the game at Summer Game Fest.
Yeah.
And then there wasn't shit, and I'm just like, God bless it, man. Like, come on, it's like, ugh. It's been 2 years.
I think a lot of this is payback to us for canceling E3.
I didn't do that shit. I loved E3. I supported E3.
Yeah, you as a person did, but the community as a whole, I feel like we didn't show enough love. We didn't. Although I don't know, we made a big deal out of it whenever it happened.
What the
True,
fuck?
true.
Oh, you're awake? Okay, thanks.
Oh wait, was that snoring?
Thank you, motherfucker,
Yeah.
for waking the fuck up.
Damn.
Stay woke.
Oh yeah.
Stay woke. All right.
Yeah. Oh, I'll be woke.
Jessica, I don't know why it was so funny hearing you say that phrase.
Stay awoke.
Oh no.
Stay
woke, all right.
Stay awoke, senor. You got to be, how do you say, el woke?
Was there anything from Summer Games Fest that you liked that was announced?
Sonic and Shadow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that shit looks fire. But I'm so sick of this, dude. I want my fucking Kingdom Hearts 4. Like, for the love of God, show something.
Yeah.
Like, apparently there was some links that came out that apparently, like, the game looks very different from what it did in the first trailer. And it's like, see, now I'm fucking curious. What does that mean?
It means it looks worse.
I swear to God. It should look better, because the thing is, the trailer that we saw was made in Unreal Engine 4. The actual game is being developed in Unreal Engine 5, so it should look significantly better.
And is Square Enix at the helm?
Yes.
I mean, they've been making Life is Strange games.
Yeah,
So
That I mean,
also they made that what's that game everyone hated? Forspoken.
Wait, was that Square Enix?
Yeah.
Buckshot Roulette is made with Godot. What the fuck is Buckshot? Hold on, let me look that up. What's Buckshot Roulette? Anyways, like there's some shit I'm seeing here that I'm like, this is actually kind of impressive. Buckshot Roulette. Oh, this is very stylized, which I mean is a good thing because stylized games usually age better than the ultra realistic stuff. Look at Wind Waker, for example.
Yeah.
Wind Waker, I mean, and like I would even put Kingdom Hearts in that category. Like Kingdom Hearts has aged better because it has that cartoony Disney stylized feel.
When it comes to he fell asleep again. When it comes to games aging,
I'm about to kick this bitch.
when it comes to games aging, I think maybe we just come to appreciate how games used to be.
I mean, no. I think if something's stylized, I think it just has more of a timeless feel to it. Whereas
It does, but it's sort of like a cheat code.
I mean, is it or is it just?
Yeah, it's the same cheat code they use with Breath of the Wild, with the cell shading shit.
I mean, is it cheating or is it just being smarter than everybody else?
It's cheating.
No,
it's cheating. You're using
like,
an illusion.
No, it's clever, like a Slytherin.
The Slytherins cheated a lot.
Hey, motherfucker, I am a Slytherin.
You probably cheat.
I took the Pottermore test. I know what I am. All right. Now, am I saying that I did I cheat in college at some points?
Yeah. I mean, if you didn't, you were an idiot.
I mean, yes, I did.
I mean, you were paying to be there.
But
do whatever you want.
Mostly, though, like it was actually pretty easy, to be honest with you, because what I would do is I would figure out the professor's body language, and I would figure out when they would emphasize something during their speech, during their lectures.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, that's important. That's important. So I would figure out like what the teacher was doing. Like I would study the teacher instead of the actual material. You're like, okay, that's important. Take a note on that.
It's a little inappropriate that you were studying your teacher's body language.
Whatever, man. I was of age. I can do whatever I want. And
you were profiling.
And guess what? 95% of the time that it worked. It worked like a charm.
Yeah.
Now there was one biology.
Maybe you should start playing poker.
There was one biology teacher I had that he emphasized like certain topics and really focused on that. And I was like, okay, that's going to be most of the like it was a 50 question test, and I was like, okay, that's going to be like 40 questions on the test right there, pretty much. And then it turned out the shit that he didn't emphasize or focus on during class, that was actually 40%
That's
of the
fucked
test.
up. That's
and
just fucked up.
I got on that test and I realized like that about 20 questions in. I was
He
like,
played all y'all. He was an original troll.
Shit. I mean, I literally had an oh shit moment. I was like, I haven't studied any of this. Fuck. So you know what I did?
Mm-hmm.
I finished it. I knew that I was going to make a terrible grade. And if I failed that exam, like I wasn't going to pass the class because it was like a very, like you had to, there wasn't a lot of wiggle room when it came to that class. So I turned in that test and I immediately went to the library and dropped his class. Because I knew I was fucked. I was like, okay, instead of failing this, I'm just going to withdraw from the course. Because it's always better in college. For all those young bucks out there, if you're going into college, keep this in mind. If you think you're going to fail a class, it is always better to withdraw than to fail.
True.
Now, before you withdraw, go talk to your financial advisor at the school, because that could fuck. If you're not careful, it can fuck up your finances.
Yeah, for sure.
So you got to be careful with that. I was fine because I think I knew like how many classes I could withdraw from before it fucked me over. But you got to be careful with that.
So I dropped out of school in part because I ran out of money. I wonder if I got enough money, would I go back?
I would.
Would I?
I would.
You would?
Yeah. See, I've got an associate's degree in political science, but
Oh.
I would love to have a bachelor's degree, and then I will become president, and then emperor of America.
I think you'd stand a better chance if you just became a lawyer.
What?
Most politicians are lawyers.
Become a lawyer and then make a law tube channel like Ricada.
Oh yeah, you could become his rival.
Yeah. Well, there's not much to compete against anymore. I mean, he's pretty much coked all to hell. So
Has he not gotten better?
No, dude. I think he's still on the
It's kind of like how I thought the Rippaverse would get better, but it never did.
And we're supposed
maybe I just have too much faith.
We're supposed to get the body cam footage this week of Ricada.
You've been saying that for weeks.
No, I got an update on my channel. Yeah, it's expected to come out sometime this week, and as soon as it does, we're gonna go live that night, and that's probably gonna be one of these streams because anytime I talk about Ricada, I get like a couple of hundred viewers in here. It's crazy.
You know what's good? I think this whole mess sort of ensured that his kids will have a better life.
Well,
because now he knows that there's scrutiny on him.
Well, the thing is, though, I think the internet's been more of a father to his kids than he has.
The internet cannot be anyone's father.
Well, it is now, baby.
Look into your heart. You know it to be true.
So this thing is open source, and it's easier to use than Unity, which means it's easier to use than Unreal Engine, because Unreal Engine's that's a real tough development tool to use. I might have to get.
What made you go into that associate degree? That particular major.
I'm a power hungry bastard that wants to rule the world. I'm Palpatine pretty much. If you like, I had a mentor come along.
I wonder if Palpatine ever cheated.
Of course he did. I had a just like Darth Plagueis approached Palpatine. I had a mentor ask me one time, "What is it that you want?" And I'm like, "I want to rule." And he was like, "And if you can't have that, if you can't rule, what then? If not the ability to rule, then nothing."
You're an edgy kid.
Oh yeah. I got a sad and tragic backstory. Ladies love me.
Yeah, I think we bring back Boondocks. We don't age up Huey.
No.
We don't age up anyone.
Well, okay, so are we going to have them tackle like modern times then?
Shit hasn't changed that much.
I mean, according to the Boondocks, Oprah was supposed to be president by now.
Well, she was supposed to be president.
It's nice to dream.
I don't know why she didn't. Maybe she's making enough. I don't know.
Oprah could have been president if she wanted it.
Absolutely.
I mean, she, especially back in the day with her popularity, she could have easily been president.
Well, once we broke this seal, once Sarah Palin broke this. No, was it Sarah Palin? I guess
I can see Russia.
Sarah Palin sort of, yeah. Once Sarah Palin broke the seal off like respectability, then anyone could be president.
I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what the fuck John McCain was thinking when he made her vice president.
Rest in peace.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean,
From what I hear, it wasn't all his choice, basically. Although, I don't know, take some responsibility. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just glad that Sarah Palin's not a thing because she was never a.
Were y'all serious about Taylor Swift being in the new Deadpool movie? Because if so, that's cheating.
I have heard that she's going to be in the new Deadpool movie.
That's fucking cheating. People are gonna, all the Swifties are gonna go see it, and then the Friday Night Tights guys are gonna be like, "See, this is what we needed, a non-woke movie," when that's not what it was. You had a trump card. I don't like that. I think you make her a hero and give her own movie, so no one else can leech.
Casting Taylor Swift as somebody in the MCU as like a hero from the.
She doesn't need to be blonde.
Hold on, how old is Taylor Swift?
She's a woman.
What the fuck does that mean?
I mean, if you don't know what a woman is, then you're worse than that. The Supreme Court justice.
Taylor Swift is 34.
1989, her famous album.
I'm 31. We're in the same age range.
What does that have to do with Marvel movie? Are you trying to play against her in a different role?
I'm trying to audition for the role of her.
She's married to a football player who just won the Super Bowl. Well, she's not married. She's never married.
Well,
she's going with a football player.
Well, marriage is fleeting, extra hero.
It's not supposed to be.
No, but it can be.
I want to say rarely, but I know in my heart that's not true.
I put a baby in Taylor Swift.
That's and then you make a pop song about it just to add insult to injury. That's
I'm making
up.
money off of her grift.
Wait, Taylor Swift as Yaira.
Fuck.
Oh no.
Oh,
if that happens,
Chad is saying she's been rumored to play Dazzler. Really? Hold on, let me look this up. Taylor Swift.
I don't think we're gonna do another Madam Web. I think you got to give her. No, that's too on the nose.
It's
something Miley Cyrus would do.
Yeah, that's a little much. That's a little much.
No, you got to give her sort of a real character.
Although, to be fair, if she was to play Dazzler,
Sue Storm, that would have been good.
Okay, yeah, no, that would have worked.
That would have guaranteed that the movie was a success.
But if she's going to be in Deadpool and Wolverine, since that is going to have some comedic moments.
Oh, that means she can't be in the MCU.
Dazzler might make sense for this particular movie.
I mean, there are characters who've played two characters in the MCU, but I don't know. Stray Bean says, "Wait, how about Taylor Swift as Isom?" I mean,
I think people would
could
be.
Taylor Swift find Jasmine?
I think people would be as upset about that as if the Democrats skip over Kamala Harris. That's right. I said it. Shots fired.
I don't even know what the shots were and who they're fired at. Could we see Taylor Swift on a ranch? Yes, because she used to be a country star. Could we see her going to hell?
Damn.
Hell monkeys, remember? Did you already forget Isom lore?
I was about to say, dude, you're about to listen.
The most important lore of our lives
for all the Swifties out there. For all the Swifties out there, The opinions of the guests that appear on this show do not reflect the opinions of the host.
You won't be You won't be spared.
I
Sir.
have to stay in the good graces of the 50th, sir. The last person I want to piss off is someone as
Stray B said Isom would finally get respect.
Oh man. I mean, that's not an untrue statement.
How funny would it be to see like ads and like Friday Night Tights games like ignore the fact that the character was race swapped and gender swapped?
Yeah, like
just because they like Eric July.
Yeah, like
they're like, think about how they would try to justify that.
They shit on Taylor Swift now, and then all of a sudden it's like
they would have to justify so much.
I think it's a real honor that Taylor Swift is playing Isom. To me,
Yeah,
it makes a lot of
supporting
sense that a white
yeah,
woman
she's
would
going up
play a
against the
black
big
male.
guy, so I guess you gotta respect that. Despite everything, you know.
Dude, I'd get on here and I'd start out the stream and I'd be like, guys, this is bullshit. And then I just end the stream.
The situation just makes less and less sense the more we think about it.
Look up the upcoming game, Keep the Heroes Out, for an example of what newer Godot. Okay, let's see. Keep.
Oh, have we gotten any news on who's going to be Wonder Woman going forward? Are we still going to keep Gal? I think they should keep Gal.
I don't think there's been any news.
I think they should keep Gal and just.
This is a board game.
Just right around it.
This is a board game. Hold on. Video
That's
game?
a strong computer language if it can make real life things happen.
Here's like a video game version of it, I guess. Oh, it's made by a single developer. Oh. You know, I mean, shit like that can really take off because people forget. Minecraft was originally created by one dude.
Yeah, and we've had other recent successes. They touched on one of them at the Summer Game Awards, but I forgot what it was.
I tell you, I'd love to make a video game.
By yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably suck.
Fuck you.
Teamwork makes the dream work. That's a saying.
You're gonna fucking buy it, and you're gonna like it, and you're gonna give it rave reviews.
Just because I have to, because I know you, but can I? It's just like how Friday Night Tights guys have to buy Rippaverse stuff.
Yes, you're gonna be my FNT. You're my Gary. You're my Az. You're gonna get on here and be like, guys, this video game by JeskerJames is the best fucking video game that has ever been created. I love the action oriented combat. It's turn based. I love the turn.
Jesker is the white Miyamoto.
He is the white. He is the white Miyamoto. In fact, you know what? That's an insult. Miyamoto doesn't have shit compared to this guy. His characters will become more famous than Mario and Link ever dreamed to become. He will moonwalk on the graves of Nintendo. And I'm gonna pop up on screen and be like, dude, calm the fuck down.
Yeah, but Eric never tells anyone to calm down when
it's like, I'm trying to get my game on the fucking Nintendo Switch. Don't
okay.
Don't piss off Nintendo. What the fuck are you doing? Nintendo, I love Mario. I love Link. All right, I'm so happy, Nintendo, that you haven't tried to make Zelda woke, because I don't want to have to worry about those fucking pronouns in my Legend of Zelda game.
Zelda was always woke. At least 64 era.
Huh? Like in what way?
Just a very, very diverse cast.
Oh, that's not woke. That's just reality. I got. I know this is
Well,
hard. I know this
well,
is
what
hard.
is woke now?
I know this is hard for a lot of people, especially in America, to understand. But the world outside of your little bubble and your little backwater
Don't
neighborhood
tell him. Don't tell him.
is actually a
No!
lot more diverse than what you might think. Guess what? It's not just the 350 million people living in America. There's 8 billion people, and some of them have a different skin color than you do.
No! Say it ain't so.
I know the truth hurts, but this is tough love. I'm only doing this because I love you. Oh, dude, the sad thing is there's people like that.
Yeah, there's simply things that were made back then that are too good for the universe now.
In a certain, like, to be honest with you, I'm really glad I did get into a lot of Japanese stuff. Because
you did, or you said you did, or you didn't.
I did.
Oh, okay.
Because I think it really opened up my mind to be, well, opened to new experiences, different cultures and stuff. So I'm really grateful for that because
they did a good job.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that grow up with just American stuff, and that's the only lens they're capable of seeing things through. Whereas I grew up with kind of a hybrid of American stuff and Japanese stuff, and
I mean, anime was just too fucking good, man. We
just
couldn't ignore it.
Like, to me, it was just ingrained as a kid. Like, no, there's all sorts of diverse cultures and entertainment from those cultures, and it's just
like
they're like not scary or weird.
Yeah, you're like, look, we all know about this other. We all know that this whole other culture exists, and we like it.
Yeah.
So you won't be able to sell me on America's the only exceptional place.
Yeah, and like when I see people that do have that mindset, I'm like, oh my god, please just.
You're missing out.
Go down to the bookstore, and you will find manga and comic books side by side. That's the world. That is a microcosm of the world. All right. There's Japanese culture and American culture, and that's it. That is a microcosm of the.
I think it'd be really cool if we could get like high-speed rail across seas.
Dude, I would. Well, one of the ideas they were floating about. I mean, this has been a while, but like an underground rail system across the Atlantic between Europe and America, which there's so many problems with that on an engineering level, though.
Yeah.
I mean, like the water pressure, all the different dips and stuff with the seabed. I mean, it's.
I guess the existence of whales.
Yeah, the Kraken down there just. Being like, where the fuck?
Loch Ness Monster, Lugia, the Pokemon Lugia is down there.
Oh my god, dude! If I was underwater and I saw a Lugia, I'd be like, I don't even care if I drown at this point. This is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life.
So in my sort of Pokemon retelling, Lugia is actually one of the keys, like one of the strongest Pokemon.
Good. Preach the gospel of Lugia.
I turn it into a creator deity. Basically,
Lugia is one
because it's much cooler. Yeah.
Well, yeah, Lugia is. I mean, dude, there was back when Pokemon the movie 2000 came out. There was like this giant fucking Lugia figure. And God, I wanted it so bad, but it was like $150, and I couldn't convince anybody to buy it for me.
During the pandemic, one of the first things I 3D printed was a Lugia, and then I 3D printed a bunch of more Lugias. 3D once you get a 3D printer, you really find out who your favorite characters truly are, because it takes work to 3D print them.
Yeah. Yeah, I love
So
Lugia.
you
Lugia is
you
like
really have to narrow it down to who your favorite. That's how I know which Pokemon are my favorite now, because I tried to print them out and I did. So
and that fucking song in the movie too.
ooh, dude, I'm telling you, it's in my iTunes library. It's extraordinary. They didn't have to snap that hard.
Even Herman Cain referenced that song in his speech. My God.
999. I forgot all about him.
Yeah, he got up there and he actually quoted that song. He was like, "Now I would like to quote from the Pokemon movie.
Yeah.
Life can be a challenge. Life can
Yeah.
seem impossible." I was like, "Damn."
Herman, you gave me some good laughs in 2007.
Yeah. 999.
Amazing. Just that he was so simple. And that was his whole thing, just selling people on simplicity. Just I can't say talking down to it, because he clearly believed in the plan. And
yeah.
Also, this is not the channel to be discussing Herman Cain.
I mean,
well, he's gone now, so
yeah.
You know what?
Rest in peace, Herman Cain.
And you know what? He immortalized himself by quoting the Pokemon movie. So there you go. That's how I'll remember him.
He actually,
I
attended one of his campaign rallies back in the day.
You met him?
I did.
Oh, cool.
Hey,
celebrity's a celebrity. I'll take it.
He had a rally back in Rogersville, Tennessee. So.
Oh man, how'd you feel when he died?
I was shocked. I'm gonna be honest with you. I was like, it's weird because meeting somebody famous like that and then knowing that they're gone.
I've never met someone famous.
It's kind of a weird feeling because you get, like with any celebrity, like you get used to their presence in the world. But then, like when you've actually met somebody face to face, you've actually been near them. It's like it's not just a figure that's gone. Like it humanizes them. You know what I mean? It's like that's a real person.
I wonder if Godfather's Pizza was any good. I'm sure it's good. How can you mess up pizza? I guess people find a way.
I love pizza because there's so many variants of it that there's got to be one that everybody loves, and pizza is one of those things because of that could unite the world. Yeah,
it can. I mean, I still don't understand people who like cheese pizza, but I don't know. Maybe one day it'll make sense to me.
Wait, Sonic Colors Ultimate is a remaster, but it was made with the Godot engine? Really? I might have to play around with this thing and see what
Ask
happens.
Uncapped Turtle if he has a monetary stake in Godot. He's like invested.
I was told there would be flying cars. We have them. It's called. Yeah, but helicopters aren't as cool as flying cars.
And also, they killed Kobe Bryant, so.
That's right. Fuck those things.
Yeah.
People say that when John was having his visions about the apocalypse in the Book of Revelations, and he was talking about these giant locusts, that he was actually describing helicopters. So helicopters are if that's true, then he just misinterpreted what they were because he didn't know what the fuck a helicopter was. They may look like a giant locust. So in other words, helicopters are literally the locust of the apocalypse. They're evil.
I wonder if that show Ancient Aliens is still on. Remember how popular it was?
Oh yeah, he can't have a stake in it. It's open source.
Oh, nice.
Oh yeah, Ancient Aliens is still going.
Wow.
Let me sum up that show for you. I don't understand therefore aliens.
Yeah.
Which listen, I believe in aliens, obviously, because there's so many fucking planets in the universe that the idea that we're the only one that developed any sort of intelligent life is just mathematically impossible.
Yeah.
Now
It's just
the
it's just
question,
something we like to believe so that we don't have to think about like how big the universe is. It's a protection mechanism. Not thinking aliens could exist.
well, that and
Also,
I
we want to be the special one. I mean,
exactly. I tie, it's kind of like back in the day with Galileo when he figured out that the Earth wasn't at the center of the universe, that we actually revolve around the sun. It wasn't because it disproved God. Like, that has nothing to do with God. You know what it did tell people, though, and this is what really pissed them off? You're not
we
as
weren't the
special.
center of the universe.
Yeah, you're not as special as you think you are. It did nothing to diminish God. It just diminished humans, and we didn't like that.
I'm sure some people thought it diminished God, though.
I mean, to me, it's like if aliens show up, like it doesn't change the idea that God could exist.
It doesn't?
Because no, because if there is a God and He made us,
But wouldn't we be enough for Him?
I mean, God's ways are not our ways. I mean,
our relationship with God is sort of a parental one.
Yeah, but that just
you wouldn't want to know that your parent has other kids across town.
Are you saying that we'd be like the sibling that finds out mommy and daddy are having a new baby and it's like, hey, yo, what the fuck? Which, I mean, to be fair, given how humans have acted throughout our history, that wouldn't surprise me that our reaction would be that fucking petty. But no, to me, it's just one of those things. It's like, no, if there is a God and He made us, then logic would dictate that He also made all these other beings. And to be fair, like that's not really a new thought in Christian philosophy. Now it is for like the average Christian because they don't really think this deeply about their faith. But if you look at a lot of famous Christians that were academics back in the day, they acknowledge that it's probably very likely God created other species on other worlds. I mean, some of the founding fathers believe this shit. There's been church fathers that have believed this. So it's the Pope, the fucking Pope, the current Pope even came out and said that if there are other intelligent beings in the universe, they may have a better understanding of God than we do.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the Pope saying, like, when the aliens show up, they may have to correct us on a few things.
Right.
I'll be honest with you. Like, given the Vatican's like secret archives and stuff, it would not surprise me if they have some kind of evidence of extraterrestrial life, and like they're saying this shit just in case it gets revealed at some point, and it could be like, yeah, we've known this for some time. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me because the Pope has said some things about extraterrestrial life that makes me go like, what are you guys? What's going on here? What kind of mind game are y'all setting us up for something? Y'all about to disclose something? You trying to get us prepared? Like, okay, honey, sit down. We got some things we need to talk about. Like,
I guess if the aliens came and they were like, "Take me to your leader," to a lot of people, that would be the Pope.
Yeah, it would, because I would say probably the Pope and the Dalai Lama are the two biggest religious figures on the planet.
Let's see. What about Joel Osteen? Does he count?
No.
He has good hair.
Oh, shut up. I can't stand listen, all those prosperity preachers, I can't stand. fucking Kenneth Copeland coming out here like, I'm not gonna get on that airplane with those demons. It's like, whoa, dude. It's like, wait a minute, hold up, Pastor Copeland, hold up a second. Didn't Jesus like hang around with the outcast society? It's like, now wait a minute here. You're not acting very Christ-like, Pastor Copeland. It's like, I'm not gonna get on those planes with those demons. They might give me some kind of disease or something. I don't want to get the fleas. It's like, dude, okay, sure.
Why are you worrying about a disease? You just pray about it.
Dude, it's like he was actually, was it Kenneth? Yeah, it was Kenneth Copeland actually said, God is gonna send a heat wave to burn away this virus. And I'm like, all right, dude. Okay.
Tell me if you think this is morbid. From time to time, I like to watch the Craig Ferguson's eulogy he gave his father on the opening of one of his monologues.
Like, is that something you regularly go back to?
So, a while ago, I stripped the audio off YouTube and I sort of edited it down. But I think it was a really good eulogy speech.
I don't think I've ever heard it.
Do you know who Craig Ferguson is?
Yeah, late night guy.
Yep.
Yeah, I used to watch the show a lot back in the day. But I don't think I think I must have missed that episode. What was the theme of it?
Basically, how his dad was different, was from a different time, and didn't say like "I love you" and stuff like that, but that he always knew his dad loved him, and his relationship with his dad is kind of like his relationship to his old country, where it's like, I can be mad at it, but I love it to death. It's where I'm from.
Well, see, I feel like that would probably be I feel like I would probably have a similar feeling. Like if I ever moved out of America, I'd probably have a similar feeling because, on the one hand, America's got some major issues that I think really need to be resolved. I think in a lot of ways we lag behind the rest of the developed world, but at the same time, I don't just want to abandon my country. It
helped raise you.
Yeah, I want it to get better. I want it to improve. I want it to change because I love it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like I look at America and I'm like, you have so much fucking potential. Why are you wasting it on a convicted felon and a guy with dementia? I'm like, you have so much fucking, like, you could be like this truly the shining city on a hill, but you keep squandering it. Like, come on, you can be so much better. So I think I would always have that feeling. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I know what America. It's the whole Superman thing. Like with Superman and humanity, like you suck, but I know what you could be. I know what you have the potential to be. Like you could be amazing.
But why does Superman get to say that though?
Because
how does he know?
Because he grew up on Earth.
I would rather some sort of like time traveler say that.
Well, you got to think about it. Like this is one of the reasons why Superman was sent to Earth is because his father knew like you know, we're a infantile species. We're a very childish species. But Superman can be that example that we can look to, and it will help us mature and to grow up.
But he's an alien.
It doesn't matter.
Weren't we enough for God?
It does. No.
You have to go and create Krypton?
Yes.
That's fucked up.
Get over it, big brother.
And then he also looks like he was created in God's image.
Well, Schneider went a little overboard with the Jesus symbolism, but you know, that's there. So the idea, like,
How are we special at all anymore?
I'm gonna let you in on a little secret, extra hero. We never were. I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to burst your bubble.
I don't know how I'm gonna cope with this knowledge.
No, there was a guy I was watching on YouTube, and like he was trying to figure out like what exactly, like why did God create, like looking at it from like a universal perspective, like why does life exist? Why are we here? What is God's purpose? And I like the idea that he came up with. We are literally gods in embryo. The universe, creation, and life is God reproducing. Like everything that we go through, our spiritual development is life starting out from humble beginnings and evolving into godhood. And the end goal of creation is to become like our daddy.
Dead?
Huh?
Dead?
No. Gods. Like the whole process.
Like Goku?
I mean, you could look at it like that. But I mean, it does kind of make sense because when you look at all the great religions, whether they call it enlightenment, salvation, whatever it is,
Rippaverse.
You become, fuck that. Eric ain't making it to the end of this thing. That's too much shoulder hair for the Almighty.
I mean, so there have been Hindu gods with like 7 arms, well, 8 arms, 6 arms, something like that.
Did they have shoulder hair on the arms?
You know what? I didn't get a chance to examine.
All right,
Vishnu.
So you bring me proof that if there's a god of shoulder hair, then we'll talk. But
he could be like he could be like Harry Potter. He doesn't know that he's a god.
Now I will say that that kind of has a bit of a ring to Mormonism, because literally like that.
Speaking of Mitt Romney,
yeah, that's literally Mormon cosmology. Is that we're becoming gods, like we like literally God reproduced, and like we're the results.
So we're fucking babies? That's condescending.
Like literally that's how Mormonism describes us, as gods in embryo. Like we'll become gods one day. But
how's that not blasphemous or sacrilege?
Well, see, the thing is, though, it's also the case in Orthodox Christianity. They call it
there's only one God, right?
Yeah, but they differentiate between capital G God and lowercase g God.
I thought lowercase g gods weren't allowed.
Not in some strains of
Because
Christianity.
if lowercase g gods are allowed, that opens up the door to things that uppercase G God would not like.
In some strains of Christianity, there is that distinction.
Cool.
But
why not mix it up?
I do kind of like that idea that, you know, that's kind of like what is happening to us. That's what we're becoming, and it explains like the evolution of consciousness. And it's like, I don't know, something about that just I connect to it on some.
I ain't mad at it.
And if that's the case, like it gives life a purpose and a meaning, and it's less,
which is what all religion does.
Yeah, and it's less so that we go to heaven, but we're growing to heaven.
Like a giant.
Yeah. We're going to be giants one day.
Yeah, well, after you chop off your tail.
I mean, I do kind of, so that would explain, like, if there's like other alien races out there that are more advanced than we are, and it might be what the Pope said. They may have a better understanding.
Are they closer to becoming their final forms?
Yeah.
This you haven't even seen my final form yet?
maybe that's what the Pope is talking about. That they have a better understanding.
Again, a lot of this sounds like Dragon Ball Z.
They have a better understanding of God than we do.
Did you check and see if this guy was a weeb first?
Because he might be. I mean, I don't trust somebody that's not a weeb. But no, if they are closer to reaching that godhood status, then they would probably have a better understanding of God than we would.
Yeah. Hey.
So I don't know. I think it's a cool concept. Michael is asking if any of us has ever read Ender's Game. I read a few of the books. I like them. Looking at doing a reread, just figured I'd randomly change the subject. I have not checked them out. What about you, Extra Hero?
I'm a big fan of Michael.
I mean, Ender's Game.
Michael gave you $100 one day.
He did. He could give me another 100.
And he did it in a really cool way.
Yeah, we kicked Tony off the stream.
That was awesome.
Bye, Tony.
Talk about an Ender's Game. He ended that game.
Hey, give me another 100, and I'll end Boxing Historian's Game because I fall asleep. Wake up and be like, what the hell happened? Be like $100. That's what happened. It's like, did you sell out? Yes, I did.
Is it selling out if you're not going to like a bigger entity, like a bigger corporation or something like that?
I'm selling out to God.
Can you sell out to someone small?
You know what? That's a very philosophical question that I really haven't contemplated, but I may have to spend hours going over that. So Sonic Colors Ultimate was made with the Godot engine.
Michael says, "I'm not hearing any Ricada defense, so I won't have to spend $100 to kick battles."
Ah, shit.
No.
Ricada.
You've already been too vehemently against him.
Pull a
to
fucking,
be even slightly believable.
Pull a fucking EVS. Be like, it's all the kid's fault. You know, the 6-year-old brought the cocaine into the house and forced it up Ricada's nose, and it's like,
well, if Michael could force EVS off the air, then he probably would.
I mean, EVS can come on the stream whenever he wants, but if I get enough money, he can also get his ass kicked off the stream whenever I want. $1,000 and I'll kick EVS off the stream 2 seconds later.
That's how much his loyalty is worth to you.
Yep. I'm a money loving slut.
That's all he's done for comics.
I am a money loving slut.
Now, no one asked you to call yourself a slut. You volunteered that.
No,
you could.
There's no attack. There's no degradation that the internet could throw at me that I haven't already put onto myself.
Well, now you are sounding like a slut. Well,
I mean, if the shoe fits, wear it.
Yeah, it's probably a stiletto.
Probably. I don't know, man. I'm gonna have to check this engine out. Maybe make me a video game or two.
We call them Native Americans now.
I'm gonna have to check this engine out. Might pump out a video game. EVS is such a shithead. He denounced Nick once he found out Kid had cocaine in their system, and now he's back to defending. Of course.
Oh, Kid had a cocaine in this? Ooh.
Oh yeah,
how did that happen?
Oh, dude, they found. Okay, so the bare minimum to test positive for cocaine is 500, and in this kid's hair follicle, they found 5,000.
Oh.
This is Nick Ricada's 9-year-old that tested positive.
Well, Nick, I tried to be fair with you, and that's all I'll say. It's the same with Yaira. Yaira, I tried to be fair with you.
You know, I can taste the you kind of got like that cold fire going on right now.
It's still Yaira winter, you see.
I mean, I'll just be red hot as possible here. Fuck Nick Rekieta. I hope he never gets his kids back, and I hope he spends a very long time in prison because you allowing your kid to get cocaine into their system, buddy. I mean, you don't understand. Like, that kid's brain is still developing. Cocaine rewires the brain. There is no telling what kind of lifelong damage you've done to this child. As far as I'm concerned, to the wood chipper with you, and then afterwards the lake of fire.
Yeah, just like the Joker, there's something a little off about Nick.
He does have a Joker picture behind him in his videos.
Does he?
Yes,
of course.
I'm not even joking. I think he just aspires to be like the Joker.
Yeah.
Oh, Michael says he tossed the Cyberfrog comics in the trash this weekend. I mean, I don't blame you. I'm still unsubscribed from EBS, and when the body cam footage comes out, which should be this week, there's going to be a lot of people having to eat crow, and I'm going to see how EBS reacts to it. I expect him to go online, give a full apology, and be sincere. And if so, maybe there could be some reconciliation. But if he gets on here and he's trying to continue to defend Nick after the body cam footage is out, we donezo. We done. It's over.
But cocaine is supposed to be like a rare, inexpensive thing. How could it? Well, I guess kids get a hold of guns all the time.
Yeah, it's a drug den, dude. As somebody that grew up in a similar environment, it doesn't surprise me. Because
I guess I wanted to believe that he had his stuff more together.
Because listen, as a kid, I would have had opportunities to get in that stuff. I was a smart kid and I never did, but I could have. So it doesn't surprise me that happened. And again, like,
what if the kid was like, I'm hungry. My parents are never hungry because of this stuff. Maybe I won't be hungry anymore.
God, that's sad.
Yeah.
Well, also too, like, this amount of cocaine that was in this kid's system is similar to what you would have with an adult daily user, an adult addict using the product. So, and this is a 9-year-old.
What happened in that house?
We're going to find out when the body cam footage. Dude, from what I understand, it's an absolute mess. These kids are, they're not getting adequate nutrition.
Is there anyone who is of age that could tell us what went wrong?
Well, I know that his wife's sister, she apparently was trying to fix the situation. And
okay.
Yes, because apparently she's one of the people involved with reporting this to the police.
That makes sense, because unfortunately we can't depend on the mother in this case.
Yeah, Michael's right. Trust me, as somebody that grew up in that type of environment, there are some horrific things that can go on in drug dens. Stuff that I'm not ready to talk about in public, but let's just say, like, I feel for these kids. I really feel for these kids. Well, on that dark note, I think we'll call it a stream. Unfortunately, I do have work tomorrow.
It's a dark note, but it's very unbrand for you.
Yeah, it is. It's you guys come here. I give you the little bit of the light, a lot of the dark. One day I'll find the balance, and we shall have peace. We'll have balance in the force. But I do have to go to work.
Earlier,
tomorrow.
you were Palpatine, but okay.
No, I'm Anakin. I want my redemption. I want my redemption arc.
Okay.
But no, we'll yeah, I've got work tomorrow, but I honestly am not expecting to do much work tomorrow because the boss is out on vacation and
Nice.
we don't do shit pretty much. We do like the bare minimum. So
When the cat's away, the mice will play.
yeah, damn right. Although last week I will say, like, we had one employee who I'm not going to go too much into detail, but let's just say there was another employee at the store, a female employee, that he was getting a little too close to, if you know what I'm saying. And it was causing some major issues. And honest to God, I don't know why he hasn't been fired. But I like the female employees were basically having me play guard duty while this guy was around.
Oh, so it wasn't completely consensual?
No.
Yikes.
Not in the slightest. She is engaged to be married.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well,
and
she's show up to the wedding.
And she's also
speak now, forever hold your peace.
She's also the boss's daughter.
Okay, well, this story got super weird.
Yeah. So I don't know why he's still working there. I would have fired his ass if I was in that position. Yeah.
Is it possible that she's actually the crazy one?
No. This dude, this guy, he's mentally off his rocker. Like, he's clearly got some issues. Like, he was talking about all these famous songs and how he wrote them and people stole them.
Oh, one of these guys. Yeah.
Oh, I wrote all this. I wrote every word of this, and they stole it from me. And it's like, yeah, dude. And I wrote Harry Potter, and J.K. Rowling stole it from me. What a bitch. It's like, no, that's fucking insane. No, you did not. Like, I mean, he's lives in his own little reality.
Yeah, some people can't stop lying.
I don't know why he's still working there. I would have fired him. I even told the girl, I said, listen, if you go to your dad and you want him gone, I will back you up 100%. But it got crazy last week.
This story only makes sense if something's up with her.
No, dude, this
is a perfect like murder mystery plot where it's like, oh, you think it's him because he's obviously terrible, but actually
he just had this idea in his head that, I don't know, like he was gonna get with her, and it's like, no, dude, like that's not gonna happen. And she was crying.
No, wait until her marriage falls apart.
She was crying and everything. I mean, it was ridiculous. Like,
really weird.
Yeah,
what's going on?
I spent like a good 45 minutes to an hour like comforting her last week. I was trying to tell her, I was like, listen, like, we're all behind you. We all support you. Whatever you want to do with this situation, we're backing you 100%. And yeah, I really wish he would have got fired.
Jesker's on record saying he wishes men would lose their jobs.
Yes.
And he says he wants to be president.
Yeah. Well, some people. Here's the thing: Ronald Reagan closed down the mental hospitals in this country, and that was a big fucking mistake because some people shouldn't be working in jobs; they should be at mental hospitals. And I'm not afraid to say that. That's just the God's honest truth. There's some people that are just. People wonder why the homeless crisis is so crazy. It's because a lot of these people have mental illnesses and they literally cannot live a normal life. And we used to have places for these people to go to where they could be taken care of and they wouldn't be a threat to themselves and others. But Ronald Reagan said, fuck that. And now they're all running around on the streets and we don't know what to do with them. And it's a big fucking mess.
Thanks, Obama.
Yeah, thanks, Obama. for things that Reagan did. Ronald Reagan closed down mental hospitals, but I swear to God, there's some way to blame Obama.
Unfortunately, we didn't have a quippy saying for Reagan, so we got to use the Obama one.
Yeah, Obama went back in time and got Ronald Reagan elected, so it's all.
And then wrote Harry Potter.
That's right,
So
and then he
still it.
Yeah. Thanks, Obama. If you like Harry Potter, you probably enjoyed the Ender Games book. I should check. Like, I need to get caught up on my reading. I need to check out Ender's Game. I need to check out Doom. But yeah,
people love the Dune books and the movies.
Yeah,
honestly.
I saw like the whole trilogy at Walmart, and I was like,
am I gonna get into this or?
That's quite a commitment. Maybe later. But no, it's something I do need to check out.
I'm always looking for new detective or mystery novels to get into.
Oh, that reminds.
But I'm so very picky.
That reminds me. Did you?
Because if I like it, I'm gonna read every book in this series.
Whoa, dude! For a second, I saw this video pop up. I thought it said the critical drinker is dead. It says dead wrong. I thought it said he was dead for a second. I was about to be like, holy shit.
People on YouTube do that dumb trick all the time. The dead wrong thing. The first time I ever saw that, I was like, what a scumbag headline to do. Because you know how our brains work.
That's why they do it. That's why they do it. Of course, that's why they do it.
It'd be funny if he drinks himself to death, though. Right? Wouldn't that be funny? I mean, he's drinking and now he's in critical condition.
Maybe a little. I mean, misery is the cornerstone of all comedy.
I love an ironically named death.
See, now that's how I know that there's a God, because of poetic stuff like that. Yes, it's dark, but
yeah,
like I said before, God's ways are not our ways. So yeah, I put out a poll earlier where I asked people like, which genre of novel appeals to you most? We got sci-fi at 28%, romance at 9%. Now, for the longest, romance was just a dead zero, which tells me that nobody in my audience.
A lot of people are reading romance books.
That's what I'm.
A lot of people also don't want to admit it.
That's what I'm. It's like that tells me.
It's like, well, who's buying the books then?
Only 9% of the people on this channel have gotten laid. Fantasy is winning by it's got 47%, and then horror has got 16%. But see, the thing is, and I was looking up my.
Romance can fit in all of those. It blends well with all of those.
Yeah,
less so with horror, but
and the thing is that more women are reading books than men.
Yeah, that's true.
And one of the things that appeals to them most when it comes to reading novels, a good romance.
Yep.
So that's just a bit of, advice out there for anybody planning to write a book. You need to throw a romance in there so you can get the.
Yeah, just do it. Just do it. My favorite detective series has a huge will they, won't they?
Yeah. Or,
just do it. We like it.
Go the Twilight route. Yeah, he's 1,000 years old and I'm still in high school, but we can make it work.
Yeah, it's fine. We got Romeo and Juliet laws.
Yeah. What is the Romeo and Juliet's laws? It's got to at least be 1,000 years, right?
Yeah. This guy was alive during Shakespeare time. Romeo and Juliet law.
Yeah. That's what it was meant to cover, right? This is the FBI. Open up.
These people are from two different families. Romeo and Juliet law.
Yeah,
it's fine.
It's good. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Nothing to see here, folks. Nothing to see here at all.
Wait, one of these. The girl has a balcony. It's Romeo and Juliet law.
It's like,
it's fine.
there's quite a bit of age difference between them, and I don't think this ain't legal, but she does have a balcony, so I think
There you go.
they're covered under the Romeo and Juliet law. Is he quoting poetry to her? Yeah. This is fine. I don't see anything wrong with this at all. We're gonna look the other way. We're gonna let this slide.
They shut down any opposition with Romeo and Juliet laws.
Oh, dude, I mean, this is a horrendous joke, but I remember it was this dark joke. It was like this guy got arrested, and he was like, "Officer, I didn't know she was underage. I mean, just look at them knockers." And it's like, "Oh shit, I thought she was an adult too, looking at her." You know what? You're dead. Never mind.
You're like, that's not why I pulled you over. Like,
it's like you're good. You can just you can go home. You're all right. Yeah, it's mistaken identity. It works. Michael says, I don't think I've ever read a romance novel, but I bet you have read a novel that has romance in it.
Yeah.
No,
Michael, you've probably shipped someone before.
I read a sci-fi novel about like these androids, and it was fascinating because like the human race was, I forget what it was called because I read it when I was a kid, but like the human race was dying off and they couldn't reproduce, so they started building android children. And like there was like this girl android, well, quote unquote girl android and boy
Android 18.
You know, they had feminine and masculine traits is what I'm saying. Obviously they're robots, so
yeah.
Anyways, but like the boy robot was starting to develop feelings for the girl robot, but it was like questioning like, well, is he actually developing feelings? Can a robot develop feelings? And there was a lot.
I love those type of stories.
Yeah, but again, that's kind of a romance.
Yep.
If
you ever figure out what that story was, let me know.
Yeah, dude, I got it from the library when I was a kid. I can picture the cover in my head, but I can't get the name.
Stray Beans, if Boxing Historian was awake, he'd find that hilarious. Because he just now learned about.
But no, like you should always try and include a romance in there, and because the girls go crazy over that stuff. And if
girls go crazy over romance, bromance, any kind of mance.
Any kind of mance. especially I've noticed too with women, they really like the bad boys.
Yeah. Tale as old as time, song as old as rhyme.
It's like, oh, he's dark and edgy, but she can change him.
I mean, the beast.
Yeah.
For who could ever love a beast?
Well, apparently she can.
Yeah, Beast got a pretty good library, so
that's what impressed him. My Beast, you have a big library.
Literally, yes. That's what impressed her. He gave it to her. He said, "It's yours."
It's like, I don't want you to stop, Belle, until you read every last book in this library. Have I ruined your childhood yet?
Well, he couldn't read himself, so
that's right.
He really did like that.
Oh yeah, he couldn't read.
You keep joking about the Beast, but you keep getting spot on with what the story was.
Dude, I forgot that he actually couldn't read.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. It's like you were a human this whole time, though.
He was a prince. Like, did he not have tutors?
Right.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Wait, what happened to his parents?
Huh.
Because they would have been the king and queen of whatever land that was.
Yeah.
Huh. I don't know. I'll have to... There's got to be a theory video out there about that.
Maybe if you pull the right book in the library, you'll find their corpse.
Oh, that's dark.
Yeah.
But so anyways, I was gonna ask before we go.
But now Belle's Belle's on the hook for it because it's her library now. So
which one of these genres is your favorite?
I only care for sci-fi in very, very specific ways. So definitely not sci-fi. Even if I do like a sci-fi, it's not because it's sci-fi. I like it because it had good characters who just happened to be in that setting. Romance, I love love, so that's cool.
That's quite.
I don't care for like period pieces, so
This guy
that's
said.
why I'm not picking up romance books
This
because
guy said, "I love love." It's a,
fantasy.
I mean, you like Harry Potter.
I like Harry Potter, but that doesn't count.
Harry Potter's fantasy.
Here's why I never say that, because I don't think just because you like Harry Potter that you're gonna like high fantasy and shit like that.
No, but
because you won't.
It's urban fantasy.
Yeah. And I don't think people like Harry Potter because it's fantasy. Well, people like Harry Potter because it's fantasy, but not like, I don't know. It's complicated. It's complicated, and that's why no one can replicate it. And what's the last choice? Horror? I don't give a shit about horror at all. So, I guess romance for me.
Fascinating. See, I actually debated putting romance in there at all, because to me, romance is one of those things that can apply to any.
I mean, you don't have mystery fiction in here. So that's what would really get me. But
yeah, see,
I guess the closest thing to that is horror.
See, that's what I was thinking when I made the poll, and unfortunately, YouTube only lets you put 4 options.
Yeah,
I almost took romance out because you can have romance in almost any kind of story, but
yeah, but people know it's a very specific thing.
Yeah, but then I was like, well, romance can be a part of any story, but there is also like a specific genre that is romance.
Yeah.
Just like there's, romantic movies, even though you can have romance.
Also, Jesker said it earlier. If you want to sell books, consider romance.
Yep. Do not.
They don't go through these recessions that everyone else goes through.
Yep. Do not neglect your female audience.
Don't do it.
Have you ever read the Forever War or Rendezvous with Rama? I've not read them. I've never heard of Rendezvous with Rama, but I have heard of the Forever War.
That's what we used to call Afghanistan, right?
Well, I call it human history, but human history has been a forever war.
Middle East.
I could go into a whole spiel on the Middle East and its history and stuff,
and so could everyone else.
And why
don't you do that?
Well, let me put it to y'all this way: for the most part, the Middle East
don't go pulling a goofy.
Their mindset is like 2,000 years separated from ours. Like they think in terms of the old world, and
like a vampire from Twilight.
Arab vampires, yes.
Ooh, that's a new niche. Somebody write that.
So the whole thing about it is that the West is very modern. The West and the Middle East just have completely different trains of thought.
West Side.
And trying to import like our society and culture into theirs is always
incompatible.
It's always going to be a complete fucking disaster. The only way that you're going to see any kind of change in the Middle East, it has to come from the inside. Now, I think that is much more likely going forward than it has been in the past because of what? The internet. That is going to give the next generation a glimpse, a window into a better.
They can just censor the internet, though.
That's that's what the dark web.
Remember Arab Spring?
That's what the dark web is for.
No, the dark web is for worse things.
Well, it can be, but you can go, you can use it to go around some authorities, and you can spark a resistance, you could say. But I think that with the world becoming more connected, they're gonna start changing. I mean, it's kind of like how here in America, like we're children that are growing up with the computers and the internet and the new technology and all that stuff. Like we're more global thinking than we are local thinking. And I think that's going to happen in the Middle East, but it's going to be a much slower process.
They might overreact and work to disconnect themselves more in order to oppose this Western idea of connection.
Maybe in the short term, but in the long term, I think they're going to lose. It's it's kind of like I had a history professor, and he
I
wasn't
guess
talking.
they'll lose as long as we're backing their opposition.
Well, I had a history professor. This wasn't about the Middle East, but this was about China and the Tiananmen Square incident, and the famous image of the guy in front of the
Yeah.
tank. And he pointed at that picture and he said, I want everybody to understand something. This right here, talking about the oppression in China, this will not last forever. This cannot last forever. And the idea is that the human desire for freedom is going to overcome any sort of oppression. It may take a while, it may take generations, it may even take centuries.
What would
But
George Gatzis say to this?
probably something about how capitalism and the freedom is the solution to all problems on Earth. And it's like,
Yeah.
because it's done such a great job so far. Which again, my opinion on capitalism is that I think it was needed for a certain period of time, because let's be honest here, it did pull us out of feudalism, and feudalism was way worse than capitalism. It did pull us out of
I'll
feudalism.
update you on my opinion of capitalism if I ever get rich.
Sellout.
There you go.
But I usually stand with Martin Luther King on that topic, which is capitalism has done a lot of good, and it served a purpose for its time, but it's becoming outdated. And we need to start thinking, especially when we have AI and automation and all this other stuff coming up, capitalism is going to really struggle to survive. But anyways, not according to George. According to George, that's the answer to everything. That'll solve all of our problems.
Nice and simple, like Herman Cain, 999.
That's right. 999. But no, I think in the long run, I think the Middle East is going to see change. It's going to be messy. It's not going to be pretty. Revolutions never are. Change never is. But it will come eventually. And hopefully, if we're smart, we will recognize the moment that change does come, and we will do everything we can to expedite it and help it come about. Hopefully, but our politicians aren't really all that smart, so I don't know.
Yeah, but they want peace in the Middle East. Well,
do they?
Except for the ones that want the apocalypse to happen.
Do they? Yeah, let's have Israel and Gaza go to war. It'll expedite Jesus.
Well, some of their definitions of peace is just leave Israel alone.
Yeah, it's a complicated topic, but if change is going to come, it's going to come from the inside. We can help, but it's got to start from the inside.
Change came in 2008.
We're not going to be able to. Well, see, I have a problem with how Obama handled the Arab Spring. I thought that was an opportunity to help expedite that change, and I don't think he took advantage of it as much as he could have. So Like, I think he should have done more to support the opposition. Now, of course, the argument against that is, well, they wouldn't have been, they still would have been extreme, and they wouldn't have been like us and blah. And it's like, no, but you're not going to get us in one.
Michael, I appreciate that pun you just made.
You're gonna. It's a slow process. So if you can even if the opposition is slightly less extreme than what exists currently, that's still fucking progress. Obama shortchanged us. So yeah, Obama did not go far enough on a lot of things.
But do you get it though? Shortchanged.
Oh, I get it. Change we can believe in. You got change for $1? I felt like
I don't know enough about the intricacies of that part of the world to tell you if I think that he should have done something differently. I don't know. He would probably agree with you.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Obama could have done. I mean, see, I think he could have done more, but at the same time, Congress really held him back in a lot of ways. I mean, like we could have had a public option on.
Hold on, you cut out. You said I think he could have done more than what?
I think he could have done more than what he did, but at the same time, Congress really held him back in a lot of ways.
Yeah, famously.
Because we could have got a single-payer healthcare system if some of the moderate Democrats would have gone along with it. And bare minimum, we could have got a public option if it wasn't for fucking Lieberman. Like,
fucking Joe Lieberman. Wow.
It's like, dude. And see, that's one thing that kind of pisses me off about Biden, because I've not heard him talk about anything about like taking the next step on that stuff. Like, you were part of the Obama administration. Why ain't you trying to expand healthcare more? Or, it's like, ugh. Anyways, we'll talk politics another time. I'm gonna get out of here. Vote in the poll, subscribe, Patreon, give me money. I give you entertainment. And things to be on the lookout for this week is on this channel, the Ricada body cam footage. That's going to be a stream. Sometime this week, I plan...
You're not referring to his secret OnlyFans, are you?
God, no. unless y'all want to see me delete myself in Minecraft on the stream. I'm going to try and do the boogie stream that I've been wanting to do this week as well. And on the Real Talk channel, where I talk about politics more, I probably sometime tomorrow will have a video coming out about why Kamala Harris is going to be the Democratic nominee.
I'd watch that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what's going to go down. I'll explain my reasoning why. And then, of course,
Michael, you've been hanging around this part of the internet too much.
Yeah, no joke. Yeah, this election's a shit show. But also, if Biden drops out, obviously I'll stream on the other channel talking about that as well. Michael says Kamala will be the nominee before the end of the week. I tend to agree. And I'll get my reasons why tomorrow.
I think you're both out of your minds.
If I can get that video, I'm telling you, dude, you're gonna see.
Remember, you thought the Blaze would drop Eric July.
Oh, I still think they will. I said this shit will happen by sometime in 2025. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. So my prediction can still happen. But no, I think she's. I think she'll be the she will be the presumptive nominee by the end of the week, because she technically doesn't become the nominee until the convention, which is in August. So, but I'll give my reasons why. and try and get that video out tomorrow. I'll probably record it tomorrow morning, get it out tomorrow afternoon. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, that should be coming on the Real Talk channel. And of course, if he does drop out sometime this week, I'll stream about that. And yeah.
If he drops out, what?
He's gonna drop out.
Says who?
Did
he say that?
Did you watch the debate?
Oh, you guys are idiots.
Dude, there are so many people in the party that are scared to death. I'm telling you, he's gonna drop out.
You're a political science major, but you don't understand how politics works at all.
I know.
That's not, especially presidential politics. Are you silly?
Wait, why do you not think he's going to drop out?
Because that's no, it doesn't work like that.
It has before.
When?
The 1968 election, there was an open convention. He is not.
People have a hard time.
He is not.
People have a hard time divorcing their opinions from.
He is not officially
the way that reality works.
He's not officially the nominee. Not yet. He hasn't officially become the nominee.
You see how you have to say it in that voice? It's because you know you're talking nonsense.
And if he drops out, and Kamala steps up and becomes the nominee, she has a much easier path than anybody else that could be his replacement to getting his delegates and to getting the money that's been raised for it, because she's part of the same ticket.
It's not going to happen, but it's a nice fantasy
I'm not the only one
you've
saying
come
it.
up.
One.
There's a lot of idiots all the time.
There's a lot of people in the party that are saying it. There's a lot of people in the media. There's a lot of listen. Congress is going to come back tomorrow. Right now, there are lawmakers getting together to discuss potentially him stepping aside. And if they go to the White House and they sit down with him and they say, "Listen, you need to do this because you're going to hurt us down ballot. You're going to
even you saying Congress tells me that you don't know how this works at all."
Dude, politics is a dirty game.
No, just because they're powerful people in the government does not mean they have the power or
I didn't say
or
that.
Anything like that.
I didn't say that, but they can apply pressure. Listen,
they can't.
Why can't
they? Have no power over the president. Not like that. They have no power over who's the nominee.
They can't force him out, but they can try and convince him.
No. You need to divorce the fact that you want something to happen isn't the same as something being likely to happen.
So you're telling me that they can't go and talk with him and try and convince him to step aside?
They could try, but that it doesn't work like that. No. Why would he? No.
Why wouldn't he?
Again, you're thinking about it like you.
Hold on.
You need to think about it like him.
Yeah, I know. He's a stubborn old man with dementia that needs to have the car keys taken away from him.
Again, you're thinking about it like you. That's not what he would say about himself.
I know, but what I'm saying is extra.
Therefore, you can't understand where he is.
I know,
because you're thinking about it like a spectator.
I know what you're saying. But what I'm trying to say is that he is so mentally in decline.
That's a fun opinion to have, but that's not it.
See,
I don't know.
Dude, watch the debate. Come on.
No.
I have seen people with dementia before. I'm telling you. You're saying that everybody that is looking at this and saying the same thing, that all of us are wrong?
I'm saying you're wrong if you think that's how politics works. If you think he'll step down within the week, then you massively
if they are going to select another nominee, he has to step down sooner rather than later, because the convention's in August, and they need to prepare the presumptive nominee, which will probably be Kamala Harris. They need to prepare things for her regarding the convention.
The nominee will be Kamala Harris if he dies. That's it.
The nominee.
None of this musical chair shit. That's not how politics works.
We'll see.
That's fantasies.
I'm telling you, man,
That's masturbatory fantasies. It doesn't work like that.
You're gonna be eating crow on this. You're gonna eat just like Tony's gonna eat crow on the Ricada thing. You're gonna eat crow on this. I'm telling you right now, like the way things are going, the murmurings that are going on in the Democratic Party. I mean, if he stays in this thing, he's defying his entire party. And he will lose if he stays in this.
You're forgetting all of the history now.
No, he will listen, he will lose. There's no doubt in my mind at this point that he is going to lose the election if he's the nominee.
So he can lose.
He will,
but that does not equate to him stepping down.
Well, look, I'm not saying that they can force him to. He has to be the one to choose.
I'm saying he would not do that.
I think he would if enough pressure is applied.
It's not how presidents work.
He has the ability to choose to step aside.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
So did Trump. He didn't.
But see, now let me be clear. I'm not saying he's going to step aside from being president. I'm saying he's going to step aside from being the nominee, and he's not going to run for re-election.
No, it's too close. This is in every election. There's always some sort of October surprise or some bullshit that people think are gonna cause something exciting to happen, because in fact this is why we have the debates at this time, in order to get people paying attention.
We've never had a president or a presidential candidate with dementia running, dude. It's different.
Yeah, and we still don't.
You don't think he has dementia?
If he has dementia, we wouldn't have to think it. It would be a thing.
But it's obvious.
If he has dementia, everyone would know.
But they do.
That's not something you can hush up.
They do know now. Dude,
you think TV is real life.
They literally, listen, the White House itself came out and said that he is more active between the hours of 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. Dude, the implication there is that he is not active.
No, that's most people. That's why we work 9 to 5.
That's called sundowning, dude. That's a symptom of dementia.
Yeah, if you're living through WebMD.
Bro, I'm telling you. Listen, Reagan was in the early stages of Alzheimer's in the last 2 years.
No, you want this interesting. You think this shakeup would be interesting?
Well, it would, but I don't want it.
It's impossible, though.
It's going to happen. How can you say it's impossible when you just acknowledge like he could choose to step aside? That means it's not impossible.
No, it is impossible, because he could, but he won't. The Earth could spin off orbit right now, but it won't.
I don't know, but how do you know that he won't?
Because it's because I didn't wake up yesterday.
I'm not getting the logic behind what you're saying.
I'm saying there's no logic in the way you're thinking about this. This is This is dumb emotion.
So you're saying
It's like a kid. It's like a kid getting mad at a parent and expecting the parent to behave how they want them to.
so?
It doesn't make any sense.
So
but from the kid's point of view, it makes sense.
Do you believe?
I'm saying I'm not that kid.
And I'm saying that when there's enough evidence pointing towards something, you have to start thinking, well, this has a very good chance of
That's
happening.
not evidence. You're misinterpreting everything. This is not evidence.
Dude, I'm telling. Listen, I agree with Michael. By Friday, Joe Biden is not going to be the nominee.
Well, then you're both idiots.
Listen, if I'm right,
who have not paid attention to any politics within the last 20 years.
if I'm right, because dude, we've never had a situation like this.
We've had crazy situations a billion times over.
Not like this.
George Bush?
Not like this.
Yeah, obviously not like this. Everything is new. And not really. And not, you know what? I'm not even going to give you that. Not like this. No, every president there's been, maybe besides Obama, we thought that they were touched in the head.
No. I never listen. There's
And a lot of people thought Obama was touched in the head.
There's presidents I've disagreed with, but I never thought that any of them had dementia. We're not talking.
Well, who cares what you thought though?
But
you're,
I'm not the
like you're not the arbiter of truth.
But
though,
are you
right?
saying that everybody discussing this right now is wrong?
No, everyone always discusses things during a political year, and often they are wrong. That's not a big thing. That's not an interesting thing at all.
Holy shit, dude!
It's not a new thing.
Dude, you have such a rude awakening coming this week. I'm telling you, dude.
You think he's going to step down within a week?
Yes. Not from being president currently. I'm saying
a week. Think about a week.
Yes. Yes.
This is how I know that
dude,
y'all aren't thinking about this. Y'all aren't really thinking about this.
A week is an eternity in politics.
No, it's not. It's definitely not.
You can have something happen and it changes the race instantly.
That's not. It can change the race. I'm saying what you're expecting to happen won't happen. If you want someone else to be in that spot, there's ways to get him out of that spot, and that's the way to do it. But not this brand new thing of, oh no, he's just gonna step aside because my political opinion is so on point.
I'm saying he's gonna step aside.
Guys, can you believe can you believe this political thought I had? It's so good that it's going to change reality.
I am saying he's going to step aside for the same reason that Nixon stepped aside, because the party officials are going to go to him and say, "This ain't happening." Because backroom deals and backroom conversations happen.
If they're backroom deals, you wouldn't know about them.
Of course not, until it comes out.
And yet you're depending on these backroom deals that you don't know about.
Because I know how
to say that they'll affect things in a way that you do know. See how it doesn't make any sense?
No, I'm saying that they're going to do this because they're panicking right now, and they will throw him under the bus to save.
Who's
their own
Pritzker?
Skin. The governor of New Jersey, or I'm sorry, Pennsylvania.
Pritzker.
I don't know who she's going to choose for vice. I saw earlier somebody was saying Sanders. I'm like, that's not going to happen because the party the party officials hate Sanders. The establishment's, dude. I'm telling you, I know how the establishment works. I know how they.
You obviously don't, because you're thinking things that have never happened will happen.
Just because the
establishment doesn't do things like that. That's why they call the establishment.
They do to save their own.
But I will say that no, Bernie Sanders being a vice president It doesn't make any sense. That's as delusional as Biden stepping down.
I agree with that because the establishment hates Bernie Sanders.
Whatever reason you want to give it, it won't happen.
So if it does happen, what are you going to say then?
It happened.
Yes, and I was right.
Oh yeah, if it does happen, it won't happen. But if it does happen, I will have to say you're right because that's the truth.
It will happen. It will happen by the end of the week. By the end of the week, it will.
Wait,
happen.
by the end of the week, Bernie Sanders will be vice president?
No. Biden will not be the nominee. That's what's going to happen. He is not.
Okay, we'll keep going. What else is going to happen in your fairy tale?
That's the only thing that I'm predicting right now. Biden will not seek re-election.
Insanity. Do you have dementia?
And I'm going to be honest with you. I wish
you bringing up Nixon.
I wish there was a mechanism to force him out.
See, your judgment is clouded.
No, I'm saying,
this is why you were wrong about Eric July.
He's going to choose to step aside because of the pressure from the party officials. However, I do wish there was a way to just force him out because sometimes you got to take the keys away from Grandpa.
There is a way to just force him out.
How's that? They can't force him out.
Think about it. There is a way to force him out.
They're not going to do that.
Exactly. So we agree that there are things that can't happen.
There is pressure that they can apply to him to make him choose to step aside.
No, there isn't.
You don't think peer pressure is a thing?
The president has no peers.
No, you're talking about a king at that point.
No, I'm talking about a president.
No. That's not how this country's supposed to work.
The president famously has no peers.
No, the president is that's
the only peers, if you can call it that, would be the vice president.
No, because all three branches are equal.
They're not equal. They just have like
that's in the Constitution.
They're like Pokemon.
That's in the Constitution, separate but equal. That's why
the president separate but equal. I think you're thinking of something else.
Oh, that's literally what it is, dude. The Congress passes the laws, the president signs the law, or the Congress passes bills, the president signs the bills into law, the Supreme Court studies the law and makes a determination whether it's constitutional. They each have a role to play in the process. That is not
equality, though.
They are each other's peers. The president does not rule over the Congress. The Congress does not rule over the president.
It's not equality if the president can shape the Supreme Court.
That's a check and balance. That's why you vote. That's why you have to be careful.
And Congress can't stop it. That's not equality.
Congress has to approve the nominee that the president selects. He doesn't just say, okay, this person gets to be on the Supreme Court. Congress has to vote on them.
Yeah, but
that's why they have Senate hearings whenever a Supreme Court nominee is selected. And if the Senate does not approve of the nominee, they don't become a Supreme Court justice. That's why Merrick Garland, who was picked by Obama, did not become a Supreme Court justice. Because the Republicans who had the majority at the time did not approve his nomination.
That's not equality, though.
That's a check and balance. That's
bureaucracy.
That's the definition. Well, all government has bureaucracy, but that's the definition of it. That's how you have equality amongst the branches, is by having checks and balances.
It's not equality. It's checks and balances.
And let me remind you that they can also get a president out of office by having a large enough majority vote on articles of impeachment, according to the 25th Amendment. Just because something rarely happens doesn't mean it's not possible.
I agree with that philosophy. It doesn't change the reality, though.
Now you can say maybe it's not likely, but to say it's impossible, that's just not true.
The branches can't be equal. They all have different jobs.
No, they're equal because they can keep each other in check.
Yeah, but rock, paper, scissors.
The Congress keeps the president in check. The president has certain things he can do to keep the Congress in check. The Supreme Court can keep both of them in check. The Congress keeps the Supreme Court in check by the nomination process. And also, Congress can override certain things under the right circumstances. So, yes, there are checks and balances. Now, have they always been used?
We agree there are checks and balances.
And that is what makes them equal.
It does not make them equal. It means there are checks and balances.
That's literally what the founding fathers were trying to do.
Okay, so you go to work. You have a union that sort of checks and balances your job. Your job and the union are not equal.
You mean the employer in the union? Is that what you mean? Or the company?
Of course, that's what I mean.
Okay. Well, my job is not, I mean, that's, my job is not a person. My job is a thing that I do. But the union does keep the employer in check.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a check and balance, but it's not equality.
That's how you have equality, is by having checks and balances.
No, unions famously have less power than employers.
That's just.
And in other situations, they have what the employer would call too much power.
Well, the employers can go eat a dick, as far as I'm concerned. But that's just because America has had an anti-union culture. That doesn't apply to government, though, because you're talking about the private sector. We're talking about the public sector.
The public sector, more and more over time, becomes like the private sector. Why do you think people wanted a businessman as president?
Then that's not the fault of the Constitution or how the government is structured.
I'm not going at the founding fathers.
Hold on. That is a fault of the American people themselves. Which, if you go back to Jefferson's writings, he did say that this thing only works if we have a responsible population. And the problem is that most Americans are a bunch of dumbasses that have their heads up their own asses, and we keep electing dumbasses into office. Because in a republic like ours,
so you see how nothing really changes?
The leadership is a reflection of the people. But that's our fault. That's not the fault of how the system is structured. Because the way the system is structured is actually quite genius. The problem is the people.
We the people.
We the people are not living up to our responsibilities and duties as the electorate.
I mean, a lot of us vote.
But what is influencing that vote? Is it an informed vote? Are we studying the issues? Are we studying the
commercials?
Are we
the private sector?
Are we picking who is the best nominee for the job, or are we picking who we like the most based on emotion? Well, I like
neither.
Them. I like them. I could have a beer with them. It's like, yeah, that's not the point. Like, you shouldn't be picking a president based on that. It should be whoever's going to do the job correctly.
If you and lots of other people think you can have a beer with them, then they can do the job of becoming president.
I don't need somebody that I personally can get along with. I need somebody that's going to make life easier for me and all Americans. That's what I'm looking for in a president.
But that's what you think that someone you can have a beer with will do.
Not necessarily.
Because you think that they can relate to you and your struggles. Therefore, they'll help you with your struggles.
I don't think that's necessarily true. Because I don't have to get along with them to think that they're the right person for the job.
Right, but that's just one of the ways that people vote.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's the wrong way to go about it. Like, we shouldn't be doing that.
But yet their vote, no matter what your reasoning is, your vote is still worth the same much.
No, you're right. But what I'm saying is that we as a people need to be smarter, more educated, and more responsible when it comes to voting.
But people think they're smart.
Well, they're wrong.
And they educate themselves using their own sources.
They're wrong. Look, the
and
majority,
if they're wrong, then they don't know.
the majority of Americans are not very smart. I'm just going to be honest. That's why when I hear people, when they defend Biden, they want to talk about, oh, well, he brought out this statistic and he was right about this, and it's like, yeah, the American people don't care. That's just not how Americans think, because we're a bunch of shallow. It's why we worship Hollywood stars. We're very shallow. We're not deep thinkers. We're not very intelligent. We're not very wise. We're not very academic. Like, if you want to win an election here, you have to be this superfluous showman, basically. And it's not how it should be. It's not what was intended. But that's just how modern America is, and it's.
But if the American electorate were how you think they should be, the elections wouldn't be so close and contentious and exciting.
Yeah, I don't need an exciting election. I need a stable country.
That'd be great, but I don't know.
I mean, this is why I say over and over again, and I've said it on my other channel, we're not a serious people. We are not a serious country.
Why so serious?
We're a very childish, shallow, superfluous country. And that is why
You're never going to get elected.
So many things are screwed up. Like, when you look at some of the presidents we've had in the past, before the modern era, we had great, wise thinkers. And we don't have that anymore. And that's a problem. That is a problem. Like I said, it shouldn't, like Joe Biden.
I think they're all wise in their own ways.
Joe Biden and Donald Trump should not be the nominees. They should not be in this election, either one of them.
If that's true now, then it was true 4 years ago.
I agree. It's the same 4 years ago. They should not have been the nominees. Because the idea of president is that we're going to nominate and we're going to vote for the best among us as a population. Can we really sit here and say that these two are the best among us?
You know what's weird about politics? Michael said he was going to bed, and you tried to end the podcast a while ago, but then we brought up politics, and it just keeps us going like the Energizer Bunny.
That's right. I mean, I guess there's some silver lining there, but no, like you're gonna see, man. By the end of this week, I'm gonna be proven right.
Your record is 0 to like 20.
I was right about. Listen, I've been right about Nick Rekieta. I've been right about Eric July.
Wait. How are you right about Nick Rekieta?
That he's a scumbag that neglected his kids in a drug den.
But you weren't saying that before. You were basically reading evidence and being like, okay, well.
No. But what I'm saying is that
you didn't predict that he would walk out on his family within a week
I was saying that I was right about the Nick Rekieta situation, whereas you have people like Tony, EVS, and others that are defending Nick.
Well, no, they just have a different opinion than you.
That's not a different opinion. It's just a wrong opinion because the evidence points in my direction. And I'm telling you right now, the evidence surrounding Joe Biden points in my direction.
Maybe the Rekieta thing isn't an apt analogy.
Go back to what I said a couple of streams ago.
Because you didn't do any well, actually you have done predicting in Rekieta's case, and you haven't been right.
Wait a minute, about what?
All the things you think about, all the things that you either with you the line gets blurred between wishing and predicting. So you predict you predict all these things will happen to Nick Rekieta. They haven't happened. He seems to still be him. Still doing streams, getting way too much money.
No, like he is gonna, like, I guarantee you he will go to jail.
Maybe.
But the trial hasn't happened yet.
Right.
Like, of course he's not. Of course he's not.
So
in
how
jail
can you guarantee it if there's going to be a trial?
because the body of evidence is so substantial that
that's not how the court system works.
Well, then what's the point of having evidence?
To have a fighting chance at your side winning.
I am saying there comes a tipping point to where you have a body of evidence that is so substantial that the likelihood of a certain result coming to pass.
No, this is the same thing with the Biden thing. Just because some internet people look at a situation and pass judgment, that's not the same. And the media.
And the campaign and the people that are financing the campaign, the donors, the money people, lawmakers, experts, medical experts are all saying the same thing.
And they all said the exact same thing about one Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, except the difference.
And they didn't affect the way he moves at all.
The difference is that the Democrats aren't in a cult. The Republicans are. When you have a cult mentality,
they aren't in a cult, but there's history. There's like the way things have always worked.
That doesn't mean
that's stronger than a cult, because a cult is based around sort of like fringe thought and like fringe beings and stuff like that. The establishment is the establishment for a reason.
And you're making the assumption that just because things have always worked a certain way means that they always will. That's not the case.
I'm saying in this situation, yeah, definitely.
No, that's a logical fallacy. And plus, it's not even true because there has been open convention. The 1960, was it 1968? It was the Lyndon Johnson election. There was an open convention for the Democrats. So there is precedent.
That's not what this is.
No, it's worse. Because Lyndon Johnson wasn't in mental.
Again, that's a fun opinion to have. but that's it.
If it comes out that he has some kind of cognitive issue and they were hiding it, I mean, what do you say to that? If that does come out, what then?
Politics as usual.
You don't think that's a problem?
It's a problem, but it's politics as usual.
Well, that doesn't mean that we should accept it.
Politicians have problems all the time.
Yeah, and they shouldn't get away with it.
But they do, because they have a job to do.
No, they don't get to skirt the rules just because they're politicians. That's not how this country is designed. That's called an aristocracy. They are responsible to us. They answer to us. They don't get to do
But
whatever.
obviously, that's not true, and you definitely shouldn't be thinking that after the recent Supreme Court ruling.
The Supreme Court's wrong. And in the long run, that decision will be overturned.
You with these lofty predictions.
No, it will happen because if you look at history, Martin Luther King was right. The moral arc of the universe bends towards
justice.
Yes.
It bends. It doesn't break.
I believe that there is an inherent moral order to things, and in the end, that will overcome any sort of injustice.
Again, a very fun philosophy, like Hakuna Matata.
You know how I know that that's true? Because every single form of tyranny in human history eventually collapses.
Tell that to the Middle East.
It's going to collapse.
These lofty predictions.
So you think that
based on no evidence, all of them.
So you think from now to the end of time, the Middle East is going to remain as it is today?
Who knows? Maybe we'll all get wiped out.
That's not how it works. Change is inevitable. The universe.
Yeah, that would be a change.
Yes. You can't stop change. Change always comes.
What's up, Red?
Yeah, see that's the other thing is that Biden has refused. Like, why is he not doing an independent mental exam?
Oh, that reminds me. I wanted to say this before. Baki's not here anymore, but he said in the chat. He said, "There's a theory that hip hop was created to make black people look bad." I think that theory is an awful theory, but not as awful as your theory that Biden will step down within the week.
Michael's right. Biden is losing donors. Fundraising is being canceled, and Democratic candidates are now canceling appearances with him. And the media that protected him has now turned on him.
That does not equate to walking out within a week. A week.
Yes. It's a matter of practicality. If they're going
it's not practical for a president to give up within a week. That's crazy.
Of course he can. If the nominee if it ends up being Kamala Harris, she can basically take over everything that he would have had campaign wise.
Well, yes, because she's the vice president. She was
right.
She was always prepared for this.
Right.
And she'll still be prepared for this. But that doesn't mean that he's going to take himself out of the running. He didn't take himself out of the running before.
But we didn't have the debate before. I don't think.
Is this your first debate where you think that
this is the first
where you think that what you see on a debate means anything?
So, but you're saying that like it's just me saying this. It's everybody.
No. Yeah, a lot of people have this same delusion.
So they're delusional, but Biden's not?
They can both be delusional.
Hero. Have you ever,
they can both be delusional, but Biden's not saying he's not making a prediction about something happening that's never happened before.
Of course not, because he's a stubborn old man that can't admit that he's not all there anymore, and it scares him to have to admit that.
Yeah, so all of these things that you're saying, they've been said to him before, a long time ago. Especially in 2020? Yeah, 2020.
He is so far worse mentally than he was back in 2020.
Might be true, but that's not. Michael says, "Let's nominate Jimmy Carter."
Dude, have you ever been around somebody with dementia?
We spent how many years trying to diagnose Donald Trump?
Have you ever
being armchair psychologist?
Have you ever been around somebody?
And none of it meant anything.
Have you ever?
It didn't change the way he moved. It didn't change the way people felt about him.
Have you ever been around somebody with dementia?
Probably. I don't know.
I mean, for a long, like somebody in your family, a grandparent.
Yes.
Okay. Now look at the person in your life that had dementia and compare it to Joe. Do you not see the similarities?
The person in my family was not fucking president of the United States.
That's yes, and nor should anyone.
So no, I don't see the similarity.
No, I'm saying, do you think that Joe Biden has dementia? Just your personal opinion, based on what you see, do you think he has dementia or some kind of cognitive?
It doesn't matter what I think.
No, but I'm asking you, like, do you?
No.
Really?
No, I think dementia is a serious thing.
I do too, and that's why I'm saying that he should drop out.
No.
You don't think he has any kind of cognitive issue?
Yeah, he's an old man. Of course he does.
And what happens to a lot of old people? They get dementia, they get Alzheimer's, they get Parkinson's.
Yeah, we knew this and we know this. But that's
and you don't think
that's just a
you don't think based on his not only his debate performance, but
Brett, you shouldn't steal wallets from people with dementia.
Did you watch the George Stephanopoulos interview this morning?
No.
Dude, he wasn't all there either.
Does not matter.
He's the president of the United States.
Exactly.
We can't have somebody with a mental cognitive issue running the damn country. That's insane.
First of all, yes we can, and no, it's not insane.
But should we?
Should we? No. Ideally, we'd have a perfect person running the United States.
So how do we deal with that?
We don't necessarily deal with it.
That is the whole point of having a democracy, is that we, the people, can get them the fuck out. Otherwise, Otherwise, the people don't have the power.
So I'm agreeing that that is what democracy is for. So democracy would have to get him out. You're saying he's going to walk out, and I'm saying that's idiotic.
I'm saying, so Joe Biden won the Democratic primary. He got like, what was it, 3,000 something delegates during the primary. Now, what you have to remember is that during that primary, he had a vice president with him, which means that the people in the Democratic primary voted not just for Joe Biden, but they voted for Kamala Harris. They voted for the ticket. So if he steps aside, she becomes the nominee, that is still valid in accordance with the primary and the will of the primary voters.
No, because they voted for him as president. They weren't voting for Sarah Palin.
They
were voting for John McCain.
They voted for the ticket. And when you do that, there is an assumption.
Okay. You want to play this game? They voted for Joe Biden when they voted for Barack Obama.
Yes. Back when Joe Biden.
Therefore, you can't remove him because they voted for him, and then they voted for him again.
Back when Joe Biden did not have dementia, during the Obama administration, back when he was still all there. But what I'm saying is that Kamala is just as rightfully elected.
We did not think Joe Biden was all there during the Obama administration. We joked about it.
Oh, no, come on now.
You don't remember people joking about Joe Biden during the Obama administration?
It wasn't because he had a cognitive mental decline.
What was it?
I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't remember the primaries too well because Joe Biden.
Well, thanks for the honesty. For once.
Joe Biden was not a factor during the 2008 primaries because it was between Hillary and Obama. Like, that's the people that mattered.
Well, he was a factor. He was a major player, and then he became more and more of a factor. He became more and more important. So much so that he was the shoe-in for president.
Dude, people did not vote for Joe Biden in 2020. They voted against Trump.
Okay. See, and that's another little fun, quippy internet thing that you believe.
Oh, it's the fucking truth. I'm telling, dude. All right.
No, you started at wanting to believe something, and then you shifted the narrative to fit your belief.
I don't want to believe that this is where we are, but I can't deny the reality that I'm seeing from this guy every time he comes out. I can't. You're asking me.
But you are denying the reality because you're making up a prediction that will not happen.
Based on a body.
Based on reality.
Based on a body of evidence. A large body of evidence.
A week.
Yes.
Do you see how silly and arbitrary that is?
No. And it's not because they have he will drop out. They have to have time to prepare Kamala for the convention. They're not gonna wait until 2 days before the Democratic convention for him to drop out. That would be political suicide for the party.
Political suicide does not mean that someone's going to step down. Again, Donald Trump never stepped down, even when it was political suicide.
But that's because the Republicans.
That doesn't matter. George Bush never gave up because it was political suicide.
George Bush won re-election twice. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was. I don't know.
I'm saying just because you're having struggles, and just because the media is against you,
this is not.
That doesn't mean that you're going to give up the job that you campaigned so hard to get.
The difference
and that the American people put you in.
The difference is that if you have a bad week in politics because of some fumble or something, you can recover from that. But Joe Biden has a mental.
This is the same shit that happens every election period.
Mental cognitive decline. It is not going to get better. It is going to get progressively worse because you don't come back from something like this. That's not how aging works.
Michael says, George Bush was never called to step aside by other Republicans. Jesker, do you believe that statement is true?
Yes.
Well, then you're both wrong again.
When was he?
Clearly.
When the Republican Party call on him to step aside? No, name.
Where do you think the term rhino comes from?
Name the Republican. Name a Republican that told him to step aside.
I don't remember who, but I do remember Republicans breaking from George Bush.
But they never asked him to step aside. It's one thing. Listen, you're right that during the 2008 election, people did not want George Bush campaigning with them. But that's not the same thing as saying, well, he doesn't have the mental capability to be president. Like, that's not the same thing. That's just because he was unpopular. We're not talking about that. We're talking about a much bigger issue here.
Which Republicans absolutely told him to step aside. It might not have been a huge groundswell, but obviously all Republicans weren't on board.
I don't.
All Democrats famously weren't on board with Biden in 2020.
Well, I mean, there's a good fucking reason for that. You seen how old the dude is?
No, they wanted someone equally as old. Bernie Sanders.
I wasn't on.
Again, you're injecting your prejudices and acting like they equate to law or decorum or anything like that.
Bernie, no, I'm saying is that when you're asking me to not believe what I'm saying with my eyes.
Red, that's hilarious. You thought I was talking about the other George Bush.
I mean, it's believe me, don't believe your lying eyes. Like that's I'm not. No, that's ridiculous. I would literally.
What's up, boxing a story?
I would.
Oh shit!
You're asking me to.
He just dips in.
He woke the fuck up. You're asking me to literally ignore what I'm seeing with my own two eyes.
No, I'm not saying ignore what you're seeing. I'm saying ignore your bad predictions because your predictions are always bad.
They're not bad. What are you talking about?
You're always wrong about people you don't like.
When?
Eric July, Nick Rekieta,
yes.
Old ass politicians.
Gooding made $200,000, a huge drop off. You're thinking.
Wait,
you're thinking like these predictions.
No, but you were even wrong about the Yaira numbers.
Yeah, and I've admitted that.
Okay, yeah, you admitting it doesn't mean you weren't wrong, though. I'm saying you're going to be wrong again.
Dude, you're crazy.
I'm saying add that to the list of wrongs.
Dude, I'm telling you right now. Eric
because
July,
you overvalue your opinion so much so that it breaks away from reality.
Eric July's company is going to go bust in 2025. That's been my prediction for months now. That's been my prediction.
In 2025?
Yes.
Again, like you talking about this week, it doesn't make any sense time-wise.
Joe Biden will not be the nominee.
A year?
Joe Biden will not be the nominee.
You think this guy who's making $1 million a book is going to be gone in a year with people who make nothing are still going strong? What?
Yeah, but not everybody's spending money like crazy on employees they don't need and a warehouse they don't need.
I'm not saying he's doing great, but you're saying he's going out of business in a year. Were you saying that he was going to go out of business this year too?
No,
I'm pretty sure you were.
I never said that. I said the first prediction I said was that the Rippaverse would go under before the Superman Legacy film comes out, and that's in July of 2025.
Michael, who goes down first, Rippaverse or Biden?
That is dude. Biden might be dead by the time we get to the election. Like he might not even make it. Like he's that bad off.
Old politicians don't die.
So I'm
not until they're done.
I'm telling you right now, this is gonna be by the end of this week. Biden will not be the nominee by July 2025.
But here's the thing: he will be the nominee, but it won't change the way you approach things at all. You'll still be making these lofty predictions that never turn out.
If he is the nominee,
because you want to be witness to the arc of justice. The justice is happening, just not in the way that you want or that you understand.
It's gonna happen, dude. I mean, the Democrats.
Things will happen. As if that's some sort of acquiescence.
I'm telling you, it's. I mean, you can deny the evidence all you want, but it's there. And how else are we supposed
See,
to?
look what Red said.
So
Dianne Feinstein was already dead for 15 years before
Dianne
she died.
Dianne Feinstein was not running.
People don't give up power like this. You thinking they do, you're out of your mind.
I'm telling. All right. I've got to go. I've got to get some sleep. But I'm saying right now that you're going to be eating crow this week, man. He's going to be gone. He's not going to be the nominee.
It's a fun opinion to have.
And it's about to be a reality. Just pay attention to
I'm sorry. I want you to stop being disappointed by your opinions.
Pay attention.
And your predictions.
Pay attention to the news today. The congressional Democrats are getting together to discuss this situation. Watch what comes out about it. Watch what gets leaked. See what happens.
Yeah, they can discuss whatever they want. It's fine.
Yeah. And they are going to approach him and they're going to ask him to step aside.
I don't know why today of all days you expect Congress to be your hero. Are you fucking out of your mind?
They're not doing this. They're not doing this. They're not doing this for noble reasons. They're doing this to save their own ass. Because Biden's a detriment.
No, it wouldn't save them. It wouldn't save them. They're not even related.
You don't think the top of the ticket affects the Senate and congressional races?
It does, but not in that way. Not in that direct of a way.
Oh, it definitely can. I mean that's happened before.
Yeah, it can. Yeah.
I mean, Republicans lost the House and the Senate during the 2008 election because of their association with George W. Bush.
And now you admit it. Now you admit that there were.
Hold on, but they weren't calling on him to step aside from being the fucking president. That's not the same thing. They weren't saying.
You don't think anyone was trying to save their own jobs by suggesting that he step aside?
No.
You're an idiot. That's not how politics works.
They were not.
They want to save their own jobs.
Hold up. They were not associating with him, but no one ever said that he was mentally incapable of being president.
Clearly not true.
Democrats.
You don't think?
No.
You don't think there were any Republicans talking shit about George Bush?
No one of any significance.
This is revisionist history.
I mean, maybe some low-level politician.
This is dementia.
Matter. I'm sure there was Republican voters that thought that, but who cares?
Think about where Republicans are elected. They're elected all over.
Okay, what does that have to do with the cost of TNT?
It means that they're on a spectrum.
Are you talking about today or back then?
He's asleep again.
This motherfucker. I mean, today they're really not on a spectrum. Today they're all in on Donald Trump.
Exactly. They stick to who they think is in power.
No,
that's obviously true.
I mean, for Republicans, yes, but that's not true for Democrats.
They're politicians, man.
No, I'm talking about the Democratic voters.
Yeah, but the voters have nothing to do with Biden stepping down in a week.
Really? Have you looked at the polls?
Voters can't even make that happen.
Have you looked? They can apply pressure through the polls.
No, not enough.
We'll see.
Not enough, and people aren't polled enough for this to even be feasible.
Yeah, like right here, dude. Like right here. When did John McCain call for George to step aside as the nominee? Mark, we're talking about the 2002 election when John McCain was running in the primary with George W. Bush and George W. Bush won. Mark Warner is rumored to publicly call for Joe Biden to step aside tomorrow. That is,
if you're running in a primary against someone, you want them to step aside. So
that's not what we're talking about.
You caught yourself
we're talking,
in a logical trap.
No, we're talking about after the primary when George was the nominee. Because remember, John McCain ran against well, hell, we'll use 2004 as a better example because that's a re-election campaign. Was anybody in 2004 calling for George W. Bush to step aside?
I'm sure they were.
Because of mental and cognitive decline.
Yeah, people thought George Bush was not all there. They thought he was mentally subpar.
Really? They were saying he had dementia.
Really? What country did you grow up in? Listen, of course.
If you're talking about where they were saying he was uneducated and stupid.
Did you
listen?
See, so much time has gone by that people forgot what it was like.
I know that people back then were saying he was uneducated, stupid, a country bumpkin. That is not the same thing as being in a mental cognitive decline due to age. Those are two separate criticisms.
You're just using a bigger word to try to make it sound more official.
You don't think there's
when the sentiment is the same.
Hold up. You don't think there's
if you're dumb or if it's a mental illness that's causing you to be dumb. We still think you're dumb.
That's not the same thing.
It's not the same. I'm saying it's not the same thing. But it equates to the same thing.
No, it does not.
It does.
No, it doesn't. Being dumb is not the same as having fucking dementia.
They're both being mentally subpar.
You can cure being an idiot. You cannot cure dementia.
First of all, you can't always cure being an idiot.
Yeah, it's called an education.
Some people are idiots their whole lives.
Because they choose to be. Joe Biden's not choosing dementia. It
doesn't matter why they're an idiot their whole life. They just are. It doesn't matter if they chose that.
That's crazy that you're making.
They're still an idiot.
That is crazy that you're making that equivalency.
It's crazy that I'm making an equivalency between two different types of mentally subpar human.
Yes, because one can be corrected, the other one.
Okay, no. Can be corrected is not that is not a save. That is not a save.
Look, George Bush was a fucking idiot. I think everybody.
Yeah, and he could be corrected, but that's not a point in your favor that you could be corrected.
But George Bush did not have a cognitive mental issue that is going to get progressively worse and cause him to not even be able to function as a human being. That's what dementia and Alzheimer's does to you, dude.
I don't know that George Bush did not have that.
If he had that when he was president, he would be a total mess right now because it gets progressively worse.
Yeah.
And he's not.
But the same thing could be said about Joe Biden, though.
Yes, Joe Biden is I don't think is capable.
Look, if you want to say he has dementia, that's fine. I'm saying that's a different thing than him stepping down.
If you have dementia, you should not be the fucking president.
I think there's a lot of reasons you shouldn't be the president.
Yeah, but no one who has dementia should be.
But it doesn't matter what I think. It doesn't matter what my qualifications for you being president are. It doesn't matter if I think you should step down.
That's not a personal qualification. That should be something that we all agree on. That's science.
And since when did we start caring about science?
Well, we should be forced to. I mean, just being real. Like, there comes a point where you have to say,
if you want it to be forced, put it in the Constitution.
There comes a point where
and you won't do that because it's too hard.
There comes a point where you have to say, this is true. It is what it is. We have to accept it. And if you don't accept it, you should not be taken seriously. That's called common sense.
Yeah, but people often don't take a president seriously, though. That doesn't mean they step down.
I'm still just blown away that you think being an idiot's the same as having dementia.
What did I actually say though?
You said you are equating two mental issues.
I'm saying they are not disparate from each other.
And I'm saying that they're not even in the same category, dude.
Well, then we're saying opposite things.
I'm saying
they literally are in the same category. They're different, but they are in a wider same category.
I don't agree with that.
Okay, who's someone who you think would make a great president?
Are we talking about like just dream scenario
Just
or
any person?
Okay, Andrew Yang, Marianne Williamson. I mean, just
wait. Do you really think Marianne Williamson would be a good president?
She'd be better than Biden. Dude,
that's a fun thing I just learned about you.
Come on. Almost anybody.
You pretend to be an expert, but you said Marianne Williamson with like a straight face.
What's wrong with her?
Well, you know what? Nothing's wrong because you don't see any differences between subpar people.
Well, now wait a minute. What do you mean by subpar people? Like that sounds
mentally subpar people. What we've been talking about this whole time.
Yeah, but wait a minute. I'm talking about a medical condition. Like you seem to be talking about something a little bit more judgmental.
A medical condition is a judgment. It's famously a judgment
based on science. But Marianne Williamson has not shown any. Hold on a second. I'm gonna.
He's getting pretty loud.
So wait a minute. So, but
wait.
Why is she subpar?
What's up, failure?
Why is she subpar?
No, we're not going to change the subject to Marianne Robinson.
No. I mean, but you can't make a statement like that because that seems like you've got like some kind of.
It's not a crazy statement. She's a fucking clown. She's the clown. She's a clown of the Democratic Party. You can like her
based on,
but she's a clown.
Based on what standard? Not your standard. I'm talking about an objective standard. I'm talking about medical science.
The same way the lady who thinks she can heal you with crystals is a clown.
Okay, she has some religious beliefs. Big wolf.
Oh, now that's religion. You're comparing crystals to religion.
It's a form of.
Now who's making weird comparisons?
Oh my god, that's nuts. If you're asking if I would pick Marianne Williamson over Joe Biden, in the current state, Joe Biden.
It does not matter who you would pick. That has nothing to do with. That has nothing to do with a president choosing to step down.
You're making a subjective statement. I am making.
No.
I am making.
I'm not.
I am making.
There's nothing subjective about me saying that. No, he will not step down within a week.
I'm talking about your making a subjective statement on the qualifications of Marianne Williamson. I'm making an objective statement because I'm basing it off of.
No, you're making a subjective statement about him too. You're not a psychologist. You're not a doctor.
No, but this is.
You're in a person with an opinion, listening to other people with opinions.
But psychologists Medical experts have been saying the same thing for the past.
Yeah, they said the same things about Trump.
So
Who gives a shit?
Are we supposed to ignore the experts?
We did, and we do, and we will.
Should we?
Should we? I don't know. Depends on the expert.
No.
Depends on the rest of the context.
Listen, if I'm talking to somebody who is an expert and knows more about a subject than I do, I am going to defer to their opinion because that is the wise.
You will not always defer to their opinion.
Well, then if I don't, I'm wrong, and somebody should step in and stop.
No, you're not wrong. You could be considering other factors.
Because logic and reason should always rule over emotion.
But that's not how politics works at all.
But that's how it should work. And if we were smart people, that's how it would work.
If that's how it worked, then then our elections would not be so contentious, so close, so heated, so exciting.
Well, I don't want them to be exciting. I'd rather them be boring as fuck and we still get the wisest, smartest, most intelligent.
If elections are boring, people don't vote. People aren't encouraged to vote.
If that's what people need to vote, then we deserve every damn thing.
It is what they need.
If that's what they need, we deserve every bad thing coming.
They need to be worried.
Because that means that
People need to be worried in order to motivate them to go vote.
We're acting like children and not adults.
I mean, that's a subjective statement.
Michael says, I'd sleep better at night if Harris was president. I know she doesn't have dementia. By the way, I hate her. Like, that's the thing. Like, as it currently stands, I probably just won't vote. And I don't even think Kamala Harris is the strongest candidate to go
See, you and Michael both said that you won't vote, which means that neither of you understand how the political process works. Voting is the key.
I cannot.
And you both removed yourself.
I cannot, in good conscience. I can't vote for a convicted felon.
No. Whatever the nonsense excuse is this time.
Hold on. Let me get it out there. I got to make this statement. I cannot vote for someone who is a convicted felon and has authoritarian leanings. But I can also not vote in good conscience for somebody that I believe, based off of all the evidence that I have seen, has dementia or some other.
Literally, there's always a reason not to vote.
Now, if Kamala Harris was to become the nominee, I could see myself voting for her because she doesn't have fucking dementia. And I don't think she's going to turn the country into a dictatorship.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. It's fine. Like, yeah. Yeah, she's the vice president. She can do vice president things. She can do president things. I agree.
Okay. And on that note, we're gonna end it because I got to get some kind of sleep. Holy shit. We'll see how it turns out, man.
A week. This is what you're saying. You think she's gonna step down in a week?
Yes.
Unprecedented, but you believe it. You found an echo chamber that allows you to believe something that's nearly impossible.
Allow me. It's not impossible. You can say it's unlikely, but you cannot say it's impossible.
I said nearly impossible.
Okay. All right. Fine. I'll accept that.
That's almost the same as impossible.
No, it's not. That's like saying that near infinity is infinity. No, it's fucking not.
It is.
No, it's not.
You know how big? Do you know how big of a number infinity is?
Yes.
And how small of a number anything else is?
Exactly. Okay. Listen,
I'm saying that's semantics. I'm saying it's effectively impossible.
Let me get it on the record so that everybody knows. I am predicting that right now, by the end of this week, Joe Biden will not be seeking re-election. He will not seek the nomination. He'll still be president until January 20th, when the next one's sworn in, but he will not seek the nomination. He will not seek re-election. He will announce that by the end of this week. That is my prediction. That is all I'm going to predict. I'm not even going to predict that Kamala Harris is going to be the next nominee. I don't know. For all I know, they could do an open convention. I don't think that's going to happen. I think most likely she would be the nominee because it's the easiest transition. But all I'm going to predict right now is that Joe Biden is going to step aside as the nominee by the end of this week. That's it.
And everyone knows my position.
Yeah. But we're going to call
at least it gives you something to. It's like playing the lottery. It gives you a far-fetched thing to hope for. So
okay. See now, Michael, that's no.
If we're taking bets, then I will take all of y'all's money.
I would not
easily.
I would not go that far.
See,
I don't think.
Why are you acting so confident?
Because they don't have enough votes to use the 25th Amendment to remove him from that. See, that's different. You're talking. Michael's talking about removing him from office, meaning removing him from being president now, and she becomes president right now in his place. That's not going to happen. That's fucking crazy. There's no reason for that to happen. That's different than him stepping aside as the nominee. $500.
I think it's okay to shit on politicians, but I think
I'm not.
I think trying to predict what they'll do based on no past evidence is silly.
I'm not shitting on him. It's a horrible thing that we've ended up in this situation, but
no. Wait, you're not shitting on him? Were you fine with having an old ass politician, let's say 5 weeks ago?
No.
You never liked these guys?
No.
Okay.
I've been very clear. I think both suck. I don't think either one of them should be running. I don't.
Yeah, Summer. I'm not going to get any of your money. That's fine.
I don't think anybody over a certain age should ever run for president. We have it in the Constitution that you have to be 35 years or older to run for president. I think there needs to be an age limit on how old you can be to run for president. And some people may call that ageist. I don't care. Medical science backs me up.
It is ageist, but it's worse than that, though.
It's based on medical science. I do not give a flying fuck. I would use that to justify that any day of the week.
You can use medical science to justify just about anything.
You can, but in this case,
but it's obfuscation, though. It's not the truth. You're covering up something else. You're covering up something darker.
I don't trust old people to have power when they reach a certain point. I think it's done way more damage to human society.
What would he say?
Who?
Think about it. What would he say to hearing you say that?
Who? Who's he?
Him.
What? God? Who are you talking about?
No, closer to you.
My father, or
what would he say?
He would probably agree with me. Like you have to get to when you reach a certain stage in life, you should be wise enough to admit that your time for doing certain things is over.
We're not all the same. Some people are brilliant forever.
That's not true.
You don't think some people are brilliant forever and then they die?
because old age affects everybody.
Not the same.
Now, the rate of decline may be different.
Not the same. Some people started at different places.
Hold up. The rate of decline may be the same, but it's still a decline. Or I'm sorry. The rate of decline may be different, but it's still a decline.
Summer agrees with you on the age limit. What should the age limit be?
65. That's whatever the retirement age is in the country. That should be. That's
when the president has to retire as well.
That is
presidential hopefuls.
If you are over the age of 65, you should not be allowed to run for president.
And I think that number is completely arbitrary.
No, it's not. It's based on the retirement age.
No, some people are older than some people. Some people's brains are older than 65 than other 65-year-olds.
Okay, that's a good point. So
the same about every age.
Maybe we should do mental analyses on, like, maybe everybody should go in for a mental checkup, and there should be certain recommendations prescribed for people based on how they perform. I'm all right with that. I mean, dude, you're talking to somebody who believes that if there should be mental tests done on people to determine whether they should be allowed to have kids or not. Like when you...
What type of mental test?
The way that the brain is wired, certain genetics, because we're learning more and more. We're learning,
now you're coming out as a eugenist?
Hold up. It is undeniable that as science progresses, we are learning that half of what defines us is genetics. You can't deny that. It's scientific fact. And some people just should not be parents.
You keep saying these things as if they're true, just because some scientists sort of agree with what you're saying.
Not one scientist, it's the scientific
I
community.
said some. That's
it is peer-reviewed research. So I mean, are we supposed to ignore science? I mean, think about this.
No, don't ignore science, but be wary of only agreeing with science that agrees with your prejudices.
But see, the thing is that I change my opinion based on the facts. I don't have a set in stone opinion.
Red's age limit is 27, so Amy Winehouse could not have become president.
So here's the thing.
Well, she would have died soon.
If I see something that contradicts a previous held belief, I will change my belief in order to match with the evidence. Because I think the best way to live...
No. You will question the evidence.
No.
Because that's how humans work. They question the evidence until it becomes overwhelming.
And then you have to accept the evidence.
Or because they find a different reason to change their mind. Or they examine their own evidence and they change their mind about it for some reason.
But if they do not change their mind in the face of overwhelming evidence, don't you think that that's illogical and irrational?
It might be illogical, but it's not necessarily irrational.
Why is it not irrational?
Because context matters.
Okay. If we discover that, okay, for example, like we know based on years and years of research that if someone is abused during their childhood, the chances of them also abusing their own children is dramatically higher compared to somebody that was not abused.
We're not doing Minority Report, sir.
No, but that is statistically true, is it not?
Yeah, it could be statistically true.
Should we not then consider that as a factor when we are crafting laws in order to change the justice system from a reactive system to a proactive system in order to prevent the trauma and the abuse from occurring in the first place and from propagating it throughout generations?
I'm against predicting the future.
So you're willing to put people at risk?
Yes. Risk. Risk is not a guarantee.
I am not. because I am extremely risk adverse.
Well, the human race is not that. The human race is one that adapts.
Okay, but what about the people that? Okay, but what about if you have a situation where somebody goes through childhood trauma, they grow up, they end up committing a crime, killing a bunch of people, and we know that all stems from the childhood trauma.
That was the risk. That was the risk because they could have not done that.
You think that risk is acceptable?
Yes.
If we can prevent it.
Not only is that acceptable, it's what life is all about.
I just completely disagree with that.
I disagree with pretending to be able to predict the future. It just doesn't make any sense. To me, that's the most irrational thing.
But we know that. So then, in that case, studies and statistics are basically pointless.
No, I'm saying be wary if you find that they reinforce your own previously held prejudices.
If someone is sexually abused by,
You know how they say that you can always find a statistic to agree with what you already believe? Just like how you can always find a Bible verse to agree with what you already believe?
Yes.
I'm saying that's not enough of a basis to claim to be able to predict the future.
Then you are always going to allow a system that promotes the possibility of victimhood.
Yes.
I think
that America loves that.
Well, then America's wrong. And I'm not afraid to say that. America's
I'm not here to stick up for America, but I'm just saying they are okay with risk.
Well, it doesn't matter what they're okay with. That's not the appropriate way to do it, or to run a society. And if the evidence,
but that's the society we set up, though.
Well, then we're wrong.
Yeah, but we don't. But we don't get to say that it's something that it's not. It is what it is.
We should change it.
I'd love some changes.
That's I mean, that's part of the reason why we're here, is to change it and make it better.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so part of that means that we would have to change the system in very fundamental ways.
Yeah, but think about that word, change, which means that's not the way it is now. That's what I'm saying.
But you're saying that the way it is now is acceptable.
I'm saying it's acceptable because people accept it. So yes,
but
it's literally acceptable.
But is it acceptable to you?
It depends on what the issue is.
So what I'm saying is that if it's not
that particular issue that you just brought up, yes, it's acceptable to me. It's acceptable to me to give people a chance to change.
Even
to let people change their so-called fate or destiny, which is just ego talking.
So then what do you tell their victims?
What I tell the victims, society took a chance and it didn't work out great for you.
Society failed you. Now how is society going to fix that? How does society make up for its mistakes?
Society didn't fail them. Society took a chance. That's not the same thing as failing someone.
That's a failure.
Not even Green Arrow wouldn't say that society failed his city.
Society has a responsibility to correct its mistakes. Other words, that makes society evil.
But not everyone agrees on what the mistakes are or how to correct them. It's not evil. It's just being slow and careful to change. You can't call it evil unless you know the intent.
I think that if you're willing to accept the possibility of something evil happening, that in and of itself is evil. if you have the ability to stop it?
I think that's crazy naive.
I mean, I don't deny what I'm saying would violate certain freedoms and would remove freedoms from certain people, but we've not proven ourselves.
I'm saying logically what you're saying wouldn't work.
Why wouldn't it?
Because think of the whole job, and for instance, the job of a president is to do risky things all the time. We shouldn't. I mean, you try to mitigate damage, but you don't stop doing risky things. That's why the job was so important. That's why we made such of a hullabaloo of getting you in the office in the first place, because we know you have to make decisions that we're not going to make as people. We're not going to make as citizens. Representative democracy. We pay them to do the hard job.
But they don't want to do the hard job.
They do.
No, they
do. They campaign for it. They raise money for it. They change their lives for it. They face scrutiny for it.
And then they usually end up becoming corrupt.
I don't know that it's corrupt. It's they're privy to more information than we are, and they have to listen to more people than we have to listen to. That's not necessarily corruption. Corruption is if you become like a foreign asset or something.
Failure said, okay, like I get what Failure's saying, but here's the thing. I really don't give a shit. I mean, like, at the end of the day, you can only do what you think is right. And that means that you're going to be fighting against what other people believe is right. And only one person, only one way is going to win out in the end. But that's all of human history.
Some people think that everyone can win.
No, they can't. Like, I admit, like, if I had my way, there's going to be some people pissed off about it and blah, blah, blah. And you just got to drown out the noise and go on anyways.
Politicians campaign on basically everyone winning. That's how you maximize the amount of votes you can get.
But that's just a lie, though. I mean, not everybody.
They might believe in their plan. Herman Cain, 999. He thought that it would benefit everyone. He thought everyone being taxed at the same rate would benefit everyone. And that man made pizza.
I don't know. I guess I'm just I'm a person obsessed with justice. And I guess I've always been the type that when I see an injustice, my mind goes, okay, how do we fix this? How do we make sure this never happens again? How do we secure, how do, like.
No, that's a good thing. It's a good thing to be.
And I guess that stems from my childhood because I didn't grow up in a safe environment. So I want to ensure.
You sound like Bruce Wayne.
Well, fuck, I wish I had his money.
You'll get it.
You
just have to find that inheritance.
To me, I just keep thinking.
But you'll also get a Joker.
If, like, how much easier and better life would be if.
But also a Catwoman.
If society, the government, the police, whatever it is, would have just came in and stopped my mother from being the way that she is. And that's because society didn't do that. Society failed me. So now I have to go out and try and correct society so it doesn't happen to somebody else. And if there's obstacles in the way to doing that, destroy them at all costs. Because it'll create a better world in the end.
You don't know that. Butterfly effect, remember?
I don't know that, but that's what I
The
believe.
consequences of our actions are way too complicated to.
That's what I believe is right, and that's all that I can really follow.
It's true.
Which is true for anyone.
One way to be is just focus on what's in front of you.
Because I can imagine, like, I mean, I can imagine, like, if I saw a situation, and that's one thing, like, why I get so pissed off about the Rekieta situation. I have no sympathy, no mercy for the man, because I see my mother in him.
But everyone needs mercy, though.
But what about but giving Rekieta mercy does not fix what he did to the kids. So the mercy is pointless to the real victims.
But it might fix the way he behaves in the future.
Well, who cares about him? He's not important anymore. He's the bad guy.
He's not important. He's the breadwinner of a large family.
They don't need him. They can be placed in other families. Just like I didn't need my mother.
I don't know. You're at the same time downplaying his importance to the family, while also saying he's important enough to ruin the family.
Yes, but he should lose his authority. He should lose his position to be able to cause such damage. In fact, I'm going to be honest with you. Somebody like Rekieta should probably be sterilized so he can't have any kids and do this again. That's called that's a preventative.
I don't think he's going to have any more kids, but
that's
I don't know. He might not be in control.
Let's guarantee it and make it a preventative measure so we don't have victims.
Again, your minority report bullshit.
But it's not unfounded. It's based on
yeah, it's founded, but that doesn't mean you do it.
Okay, so let me ask you this, Sexer Hero. These kids.
You ever read a mystery novel? Or you ever saw a mystery?
Yeah.
Yeah. All throughout the book or movie, they go around collecting evidence. And by the end, you're sure about so much. But what do they do at the end? They pull the rug out from under you. You're wrong. But you had all this evidence and you were acting the way the evidence told you to act. But you were wrong. Now what? Now where's the injustice?
Okay, then if that's the case, then I should be punished.
No. You were doing what logically worked.
But I was.
You just don't get it. You just don't always get it right.
But I was wrong, and
which is why it's a detective novel, because you found someone who could look beyond that.
But you're saying there shouldn't be any punishment for being wrong.
No, there should be punishment for being wrong.
Okay,
but I'm saying there should also be grace.
How does that help the kids? See, we're talking about
how does that help the kids? Because it can be argued that the kids, having the person they've depended on their whole life still be in their life, could be a benefit.
But he
in some way.
He failed that responsibility.
Yeah, he messed up. When people mess up, we don't automatically take them away forever.
I mean, maybe you don't.
It doesn't make any. Like that would be like the craziest police state ever.
but I've seen this play out so many times that I just don't have that. I just don't have that in me.
Yeah.
And listen, I've been frank about this. When I say like my mom, like what she did made me into a more bitter and hard. What's the word I'm looking for?
Right,
hard in my heart.
Exactly. So what you're saying right now is you admitting that you've become something that's not normal.
I agree with that. I mean, I can't deny that, but that's going to happen to his kids. They could become like that.
You're predicting them. You say, well, and look, you contradicted yourself within 1 second. You said that's going to happen to his kids. Then you said they could become that.
Statistically,
you don't know.
Statistically, at least one of them could become that. There, that's a more accurate statement.
That's true. It could happen.
Okay, and that's going to propagate a cycle.
But amazing things could happen as well. People could change. People could get better.
Dude,
people could find new opportunities because of this.
I don't see it.
Well, you don't know their life. You don't know the apparatus around them. They're rich.
I know what I went through with my mom. I know what I've gone through with my older sister.
Yeah.
And
it shouldn't have happened.
Yes. And I guess on some level, I am still looking for somebody to fix that and say, it was wrong. Here's how we're going to fix it. It shouldn't have happened. Somebody should have stepped in sooner. You were a child. This was wrong.
Well, this is how we get some of the world's greatest activists and politicians.
And this is how
they saw something wrong and they spoke up, and then other people heard them and they were like, yeah, say that more, but to more people. And then there you go. The rest is history. You changed the world. Well, first you change your world, and then you change the world.
So, again, to me, I just look at the Rekieta situation, and I would have no mercy on my own mother. Like, I would honestly leave the bitch to die. If it was a life or death situation, I would just walk off and leave her there. Now, why would I feel any different towards someone that's not my mother? Like Nick
because
Rekieta?
You don't know him.
I know people like him.
It's not the same. It's a prejudice. That's it. People have always had prejudices. It's fine.
I don't deny that. I have a prejudice against addicts.
Yeah. Society does.
Well,
and I'm not saying it's unwarranted. I'm just saying we got to call it what it is.
Yeah.
And wondering if maybe people with prejudices shouldn't necessarily be counted on to provide fairness to people. And maybe people don't deserve fairness. I think they do. My
grandmother, especially when it came to my older sister, she literally spent $120,000 of her retirement.
Yep.
She spent 15 years. Actually, it's more like 20, or was 20 by the time she passed away. Putting her in rehabs, trying to help her.
She understood. You don't give up on people like that. It didn't work, but it could have worked.
But it didn't. So I have no.
It could have worked, and she probably made her life a little better. Made both of their lives better.
My sister's out there homeless right now.
Yeah, but for a while, her mom was supporting her.
And I would never let her come back here because she would ruin everything.
Yeah.
I can't. I've got other people to think about. I've got 2 nieces. I've got a nephew. I've got people that are...
Look, when someone burns you, you're under no obligation to keep inviting them back into your life. Again, right. Humans are meant to adapt. But Nick Rekieta didn't burn you.
But he did burn those kids.
Well, he burned himself, and he accidentally burned some kids.
And I'm saying that not just me, but there's other people that are talking about this story.
Yeah.
That are trying to refocus the situation and say, Rekieta's not the fucking victim here. It's the kids. It's the kids. It's the kids. It's the kids. Because so many times we want to help redeem somebody that we forget about all the victims in their wake, all the lives they've ruined. And we don't think about that as a society. And what I'm saying is the society needs a
on board with punishing people.
Say what?
It's so easy to get on board with punishing people.
Well,
that's not the tough part.
Well,
the tough part is having grace.
Punishment's part of justice.
Yeah.
And if
but it's not your job to do justice, though, is it?
Well, whose job is it?
Judge Dredd.
And it's supposed to be the justice system, but they fail. Every day they fail. And so who holds them accountable?
You hope lawyers and activists.
And then
politicians.
And then you have situations where victims are failed time and time again, and then they turn on society because society has failed them.
That's when they call it the equalizer.
And they end up becoming monsters as well. You see how I'm talking about? It's just a constant cycle. So we need to, as a society, figure out how do we prevent this from happening in the first place? Because all we're doing right now is reacting to it, and that's just not good enough.
I mean, people aren't bugs that you can exterminate.
There's some people in this world that have less value than a bug. I mean, they're so rotten to the core, and it's like a cancer that just infects everything around them.
You think Nick Rekieta is rotten to the core?
Yes.
Or do you think he's having a problem?
No, I think.
Because if you thought he was rotten to the core, you would have always thought he was rotten to the core, and you didn't.
Right, because I didn't see it. That was a failure on my part for not being wise enough to see it. He put on a persona, and I fell for it like a lot of other people did.
I thought he was rotten from the outside. So I thought it was clear, but I think he does still have things about him that are redeemable.
Even if he were to redeem himself, let's say that happens, are the children under any obligation to accept him back into their lives?
They're children.
Yeah. Are the kids under any obligation to forgive
them?
Yeah,
they don't have as many rights as adults, so yes, they are obligated.
I don't believe. I think that's
unless they're going to run away.
No, but what I'm talking about on an emotional level.
Oh. No one's ever obligated to behave emotionally how other people want them to.
Okay. So if they decide that they hate their parents, they don't want anything to do with them, and it's,
all teenagers decide that.
But under these circumstances, you know what I'm talking about. Should they be looked upon or judged in a negative light because of that?
No. But
we have a society.
Also, they're kids. We shouldn't judge them all that harshly anyway, and we literally don't.
We have a society to where if you aren't willing to forgive, you're looked down upon.
Well, what does your God say?
I know what my God says, and I'm going to be honest with you. I don't always
disagree.
I mean, I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying that's just how I feel. Like I've never been able to bring myself to forgive my mother or my sister. And I don't know if I have it in me to ever get to that point.
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong about that.
I mean, I've said it straight.
I mean, I haven't met the two, and I'm taking your word that they're as bad as you say they are. I don't think you're wrong.
said it straight up. Like the only time, as far as I'm concerned, the only time I care to see my mother again is when she's on her deathbed, and I want her to ask me for forgiveness, and I want her to hear me clearly when I refuse to do that. I go over how much she screwed me up, my siblings up, everything up, all the pain she caused us. I want her in that moment to feel a deep guilt and regret, and I want her to take her last breath feeling that way. And I want
So
to
she's not a human to you anymore.
I want to see the look in her eyes when that happens, because in that moment, she will be just as powerless as I was as a child when she put me through everything, and that brings the story full circle.
You want her to be your victim.
Yes, because it's what she deserves. And I deserve to reclaim that power that she took away from me as a child. It's me taking back what she took from me. And that's justice.
That's justice?
That's justice. Getting back what was taken from you.
That's a type of justice.
It's not taking back more than what
I mean,
was taken.
people usually think that an eye for an eye was justice.
Well, it is. And let me tell you why that it says that. Because somebody takes your eye, you take their eye. And it ends right there. Because you could go a step further and take the eyes of their children,
Mm-hmm.
the eye of their spouse. So if you just keep it as an equal trade.
It's not an equal trade.
How's it not an equal trade?
Because the eyes don't necessarily, people don't value their body parts the exact same as other people do. So superficially, it's an even trade. But maybe it would have been more equal to, like, I don't know, take a hand for the eye.
So applying that to the situation I just described, do you think that having that moment with my mother when she is on her deathbed, would that be more excessive than what she did to me? Or would that be an equal trade?
To be clear,
yes.
I don't know, nor do I need to know.
Assuming everything that I've said is the truth, of course. Because obviously you can't.
You can't have an equal trade because you can't go back in time and switch places.
So basically,
she on her deathbed, she probably won't even be the person who you were mad at.
So then how do I get back what was lost?
You don't need to.
Oh, well, that's not how I feel.
When things are lost all the time, you don't get them back. Death is a losing you can't get back. Time is losing that you can't get back.
Okay, so then what am I supposed to do in order to balance the scales of justice?
Move on.
No. I've been told that my whole life. I can't do it.
Find other ways of getting fulfillment. It won't be the same. It'll be different.
It's still gonna be. There's still gonna be that pain there. There's still gonna be that shadow there. That's still gonna.
No, because think about it. What if she died without you ever getting that moment? You would move on.
I don't know if I could. I'd probably be angry.
Yeah. I'm not saying you shouldn't be angry or you can't be angry. Be angry, but move on.
I don't have that in me, dude.
You're human. You come from ancestors who have had to have moved on. I'm sure your mom didn't have a perfect life. But she moved on.
That's not, well, I know that's not true because...
You think she had a perfect life?
No one has a perfect life, but she had the ideal situation to grow up in. My grandmother was not rich, but she was.
Then why did she turn into what she was, or what she is?
Because she chose to be that way.
But normal people don't do that often, right?
Not normal.
There was something not normal going on with her.
Right.
Did you ever try to figure out what that was?
Well, it's probably got something to do with some kind of mental illness or something where her brain's not wired the correct way. And
if that's the case, don't you feel sympathy?
No. Because if you...
Well, don't you think that's cruel?
No.
Well, then why in the world were you giving me shit for saying that one mentally subpar person was not that dissimilar for the other?
I'm not trying to punish Joe Biden. I just think he needs to do what all people his age do, and that is retire and just live out your days in peace. That's normal. That's natural. That's part of life. I'm not trying to hurt. I think honestly it's more of a punishment if he does become president again. Because he can't handle it.
I don't know why you're saying he can't handle it. If he couldn't handle it, he would step down.
He's old. I don't think anybody his age should be working, period.
Working, period?
Yeah.
What about people who are doing what they love?
That's not work. But
he might love being president.
The presidency is the hardest job in the world. I don't see how that can't be work.
People say that.
You literally age 2 years for every year that you're in office.
Yeah. But there are harder jobs, though. Think about it. You're president. You're one of the most powerful people. You're probably the most powerful person in the world. You're saying there aren't people who have it harder than that?
In the world, yes.
I mean, there's a reason we spend millions and millions on trying to get the right one. It's a hard job, but you can do it. Men have done it before. And women could do it in the future.
Yes, but he's the oldest. He's going to be 86 by the time his second term is over. I just don't.
I don't know. There are brilliant people at age 100.
Yeah, but they shouldn't be working, man. That's cruel.
It's not cruel if they want the job.
I don't comprehend it.
Now you're trying to make it seem like you've bought into this delusion so much that now you're trying to make him believe it. But that's not what he believes. If he believes he's not up to the job and there aren't other extenuating circumstances as to why he should still be doing this, then he won't do it. But he definitely won't step down within a week.
He's stepping down at the end of the week.
That's setting a terrible example. He can step down, but it'll be in his own time, and that won't be in a week.
So you do think he'll step down at some point? Is that what you're saying?
I thought he would step down about a year ago.
Okay, yeah, I agree. He shouldn't have run for office.
I'm not saying, but not because I thought he was unfit. I thought he might have wanted to usher in a new president.
Well, that's what.
But he didn't.
That would have been the best.
But he didn't, so there's no reason for him to do it now.
I mean, depending on how quickly, if he has some kind of cognitive issue, I mean, it could deteriorate rapidly. That can happen. So it could have gotten that much worse in a year.
Yeah, but we know you don't have mercy for people with cognitive issues.
Oh no, that's dementia. That's a thing. That's an age-related thing. It's not.
Oh, it's an age-related thing.
Yeah. That's not a. That is not a statement on the man's moral character. It's just a fact of life.
Right now, it's a theory.
If it turns out to be the case, it's a fact of life.
Yeah.
Put it that way.
I guess that's true about any theory.
That's not a statement. That's not a judgment on the man's moral character, though. But I am making a judgment on people like my mother and my sister on their moral character.
Yeah. Well, you know them well.
Yes. And I don't know, maybe this has been one of the reasons I've been so hesitant to have children, because given my past, and my own standards, I guess I don't know if I would be suitable to raise children.
And I think you'd be okay at it.
Well,
I mean, if Nick Rekieta could do it.
Nick Rekieta's not been doing it. That's the problem.
Well, no, he's also had a lot of help.
I don't know. Like, if I'm going to judge other people by a certain standard, I also have to judge myself by that standard. And so if I went through a traumatic childhood, I probably should restrict myself in certain ways in order to prevent myself from causing more problems.
No, you're just guessing.
But
you're just making let's call it a hypothesis, an educated guess. Even if it's not educated. You're just guessing.
But is it
you don't know.
Is it an unfounded guess?
Is it unfounded? I can't say it's. There's you have reasons, but I'm not sure if I'm ready to call it founded.
Okay, so I have reasons. So then, if I have reasons, should that not be taken into account when making a decision?
It should be taken into account, but it shouldn't be the only factor taken into account.
But then what other factors should be taken into account?
The fact that you can't predict the future, and you never could.
But I'm avoiding a risk.
Yeah.
And it's always smarter to avoid
a risk
than to take a risk.
You're not avoiding a certainty.
The best way to live life is to avoid as many risks as possible.
What? No, ask any rich person, and they'll say, "That's just what we want you to believe, so that you stay poor."
It's the safest and most stable way to live life.
It's only safe for a little while, and it's only stable if society as a whole agrees that that's enough. But rich people take risks, like presidents take risks, and sometimes they pay off big time, and you get more stability that way. You get stability through the risk.
So let me ask you this:
Mm-hmm.
Playing the trying to look at the long term.
Mm-hmm.
I have a kid, but the trauma causes me to fail in many ways as a parent.
Well, first of all, you won't be alone, most likely.
Still,
you have a good sister, right?
Yes.
You have a good sister. You have a baby mama. What you prefer to call her?
Okay, yeah, sure. Let's go with that.
You have your knowledge, your growth, your role models. You know what not to do. If anything, you're set up better than most.
But if I fail, I don't know if I could live with myself.
Yeah, all parents fail.
Because I'm so unforgiving of others, in order to avoid being a hypocrite, I have to equally be as unforgiving of myself.
There are more important things than avoiding being a hypocrite.
See, I've never been like that. To me, being a hypocrite is one of the worst things you could do.
This is, if you were to become a politician, you would have to learn that lesson real quick. There are more important things than not being a hypocrite, because you have to allow yourself the chance to change your mind.
But that's not, hold up, that's not being a hypocrite.
Remember, what was his name? John Boehner, during the Obama years, the Republican who was staunchly against everything Obama, but eventually, for what he considered the betterment of the country, he changed his mind, and then he was drugged by the Republican Party.
But I don't think I don't consider that to be hypocritical. When I say hypocritical,
well, a flip-flopper, right? They're usually regarded as hypocrites.
I mean that if I were to fail as a parent, then I would have to live with the fact that I couldn't forgive my own mother for failing as a parent. And I don't think that is what would make me the hypocrite. You see what I'm saying?
Because a hypocrite's not the worst thing you could be.
I'd be going against
evil is the worst thing you could be.
I'd be going against my own standard of justice. So in my mind, I would be evil because I failed my own moral standard.
But in your mind, remember, you're not alone. The world exists beyond you. In fact, you exist beyond your mother.
But I do have a moral code and a moral standard that I have to abide by, just as everybody else does.
Yeah, but it's different though. You're different. Your code is different. Everyone's code is different.
That's true.
Besides, even for those of us who take our code from society, it's different if you, for instance, have more money, you look different, whatever. Things are different for you. If you play football really well.
I mean that's all true, but if
you find gold, you're a 49er.
If you violate your own moral code and you've attacked other people for violating your moral code, and then you let yourself off scot-free for violating your moral code, is that not the definition of being a hypocrite? Because
it's the definition of changing.
Because by the standard,
and you don't necessarily let yourself off scot-free, but you're mature enough to realize that there are more important things than one's personal moral code.
But how do you live with that?
You just do it. You just do it like Nike. Because you realize that there are more important things. That gives you something to base your continuing on.
But you can't have a moral code after that because...
No, people's moral codes change all the time. People change religions. People stop believing.
I don't know. That seems like a very...
People get married to other people and start going to their church. People convert for other people.
But if you're constantly doing that, that's a very unstable... That's just... I don't like that instability. That seems too chaotic.
I mean, there's a place for rigidness and stubbornness. But that's not how you grow.
I guess what I'm saying is I'm obsessed with getting not being right, but getting it right. You know what I mean? Like, okay, this is the proper exact way to do this, and if I do it this way, I can feel good about myself.
Yeah. Well, but who's to say that's the proper exact way? Who told you that?
Well, the evidence would show it.
Someone's evidence.
Well, it would be a body of
It's not a
evidence.
universal absolute, so it's someone's evidence. Evidence that you were privy to, evidence that you found, evidence that you prioritized.
If there's a body, this is why I talk about like experts in the research, because it's based off of bodies of evidence. So so following the body of evidence and aligning yourself to that would be doing the right thing.
Well, you're following some evidence. And again, remember, the evidence you tend to follow tends to coincide with your prejudices.
Well, that's why.
But that doesn't mean that it's the only evidence.
But that's why
you're intentionally excluding other evidence to try to put your hand on the wheel of fate.
Because I'm looking for some kind of objective standard to cling on to.
Yeah.
But
that's not life, though.
I desire clarity in all things.
Yeah.
I guess I don't know. I guess it's just I've always just wanted to have the right answer, the correct answer. And
for instance, you're so obsessed with justice. Why didn't you become an officer? Or why don't you?
Because given the anger that I feel towards people like my mother, people like my sister, I would probably do something that is excessive.
Yeah, you probably would.
Recognizing that,
George Zimmerman over here.
Recognizing that, I realized that was probably not a wise decision or a wise path to take. And that's me recognizing a flaw within myself and taking measures to prevent that flaw from becoming a contaminant on society.
Well, why don't you join the military then?
I can't.
Same reason. You could be excessive, but there are more people there. Basically, there's more authority over you.
I couldn't.
By the way, I'm not saying you should.
Yeah. Well, I have considered it, but I can't because of certain health issues.
Yeah. Huh. Why not a lawyer or a judge?
If I had the money to go back to school, yeah, I could.
You don't think you would be too harsh of a judge?
Probably.
Because if you think you would be, then maybe you're already too harsh of a judge on yourself, on the people around you.
I would say that's probably an accurate statement because I'm looking for some kind of closure and finality.
Yeah. If Nick Rekieta gets done in big time, will that be enough?
Yes.
All right. If Nick Rekieta gets done in, you'll forgive your mom.
No.
Then it won't be enough.
If Nick Rekieta gets done in big time, I will feel a sense of closure to the story.
You just took those kids' father away, though.
That's probably for the best.
Probably, but
because I would have been fine if they took my mother away. As a kid, I wish they would have done that.
Yeah.
Summer Swan says, put this towards a therapy fund. Not being mean, I think it could help, and I admire your quest for truth and justice and that you're a survivor. Yeah, First of all, I appreciate the super chat, Summer Swan.
What was my major?
So what?
What was my major?
What was your major?
Guess.
Psychology?
Yeah.
I can see that.
I didn't have a good reason to become a psychology major. I had the weirdest reason of all the students in the class. But it worked. My teachers loved me. And betrayal soon followed.
I could see that. I mean, I give people advice all the time, but I suck at listening to it. I mean, on some level, I know. Like,
that's what parents do, right? They do what I say, not what I do.
Yeah. I mean, look, on some level,
Nick Rekieta. Hopefully, they do what he says, but not what he does.
But the statistics,
because he knows what to say.
Yeah, the statistics say otherwise, though, as to what those kids are going to end up.
The statistics don't count for unique situations like his.
So you think all the kids are going to turn out okay?
No, they're not going to turn out okay, but there will undoubtedly be some benefits to having your millionaire dad be in your life still. Your dad who can make money by doing literally nothing.
But that's not looking at it from a moral standpoint or a psychological.
It's moral if the kids can afford to go to college and stuff and therapy and all that good stuff, and can live in a place where they're comfortable.
I don't know, man. I just, again.
Wait, Summer. I love Summer. Go ahead and respond to her super chat.
So yeah, I mean, look, I've had therapy before, but again, I keep going back to. I just cannot let the past fucking go.
Yeah,
like I'm constantly wanting to fix the past, and I know on a logical level that's not possible, but I still want to be able to do it because damn it would be like just having the power.
No, this is a tale as old as time.
It's like I want the power to do that because then I'm really in control of my life.
Speaking of being in control of your life, Romeo and Juliet.
Huh?
Romeo and Juliet were in control of their life.
Yeah, well, I don't want to go that route, but I mean, like I told my grandmother once, I said, look, I get so angry about what happened that I want it to be, because I view my life as being like a story, and I don't like how the beginning was. So in my mind, I need to throw away the whole draft and just start over again until I get it exactly right, exactly perfect. And in some ways, like I straight up,
that's what artists do.
I told my grandmother one time, I said, I wish I could grab God by the throat and demand that he go back and rewrite the story. but I don't have that power. I never will have that power, and
Plus, all that beard's in the way.
On a very deep level, that frustrates me because it makes me feel powerless. That means I can't have the ideal childhood.
Well, no man can wrestle with a god.
I can't have the
no man can force a god to do anything.
I can't have the childhood I wanted, and I guess on some level I'm ashamed of that. Because it's not the story I want to present. It's a part of me, but I don't like it. Now some people would say, well, wear that with the badge of honor that you got through it and survive it. But
yeah, people say that.
I just it disgusts me.
That badge of armor, it often doesn't feel as good as just straight up revenge.
It really doesn't. I mean, it honest to God does.
Like I think about people who have screwed me over, and no, I think I just would rather revenge. Like, could you put this on my revenge card, please?
Yeah,
but
I mean,
you know,
it's like, I mean, I hear, I don't know, like maybe I don't know what it says about me, but when I hear like these stories on the news about, oh, I overcame this and I overcame that, and you know what, it made me a stronger person, and it's like they wear it as a badge of honor, and I'm just listening to that and I roll my eyes and I'm like, oh, you don't really mean that. It still bothers you. It still gets to you. You still have to live with
Red,
it.
just listen to Taylor Swift. You'll be good.
It's like, you know, it's just, I don't know, like it frustrates me that, because I guess I don't believe that it's possible to think or feel that way. To have a traumatic past and then be able to find some kind of nobility in it. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just, I feel like they're lying to themselves. Whereas I think I'm being more honest by saying, no, I hate my childhood and how I grew up, and I hate what was done to me, and I wish I could rewrite it and change it, and I'm absolutely ashamed of it.
But everyone's just trying to figure out how to cope and move on.
But that's the same as giving up.
No, moving on is beyond giving up.
But you're saying that you're incapable of changing the past.
Well, you are. You're physically incapable.
I know that
you're accepting reality.
I know that on a logical level, but that means that reality has power over me, and that really ticks me off. I don't like that the world has that kind of control over me. Maybe that explains like why I want to, like why I have that tendency to want to impose certain things on the world, because I feel like if I do that, if I have power over the world doesn't have power over me, and therefore I'm truly the one in control, and that's like the ultimate freedom. But then again, the only entity that could have
you don't sound free.
The only entity that could have that type of power would be God himself, or what we think of as God. So in that sense, the only entity that could truly be free would be God himself. So maybe I've got a God complex.
Maybe you just need more money.
Well, we all need more money.
More money gives you more freedom.
I mean, I would say if I had more money, I'd move where I'm at now because it's too close to where all that shit happened.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be a nice first step, but I don't know. It's just...
Can't you sell the house? I'm not saying you should, but can't you?
Technically, yes. The property is valued at $109,000. But I feel
like it's worth more. Not knowing anything about the property. It's Tennessee, right?
Yeah.
That's worth more.
The thing is that I co-own it with my brother because it's my grandmother's property and she left it to both of us.
Oh, cool.
So if I sell it, it'd have to be a joint thing together.
Seems doable.
Now, see, here's the wild thing about it.
Is your brother living there?
It's 2 acres of property. He's got his own house on the property.
Oh, okay.
So we're like neighbors, pretty much.
Maybe a little difficult,
but I mean, I don't know. He doesn't want to give it up because it's grandmother's.
He's Rick
land.
Astley.
Yeah, it's grandmother's land. He doesn't want to give it up.
Oh.
Me, on the other hand, I'm like, let's just wash our hands of this and move on. But but then again, I still want revenge on the bitch. I still want revenge on my mom, and I still want revenge on my sister because, damn it, they deserve. I deserve to have it. And I feel like if I let go of that desire for revenge, it's like they're taking something else away from me. Actually, there's a good scene about this in the show Once Upon a Time where Tinkerbell's talking to the evil queen from Snow White, and like she wanted revenge on Snow White, and she could have had a chance at love. And then when Tinkerbell says, like, why didn't you take your chance at love and let go of your anger? And the queen says, because that anger is all that I had, and if I didn't have it, I feel like I would fall apart. I was like, yeah, sister, I feel that.
But there's more to you, though.
Well, there is, but it's just tainted by a lot of stuff. Summer Swan says you shouldn't be ashamed of something that isn't your fault. Well, again, like logically, I understand that. I get that. But emotionally, I can't let that thought go. It's like, I don't know, like when I think of like the ideal life, I know somebody out there has it. And I'm just feel like, why didn't I have it? Like, what's wrong with me? Like, is there an inadequacy there? Is there a shortcoming there?
Maybe, but that's not all you are, though.
But it's a part of me. My past is a part of me, and I don't like it being a part of me. It's almost like I want to take that part of me, separate it from myself, and then strangle it.
Yeah. But also, it's in the past.
But the past makes who you are.
It's
today.
in the past, but you bring it with you.
Yeah.
But you don't have to bring it with you.
Well, where else am I going to put it?
In the past.
It's still going to be in the memories.
Yeah, part of it, sure. But if you bring it with you, you don't have space to put in other stuff, other memories, to change.
Is there not a scenario where I can get my revenge and then change?
I don't know. There's definitely that scenario. That's definitely a thing.
Because it feels like that chapter of my life doesn't have closure.
Yeah.
And again, as somebody that's into stories, I feel like every story has to have closure, has to have an ending.
I'd like to present cliffhangers to the court.
You mean the most frustrating thing in all literature?
The most frustrating thing in all of literature is waking up and saying, "Oh, it was just a dream."
Yeah, I hate that shit. Well, thanks for wasting my life with this story.
Right. Can I get my money back then if this was a dream? I don't pay for dreams.
It's like I want the $20, the $20 I paid for the ticket, or $20, $10 I paid for the ticket, and $20 I paid for the popcorn and drink. I want it back. Give it back now.
They're like, well, we didn't have anything to do with the popcorn. That's on you.
Considerate interest.
We didn't make you buy those 3 Cokes.
It was 2 Cokes and a water. I have to watch my figure.
By the way, we noticed you never went to the bathroom. Where did it all go?
You may have some cleaning up to do.
Oh, no.
My apologies.
This is inappropriate. This is rude. No, you're not getting your money back. You should be paying us more money.
You know, maybe that's part of my problem, is that I think too much like an author, and I see my own life as a book. But it's a book that I can't erase anything or rewrite it.
Huh? Maybe you should actually just be an author.
I'm trying to do that.
That's how people work out some of their shit. J.K. Rowling does.
Yeah, God,
I don't know what George Lucas was working out with his shit. But
J.K. Rowling went through some shit.
Yes.
I don't know. Maybe I need to talk to J.K. Rowling.
Impossible. I've used the word impossible a few times tonight, but I'm just let you know. It's nearly impossible.
Well, probably for good reason, if we're being honest.
Yeah. Protect her at all costs.
Yeah, exactly. When shit hits the fan, we protect J.K. Rowling at all costs. See, I've not. See, it's been a long time since I've actually dated anybody, and it's just part of it is I know I've got this emotional baggage. I don't want to bring that into a relationship. I mean,
they'll have emotional baggage as well.
Yeah, but I can handle it. I don't know if anybody could really handle all this. That I'm
cocky.
I can barely handle this.
Yeah. But some people are more suited to deal with things in different ways than you are.
I probably just end up in having a philosophical, kind of like what's happening now, just having a philosophical debate, and I don't know. I've always been looking for someone that can give me that one answer that puts all the pieces into place.
Look no further than Arceus.
I wish.
As long as the question you're pondering is how to become a Pokemon master. Anything else, Arceus won't be that useful.
Hey, Arceus, I got a question. The fuck?
Arceus fled.
Even God himself has turned his back on me.
Well, Arceus heard about how you wanted to grab God by the throat, so he wasn't going to stick around that long.
So I'm sorry, Arceus.
He's like, you're a bit too grabby.
that whole statement.
You're like that guy. You're like that guy you work with.
Yeah, that whole statement was back when I was a bit younger.
Earlier today.
No, well, I mean, technically, if you want to get technical about it, yes, I was younger earlier today. But I meant more so 18, 19, 20 years old.
Hmm.
Since then, I've come to realize it's not God I should be mad at. It's a couple of human beings, being my mother and my sister. So I can't really get mad at God. That was just kind of tossing the blame to where it didn't belong. And technically, I shouldn't. I mean, I really shouldn't be getting mad at myself over it. But again, as much as I judge other people, I'm a bigger judge of myself.
Maybe that's wrong.
It probably is.
I mean, we all strive to be better, but is it useful constantly critiquing yourself to some standard you made up a long time ago?
Somebody has to.
No? Nope.
Otherwise, there's just chaos.
There's learning as you grow.
I don't know, man. Like,
And that
to me,
could encompass finding new standards, realizing that other things are important.
what other things?
Other people, love other people's justice.
You can't get involved with other people if you're, held back by what came before. It's just going to create a toxic situation.
It could, or it could free you. You could be fixed.
See, I'm worried.
Or maybe the toxic situation is worth it.
See,
maybe it's not always toxic. Nick Rekieta's house wasn't always toxic. He has 5 fucking kids. There was something there.
I don't know, man. Like, I just think I picture a scenario like I tell myself I'm over it. I try to move on. Let's just say I get into a relationship with the girl, and then one night it just all comes back all of a sudden. And
Well, turn off the Celine Dion song.
And then I'm just like, I can't do this. Like, I just, it's just like I would be like, listen, you don't want me to be in this relationship with you because it's not going to be pretty if you're having to deal with all this that I'm carrying.
Yeah.
And I couldn't do that to somebody. It's almost like I know that I'm a lost cause and I don't want to bring somebody down with me.
Well, I'll tell you what. I need to get some sleep.
I do too, honestly. Yeah, I wasn't expecting this tonight.
Every time you try to end the podcast.
Yeah. But, I do appreciate it.
Reunited, ladies and gentlemen.
And it feels so good.
We got Superstar Red in the chat. New superstar Summer Swan. Although I remember her from a few podcasts back.
Yeah. Yeah, Summer Swan. Listen, if you haven't figured out, I use comedy a lot of times to cover up some issues. You know.
Sounds like a bait and switch. You told him to look you up, and then you said, "No, I'm not available." You're jerking people around.
See, this is why I shouldn't be in a relationship. I can't. I jerk people around.
Yeah, but you're not the only one.
But yeah, I guess.
And people who do that don't do it forever.
I guess that's true. Anyways, I guess we better call it a night or morning at this point.
Yeah, we'll call it a morning.
Yeah, fuck it, it's a morning. But yeah, this is probably the most real I've been on a stream.
Don't worry, it happened so late that no one is listening anymore. So.
Yeah, we're at almost 8 hours. No one's gonna get to this point.
Yeah, we used to do long streams on Tony's channel. I'm sure he's doing long streams still.
Yeah. Well, we do long streams here.
True.
It's
honestly, wherever I go, just long streams.
Wherever I wander, wherever I.
Because I always got something to say.
Well, you know what? You're not that bad.
And if I don't have something to say, then it's a truly tragic day.
You know what? You're a pretty good listener too. I will say.
That's what they say.
Go back and get that fucking psychology degree. Seriously.
No, because that's not who I am anymore. I got other dreams.
Okay, go get a.
I got too many dreams.
Go get a political science degree so that you can become the Democratic nominee.
No, I was already a political junkie for a long time.
I'm saying I will vote. I will write you in for president this November.
No one should be writing anyone in for president.
I will go. I will go to the polling station and I will write down extra hero, and they will know who I'm talking about.
I'm not in favor of people wasting their votes in any way, whether it be not voting or doing a joke vote or voting for someone you know who doesn't stand a chance.
I'm gonna vote probably. I'm just probably gonna hold my nose when I do it, depending on who the candidates are.
At least do it so you can get a sticker that says you voted. I mean, that was one of the big reasons I was excited to vote this last time.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie.
I wanted that sticker for social.
I can just see my reaction. Like, I go in there, I have to hold my nose just to vote for somebody. I start to walk out, and they put that sticker on my shirt, and it's like, don't fucking patronize me like this.
Oh wow, you voted! Wow, you're a real American.
Suck my dick.
You found out how to adult.
It's like, get the fuck out of my way. I'm gonna go get drunk.
No, they won't be doing any of that. They're very overworked that day. Although, still seems pretty nice, unless you're in the wrong line.
Just find the dirtiest fucking bar possible to watch the election, get just fucking wasted, and be like, the country's going to hell anyways. Give me another round.
Red, I exist nowhere else for the time being.
You were talking about putting content on your channel, though.
I was talking about that, and then I started a side hustle and a new job. So, again, I have too many dreams because neither one of these, the job or the side hustle, are what I really want to do.
Oh,
so.
same. Well, I mean,
it's just about money right now.
Yeah, I feel that. I love the YouTube thing, but yeah, I've got a regular job right now, and I don't care for it.
Yeah,
But
well, most people don't.
yeah, it is what it is, though.
And I'm undecided on if I care about this. If I care for this job more than I've cared for jobs in the past. I'm making more money, but and I guess I'm good at it, but again, when it's not your dream, it's never enough.
Yeah.
So
You're not wrong.
But I got some people I need to pay back. People named Chase Bank.
Oh Lord. Yeah, I've got some debts, which, to be honest,
I messed up one credit card and it took my credit score down like 200 points. It's like, what?
That's kind of wild.
Yeah.
Yeah,
now I'm all bitter and I'm like, maybe I'll never pay you back. But
like, fuck you.
Yeah, because it's like there are other things I could be spending money on, and it's not like I'm going to get my credit score back.
Well, look, just fake your death, and then you don't have to pay your credit card back. I mean, because here's the thing, like straight up though, like when my grandmother passed, she had credit card debt. Legally, we were not obligated to pay it back.
Awesome.
Now, of course, it ruined her credit, but I don't think she really cares about credit where she's at.
Yeah, she's not trying to get a new motorcycle.
Yeah.
Because her old one works fine.
That's right. I don't think they let you ride motorcycles on the streets of gold. I'm just saying. But
they should. I mean, isn't the whole thing about heaven is that it's like a fantasy?
No, shut up. Play your harp. Sit on your cloud. Play your harp.
It's like, dude, we have electronic music now and stuff.
No,
Can I get some Beats by Dre?
I mean, thank God they didn't make us pay that back, because God, that would have been a pain in the. I mean, we did have to go to court, but the thing is that they never show up. It was literally, we walked in there with the lawyer. The judge asked where the lawyer for the credit card company was. He didn't show up. He wasn't there. Judge was like, "All right, case dismissed."
Nice.
Yeah, the lawyer said that is what happens like 90%, 95% of the time. That's what happens.
Yeah, most people never show up to court unless they're like criminal defendants.
Yep. So I was like, all right.
So court is mostly just a waste of time for a lot of people.
So
except for the judge.
We were good on that, and her house, like, there's no mortgage or anything on it. I mean, her dad built it back when she was a teenager, so only thing I've really got to worry about is keep up the bills, pay the land taxes, and that's it.
Nice.
But I will say, like, the only financial thing I've got going on right now is I do have some medical debt I've got to pay off. Not a lot, but I'll have the money for that by the end of the month.
Nice.
So, God, I tell you what, insurance is a pain in the butt, though. Joe Biden, I tell you what, I'll shut up about you dropping out of the race if you promise you'll get a single-payer healthcare system through.
But that was never his plan, though.
No, but he should have at least tried a public option, because that would have been that would have been the next step after Obamacare.
Right, that would have been. Yeah, and a lot of people thought he would, because obviously, if you're voting for Biden, you want a continuation of what came before.
Like, I thought that would be like a no-brainer, and I mean, if he did that, I mean, I'd call up my insurance company and be like, "Yeah, you can cancel that $160 payment every month. I'm going to this free thing. Bye-bye."
Yeah, and I'm sure it's already been explained somewhere why he didn't. So I just have to care enough to look it up.
Yeah.
Also, if there was a primary, he would definitely have to answer for it.
Oh, of course.
Just because there's not much shit you can talk about. So
yeah.
and people still care about healthcare. So
I just wish we'd get on board with literally every other developed country and just because when you bring up to other people in other countries that it's possible to go bankrupt from high medical bills, and they look at you like, "What the fuck?"
yeah, look, there's a channel I like on YouTube. It's called. One second, let me look this up. No reason to get it wrong, but all of his videos are like American reacts to Netherlands or some shit like that. But let me see what his channel is actually called. I actually mostly just watched like the Netherlands videos because I have a crush on the Netherlands.
Oh, me too. If the Netherlands was a woman, I would raw dog her in a second.
Hey, you keep your hands away from the Nethers, okay?
Come here, Netherlands. I'm going balls deep. I'm a warrior.
The channel's name is It's Charlie Vest.
Charlie, that sounds familiar.
It's Charlie Vest. I believe he lives in Indiana, and he's like white trash, but
oh yeah, that's definitely that's definitely trash.
But he's like white trash, but not the typical. Like he's interested in stuff. Like he's not racist or anything like that.
Oh, good. He made it out. He survived.
Yeah.
Because somebody that lives in Tennessee, dude, I can tell you, not everybody does.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Some of them believe that the world begins and ends with the American border, and that's it.
Yeah, and that's why we'll never get healthcare for all. So
yeah, we will. We just gotta wait.
That American pride, baby.
We'll get it. It's just you're gonna get we'll be dragged.
It'll take at least 2 more presidents.
We'll be dragged bitching and moaning into the future.
Well, we still got to have a president who will fix climate change stuff.
We'll be,
and then after that, they'll get around to healthcare.
We'll get around to it, eventually. That's the American way. We'll get around to it, eventually.
Yeah.
I don't know. I do think of Kamala
Truth,
Harris.
justice, and the American way, which is being super slow.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's just the truth.
See, I do think if we got a president, Kamala Harris, we would have a better chance of getting some kind of health care plan.
Yeah, all bets are off.
If you can
get that.
If I remember correctly, and I could be wrong about this, but during the 2020 primaries, she did commit to some kind of a Medicare for all system.
You do remember correct, because I was there.
Yes. So
it wasn't exactly what Bernie Sanders was doing.
No,
it was more establishment or official than that. It was closer to what Joe was doing.
Yeah.
But it was special.
Which, I mean, let's be fair. Technically, if we had a public option, that would technically give everybody health care, because you could have private insurance for those that want it. You could have public insurance that people could the public option that people could fall back on, kind of like how you have private schools and public schools. It would be a very similar system to that, but with healthcare. That being said, I would prefer a single payer system where everybody, rich, poor, middle class, whatever, is all under the same system, because then if the rich are involved in that system, they have to invest in that system and make sure that it's working for them. So it's likely to make a better system in the long run.
Yeah, you'd hope.
But I'll take what I can get. Baby steps. Anyways, yeah, I'll let you get some sleep. I gotta try and get some sleep. I appreciate it. You're a good psychologist.
My psychology teachers would be glad to hear it.
And
they were not happy when I left.
Don't go. Come back. But yeah, I'll let you get to bed, man. Appreciate it. I was thinking about streaming tonight, but I'm gonna be real with you guys. I'm probably not gonna stream tonight. Holy shit. That ain't happening. All right. JJ needs some sleep. I gotta go to work later today. I need some sleep. Y'all can eat a dick. I love you guys though. I love you guys. Chat, you're awesome. Extra Hero, you're awesome. Boxing Historian's awesome. Wizard's awesome. I'm awesome. This Charlie Vest guy is awesome. And you know what?
Biden is awesome.
Biden is awesome, although his brain not so
Kamala,
much. No more.
awesome.
Kamala,
we gotta bring up everyone we talked about today.
Kamala is awesome.
It's like the credits.
Kamala is awesome. When she becomes the nominee, that'll be awesome.
Bulma's family tree is awesome.
Bulma's family tree is awesome. My mom and my sister. Not so much. No, I need to say it like Donald Trump. You know, all these people are awesome. My mom.
No, we got to give them credit, but we'll just have them be uncredited.
Not so much
on IMDb.
You know, if I could, I'd ship it off to Jane.
Oh,
Jane. Stand back and stand by. All right. That's right, chat. Stand back and stand by.
All right, proud boy. I'll see you.
I'll see y'all later.